new invitees.
Thank you, Your Honor. To all the new resource persons invited and present today, kindly stand up and raise your right hand. All members of the Philippine Army as well, sirs, please stand up. Even those in the panel, newly invited, sir. All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the statements you will give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? The oath has been administered, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will now proceed. The first to interpolate, the Honorable Romeo Acop. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and magandang umaga po sa atin lahat. Mr. Chair, I would just like to proceed or continue my interpellation in the second hearing for COA. Kasi in the last hearing, COA, Attorney Camora, are you? Yes. Kayo po ang sumagot nung tinanong ko kung yung confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President were liquidated in accordance with the protocol provided for by the Joint Circular. Kayo po ang sumagot doon, di po ba? At sinabi po ninyo na the liquidation was done in accordance with the protocol provided by the circular. Totoo po ba yan?
Attorney Camora.
That is true po,
That is true.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. And kayo po ba ay sumasang-ayon sa akin na yung liquidation is merely a documentary checklist and does not actually show that the expenses are actually reasonable or even true? Would you agree with that?
I would have to agree, Mr. Chair.
Pakiulit po.
Agree po, it's documentary.
Do you agree with my statement, Madam?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And would you agree also that the confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President are public funds?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And would you agree that COA, or the Commission on Audit, your agency, is the agency or government agency which is supposed to be the guardian to see to it that public funds are spent properly? Would you agree with that also?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, since you have stated that the Office of the Vice President liquidated its confidential funds required under Joint Circular, would you also agree with me that the accomplishment report provided by the Office of the Vice President were 100% implemented?
Mr. Chair, what do you mean by 100% implemented po?
Na-implement ba yung pag-liquidate nung amount of 125 million as confidential fund of the Office of the Vice President?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the entire 125 million was liquidated.
And would you agree with me that the documentary pieces of evidence submitted by the Office of the Vice President were merely acknowledgement receipts? Would you agree with me?
The documentary evidence of payment, yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and could you give me the specifics insofar as the acknowledgement receipts submitted for the expenses insofar as the confidential fund of the OVP is concerned? Could you give us how much is for the rental of safe houses? How much would be the amount for purchase of information? Do we
For-
have the number of acknowledgement receipts submitted by the OVP?
For what account, Mr. Chair?
Rental of safe houses?
For rental for the period fourth quarter 2022 po.
Yes.
It's 16 million po, Mr. Chair.
Rental of safe houses.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The rental is for 11 days? Would you agree with me?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Since the accomplishment report
Pursuant to
provides-
the accomplishment report, yung amount for the rental of safe houses were paid for 11 days.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. How about, and how many acknowledgement receipts were submitted for this?
Mr. Chair, for rental of safe houses, we received 34 acknowledgement receipts.
How about for transportation expense? What was the amount and the number of acknowledgement receipts submitted for its liquidation?
For transportation, it's 10 million, and the number of recipients is 72.
72 acknowledgement receipts.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, for the purchase of information, the same requirement.
Mr. Chair?
Magkano po yung sa purchase of information?
For the purchase of information based on the documentary evidence of payment, it's 14 million, and the number of recipients is 142, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And there are two items for rewards for medicine and various goods. Tama po.
Mr. Chair, there are actually three.
Three?
It's payment of reward medicines, and payment of reward various goods.
What would be the amount allotted for each of the three?
Based on the documentary evidence of payment, for payment of reward, it was 10,050,000.
For medicines yun?
For reward lang.
For
po,
reward lang. 10 million?
50,000.
Okay.
For the payment of reward medicines, it's 24,930,000.
And for the third?
And for the payment of reward various goods, it's 34,857,000, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comsec, pwede po bang pakita natin yung sample ng acknowledgement receipt for the payment of rental of safe houses? Nakikita nyo, Attorney Camora, yung sample o yung actual acknowledgement receipts na sinabit ng OVP with the names, shall we say, not shown because of confidentiality. Tama po ba ito?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is there an acknowledgement receipt which acknowledge the amount of 500,000 pesos for the payment of rental of safe house?
I will check, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, may I ask the question again?
Meron po bang acknowledgement receipt amounting to 500,000 for the payment of rental of safe house?
Meron po, Mr. Chair.
Para sa isang safe house lang ito?
We have no information, Mr. Chair. What we know is para sa isang recipient nung yung money paid po.
if I asked you the question, yung 500,000 ba yun for 11 days or for 1 day?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano po ang yes? 1 day or 11 days?
Since the accomplishment report says December 21 to 31, we think it's 11 days.
For 11 days?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
For a single safe house?
We have no information on how many safe houses that 500,000 was spent on, Mr. Chair.
Sabi nyo kanina, rental of safe houses in the amount of 16M with 34 acknowledgement receipts. Is it logical for me to conclude na 34 safe houses ito?
Mr. Chair, it just means that 34 people were paid for rental supplies, but we have
Hindi,
no...
rental of safe houses. Hindi po rental of supplies.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Bakit?
Pardon.
Para bang iha, nung last time na question kita, you were very, very confident. Eh ngayon, parang tentative yung mga sagot nyo sa akin. May I know why? Nung last time, very, very confident kang sumasagot sa aking mga katanungan. Eh ngayon, very tentative ka and very, very careful ang pagsagot mo sa akin. May I know the reason why?
There's no reason, Mr. Chair.
There's no change? Ay, hindi mo
Yes.
mapapansin yun. Ako ang nakakapansin kasi ako nagtanong sa iyo last time. At ako pa rin ang nagtatanong sa iyo ngayon. And I noticed that change. Now, yung 34 acknowledgement receipts given by 34 persons, hindi ba nangangulugan yung 34 na safe houses yon?
Yes, sir. There's information that one receipt may pertain to one safe house.
Safe house, okay. So, if I asked you, yung receipt na amounting to 500,000 for the payment of rental of safe house, would it be logical for me to conclude that this is for one safe house for 11 days?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Para sa 11 days, yung 500,000 para sa isang safe house.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, if I asked you, how much would that be per day para sa isang safe house?
Mr. Chair, it would amount to 45,000 something. 45,454.55 per day.
45,000
Yes, Mr. Chair.
per day. Ano po kayang klaseng safe house ito na 45,000 per day ang rental? Samantalang yung mga ibang magagandang lugar, mas mura pa kaysa rito sa 45,000. Could you give us an idea of that?
Mr. Chair, we do not have information on the safe houses.
What do you say? You do not have any information about the safe houses?
Since you were asking po,
Hindi nyo alam kung high class na safe house?
no information, Mr.
You
Chair.
do not. Kasi nakapagtataka lang po na ang safe house per day would be rented with 45,000 for one safe house. Di po ba? Hindi kayo nagtataka?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but since they have submitted the liquidation reports po.
So, as long as an agency would submit yung mga receipts or acknowledgement receipts in their liquidation of the amount, wala na po kayong you do not have the, shall we say, the wherewithal or the jurisdiction to find out whether the expenditures are reasonable or true? Are you trying to tell us that?
It's more on the submission of the...
It's more on compliance
Yes,
with the
Mr.
requirement.
Chair.
Yun lang.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you are supposed to be the guardian of the use of public funds.
Mr. Chair, one of the documents is their certification, so
So, yun, that
we
is enough.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you do not determine whether it's reasonable or true.
Since it is compliance, we often do not.
Okay. Yung pong pag-comply ng Office of the Vice President, as you have stated a while ago, in accordance doon sa joint circular, yung the amount of 125 million. So, ang ibig niyo pong sabihin, nag-submit yung Office of the Vice President ng liquidation report, physical and financial plan, documentary evidence of payment, at saka accomplishment report. Okay na po sa inyo yun?
We still review the documents reported, Mr. Chair.
And what is your objective when you review the documents?
Whether,
Ano po ang tinitignan nyo sa dokumento?
whether compliant po siya, Mr. Chair, sa requirements under
Kaya
the joint circular.
tinignan nyo lang kung yung documents would comply with the joint circular.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you do not determine whether kasinungalingan na, totoo o hindi, yung nakalagay doon po sa documents. Are you trying to tell this committee that?
Mr. Chair, we have issued an ND on the...
Hindi, sagutin nyo muna po yung aking katanungan. Para bang ang sinasabi nyo dito sa amin, dito sa committee na ito na nag-iimbestiga, na basta't na kompleto po yung mga dokumento required by the joint circular, okay na sa inyo. Pero sinabi ninyo na nire-review ninyo yung documents. Ano po yung hinahanap ninyo dun sa dokumento? Na it is also in accordance with form and substance? Ganun po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, since
And-
prescribed din po sa joint circular ang
Yes.
forms.
And you do not determine whether kasinungalingan, may katotohanan? Yun nakalagay po doon?
We check the certification as long as the certification is there, Mr.
Hindi
Chair.
naman po nyo sinasagot sa katanungan ko eh. Doon sa pagre-review ninyo, hindi kasali na i-review ninyo kung pwedeng totoo yung nilalagay doon o hindi.
Mr. Chair, yung ano lang po, submission lang po talaga.
Kaya nga, form and substance lang.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Whether it's unreasonable, out of this world, you do not care.
Unless it's really, really far-fetched. But, Mr. Chair, it's more on submission po talaga ng documents required.
Yeah. Sige. I would just like to state na in the last hearing, you confirmed that the liquidation report, all the documents supposed to be submitted in accordance with the joint circular, for the amount of 125 million, nakalagay doon yung 14 million for the purchase of information, pero walang detalye. Ano yung mga impormasyon na yon? Or it does not even show how important those informations were. Worth 14 million. Yung 35 million for supplies na ginamit in 11 days. Hindi po katakataka yun?
Mr. Chair,
35 million for supplies in 11 days. Hindi po kayo nagtaka doon?
as long as they submitted po the
Wala nga mangyayari sa atin.
acknowledgement receipts.
So long as they submit the acknowledgement receipts.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Further, Mr. Chair, yung accomplishment report, it does not require further details po. And it is the only form under the joint circular.
Okay. Hindi
Which
ko na
they're
po
required.
tinatanong. Kasi kung ganito po yung inyong patakaran, wala nga po kayong mababantayan. Di po ba?
Mr. Chair, kaya po meron po silang certification yung head of agency.
Pero may certification na, but you do not even determine whether the contents of the certification are reasonable or not. Whether they are true or not. You do not determine that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, given the
Yes.
nature of the fund po.
Yeah. Kagaya ng 40 million for medical and food aid, ilang kayang informant ang ginamot at binigyan ng gamot? In 11 days. 35 million. Hindi po kayo nagtataka?
For supplies po,
Yes. Hindi po ba? Ang
there
report
were
nyo kanina
69 na
for
recipients.
medical and food aid, 40 million. Di po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And for 11 days to be spent for medicine, medical aid. Hindi kayo nagtataka? Paano na-spend yun in 11 days? 5 of which are holidays.
Mr. Chair, given the nature of the fund, that it's confidential.
Doon po kayo bumabalik doon sa nature of the fund palagi eh. Yun
Otherwise,
ang napapansin
Mr.
ko
Chair,
na doon kayo nagko-cover. Pero definitely, your job is to see to it that public funds are spent properly. I asked you that.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, may I ask you, personally, are you safeguarding the expenditure of public funds insofar as your job is concerned?
I would like to think so, sir. Yes.
You would like to think so. Okay. Wala nga tayong kuwan mangyayari. In other words, we can, or the COA relies only on the documentary evidence of payment. Mainly. Tama po.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun lang ang basehan ninyo.
Yes, Mr.
And
Chair.
yung documentary evidence of payment, whether it is a lie, a truth, reasonable or unreasonable, you do not care. That is what you're trying to tell us.
It is, since it's just compliance, sir.
Kaya nga. In other words, para bang ang sinasabi nyo sa akin, I do not know how my other colleagues would take that, pero parang ministerial na lang yung trabaho nyo pala.
If we read through the
Yes.
joint circular.
That is
sir,
what you're trying to tell me. Okay? Ministerial lang pala yung trabaho ninyo. Masarap na trabaho yan, ah. Di po ba? Yung pagtignan natin ang liquidation report, ang nakalagay lang dito ay ginastos ng Office of the Vice President the amount of 125 million from December 21 to 31, 2022, or 11 days. And this was certified by the Vice President, by the Special Disbursing Officer, Madam Gina Acosta, and the Chief Accountant, Madam Julieta Villa del Rey. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, kung babase naman po tayo dun sa accomplishment report, Ang makikita lang natin dito ay gumastos ang Office of the Vice President ng 125 million from December 21 to 31, 2022 for surveillance and monitoring activities in 132 areas. Dito rin, wala tayong magawa. Kagaya ng sagot po nyo sa akin, we have no choice but to check the documentary evidence of payments submitted by the office para malaman kung saan or paano ginastos ng OVP yung 125 million. Yun po yung pinararating nyo po sa amin.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, yung titignan po natin talaga is yung pinakita natin acknowledgement receipt, ganyan lang talaga ang format.
That is what
Nakalagay lang ang amount, pangalan at signature ng tumanggap, at date kung kailan niya ito natanggap. That is it.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yun yung sinubmit po nila sa amin.
And COA does not try to determine kung sino man yung taong yun, existing ba siya o hindi. You do not.
No, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you. Para lang for my information. So, you do not have any means or you do not exert any means para ma-determine kung totoo yung mga nakalagay sa acknowledgement receipt. You just take it hook, line, and sinker na totoo po yun.
Mr. Chair, probably we could, but given the limited manpower po of the ICFAO,
Ni walang ID yung tao na sinasubmit.
no, Mr. Chair.
No, wala. Talagang sikretong-sikreto.
What was submitted to us, that is what we audit, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Pwede ko rin ba i-conclude na walang paraan ang COA para malaman kung gagawa-gawa lang acknowledgement receipts na ito?
If we base it on the joint circular, it is no.
Pakisagot niyo po yung aking katanungan. Hindi ko po tinatanong yung tungkol sa joint circular or whatever. Ang katanungan ko po wala pong paraan na magagawa ang COA para malaman kung gawa-gawa lang ang mga acknowledgement receipts na sinubmit. Would my statement be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I beg your pardon? Tama?
Tama po.
Okay. Sa madaling salita, kahit na sabihin natin hindi naman talaga natanggap ng isang tao yung amount of 500,000 for the payment of the safe houses, kagaya na nakalagay kanina, hindi talaga sinusuri ng COA ito. Talagang hindi kasama sa inyong job description na suriin ito. In spite of the fact na sinabi nyo kanina na nire-review nyo naman yung mga dokumentong ito. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Actually, hindi ito ang aking pinagkakabahala Kung tutuusin natin, at least, kung nakalagay dyan, Juan de la Cruz ang full name, pero may nakikita akong acknowledgement receipt sa mga sinabmit po ninyo na initials lang ang nakalagay. Instead na, for example, Juan de la Cruz, J. Cruz lang ang nakalagay na tumanggap ng amount of 500,000 for the payment of safe houses mula sa Office of the Vice President. Kung ganitong proof lang ang papasa na sa COA, wala na talaga kayong paraan para matanong yung taong tumanggap ng pera. Di po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It is really yung pag sa Intel and Confif Fund po. There's no verification. Also, even if we have means, right now, yung manpower po ng ICFAO cannot handle if alone itong si OVP, we cannot verify all those people, and we audit all confidential and intelligence funds for the whole country. So, hindi po kaya for now, Mr. Chair.
You did not find it, shall we say, unusual for an amount or the amount of 125 million ay magamit po sa 11 days?
Well, personally, malaki nga po siya, but
Hindi. Personally, sinabi mo.
yes po.
Personally, you find it unusual?
It could be na medyo malaki nga po yung amount.
And hindi mo, wala kang ginawa?
Since
You
they've
found it unusual and yet wala kang ginawa?
since they've submitted all the requirements under the joint circular,
Tama na.
okay na po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marami pong salamat, Madam Kawa.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Akop. Ako po yung susunod na
Mr. Chair.
magtatanong. Susundutin ko lang po yung line of questioning ni Congressman Akop. Attorney Camora, pasensya na po kayo. Kayo po uli ang matatanong ko po. Batay po dun sa Joint Circular number 2015-01, ang isa po sa mga requirement po para sa liquidation po ng Confi Fund ay yung tinatawag po nating accomplishment report. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Pwede po bang pakita po dito yung accomplishment report sa ating TV? Yan, ito po. Yan po yung yan, ito po yung accomplishment report. So ang laman po ng accomplishment report, makikita po natin dito, nakalagay po dyan yung period covered. Yan po. Ito po, ibig sabihin po nito, ito yung araw o buwan na covered kung saan ginastos itong mga itong surveillance and monitoring. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So dito naman sa actual outcome o accomplishment, nakalagay po dito yung mga dahilan kung ano po, saan po ginamit yung pera. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. At doon naman sa amount utilized, ibig sabihin, ito po kung breakdown nung amount, kung paano po ginamit o kung saan ginamit. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
At syempre, nandito po sa baba niyan, yung Special Disbursing Officer at saka po yung nag-approve. Tama po ba? So yan bali yan ang laman ng accomplishment report. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So base po dito, dito po makikita po natin yung sa letter C, rental of other incidental expenses relative to the maintenance of safe houses. Dito po sa rental ng safe houses ng OBP, hindi po ito nagre-refer sa long-term lease. Tama ba?
Hindi po, sir.
We have no way of knowing. Tama po
Yes
ba?
po.
Okay. Basta't itong list na to, naka-pertain lang doon sa period covered, which is yung December 21 to December 31. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin, ito nakalagay po dyan na 16 million, ito lang po yung covered niya. Yung December 21 up to December 31.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yun yung time po na...
Yun yung time
payment.
na ginastos
Yung
itong
payment.
16
Opo,
million.
yes, Mr.
Okay po?
Chair. Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So, batay po dito sa joint circular na ginawa po sa OBP sa accomplishment report na to, ang DEPS po, yun ang source ng file. Tama po ba? Ang DEP, ang ibig sabihin po ng DEP, document evidencing payment. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so ang document evidencing payment, is the acknowledgement receipt.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So wala na pong iba. So wala po dyan yung contract of lease.
Wala po, Mr.
Wala
Chair.
po. So talagang pinaka-ebidensya lang niya na tinatawag natin is yung acknowledgement receipt na yung tao o kumpanya nakatanggap ng ganitong amount base po sa bayad. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Tama
Okay,
po.
tama. So sa madaling salita, dito po sa 125 million na rent na confidential fund, lahat po yan, ang pinaka-ebidensya lang niya is acknowledgement receipt. Regardless, kay food, kay rentals, kay reward, lahat po yan pare-parehas lang yung ebidensya.
Yes, Mr.
Which is
Chair.
acknowledgement receipt. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, walang OR, wala lahat.
Wala po, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
tama. Now, punta po tayo dito sa rental ng houses. Ano pong specific mandate o programa ng OBP kung saan kinakailangan po ng OBP ang mga safe houses?
Mr. Chair,
May alam po ba kayo?
ang nakalagay lang po dito sa accomplishment nila is yung program nila which is safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building.
Okay. So, without giving names, meron po ba kayong idea o alam kung sino po ang mga nilagay nila dito sa safe houses na to? Sino yung mga pinatira nila?
No, Mr. Chair, since it's a safe house,
So, hindi talaga
hindi po
dinidivulge?
pwede. Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Pupunta po tayo dito sa isang acknowledgement receipt worth 1 million pesos. Napansin ko po dito, wala po dito sa acknowledgement receipt na kahit na anong detalye ng safe house. Hindi po nakalagay kung saan, wala pong lease contract, wala pong kahit na anong detalye except yung name lang po ng owner. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. At kung mapapansin din po ninyo, whether 1,500,000, 750,000, ang template po nila ay pare-parehas.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Based po dito, sinasabi po ninyo sa liquidation ng OBP Confidential Fund, yung 2022, 34 ang acknowledgement receipt. At tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Tama
At kanina, sinabi po ninyo, sa 34 na to, 34 po yung safe houses. So, ibig sabihin, isang resibo represents one safe house. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. May idea po ba kayo dito sa safe house na to kung ito po ba ay bahay, kondo, o kung ilang palapag?
Wala po, Mr. Chair. Wala pong information.
Wala po kayong
Kung
idea.
ano lang
So,
yung-
ibig sabihin, wala kayong alam na detalye.
No details, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, lumalabas din po dito, in 11 days, ang nagastos po nila sa safe houses is 16 million.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ayan po. Okay. Ano po yung pinakamurang safe house na kanilang nirentahan in 11 days? Yung pinakamura po. Magkano po yun?
Mr. Chair, it's 250,000 po.
Ang pinakamurang safe house na kanilang nirenta in 11 days is 250,000.
250,000, Mr. Chair.
Okay. At ano naman po, magkakano naman po yung pinakamalaki?
Mr. Chair, meron pong 1 million po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So base po dun sa inyong official receipt o base po dito sa official receipt na kanila pong in-issue, at dito po sa pinakikita po sa atin, may dalawa po ditong nakalagay na 1 million. So, ibig sabihin po ba may dalawang safe houses sila na nirentahan in 11 days worth 1 million? Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Tama, okay. At dito po, nakalagay din po dito sa isang OR na worth 1 million, binayaran po nila to dated December 26 at yung isa naman dated ano ba itong isa? December 28.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Dalawa po kasi yung interpretation ko niyan. Ano po ba ang tama? Ito pong 1 million na to ay for 11 days, which is December 21 to December 31. O dahil po dung sa date of payment December 26, doon po nagsisimula yung rentals. So 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, which is 6 days. At doon naman po sa isa, December 28, which is 4 days. So yung bang 1 million na binayad nila na December 28, yung 1 million na yun in 4 days o in 11 days?
Mr. Chair, it just means na nung date na yun po, nabayaran yung recipient po. Pwede
But it does not follow na yun yung period cover.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Pwede pong
Hindi ka ba
11
nagtaka
po
na
yun.
minsan na wala na hindi ka naman, hindi po ba kayo nagtataka? Di ba normally po sa mga rentals, magbabayad ka muna bago ka mag-occupy?
Yes po, sa normal rental po.
So ito po hindi normal.
It's a safe house, Mr. Chair.
Hindi. Tama po, I understand na safe house. Pero di ba na normally po pagka ganyan po, may mag-uupa. Pag-uupahan po ninyo ang isang lugar, hindi ka naman makakapag-occupy nang hindi ka muna nagbabayad. Minsan, meron nga pong down payment, meron pang advance payment.
Karamihan,
Hindi, di ba yun naman, meron ka bang instance na nauna muna yung pagpasok bago yung bayad? Meron po bang instance na ganun? Nangyayari po ba yun?
wala po kong information.
Wala pong
kung may
information.
ganun
Kasi
po.
ang normally po, magbabayad ka muna bago ka papayagan ng may-ari na pumasok. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So ito po, pwede rin naman na yung payment ng 1 million is just for 4 days.
Possible din naman siya,
Possible
Mr.
din.
Chair.
Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ayun. Hindi po ba kayo nagtaka na sobrang mahal nun, yung 1 million in just 4 days? Anong klase pong safe house to? May swimming pool po ba tong safe house? May wifi? Sa BGC? May pakikita po ako sa inyong isang resort sa Shangri-La. Shangri-La, Boracay. Ang per night po nito is 22,500. This is a high-end luxury resort. It is just 25,000 per day. As compared po natin dito sa 1 million, bali magkano po lumalabas yung 1 million per day in 11 days? Magkano po ba yon sa 11 days, yung 1 million?
Mr. Chair, 90,000.
90,000 a day.
909. Yes, Mr. Chair.
As compared po dun sa luxury resort with complete amenities. Much worse kung 4 days. Yung 1 million.
200.
Magkakano po lumalabas yun in 4 days?
250, Mr.
250,000 per day. Hindi po ba kayo nagtaka kung bakit ganun kamahal?
Wala
Hindi po
naman
kayo nagtaka?
kaming information kung gaano kalaki building po ba
Wala
siya,
po kayong
or-
information kung gaano po kalaki yung building. Okay. May papakita pa rin po ako sa inyo. Yung mga condo unit po sa BGC. Yan po. 90,000 per day. 90,000 per month sa BGC Taguig po. Hindi po yan 90,000 per day. That is 90,000 per month ang rental po dyan sa BGC. Ganyan po ba ang itsura nung rest house na narenta?
Wala
Yun-
pong information. Wala po kaming information on the anong
wala.
klase pong safe house.
Alam po ninyo, medyo dapat nung tinitignan po ninyo, nagtaka na kayo sa laki po ng rentals in 11 days eh. 16 million, very glaring na po yun eh. Nung December 28, 2022, ang binayaran po nila sa rentals is worth 2.850 million. Tama po ba? Yung petsang December 28, 2.6 million. At nung December 27, 3.7. At nung December 29. So in just 3 days, nagbayad po sila ng 8.750 million for the rentals. Hindi po ba parang bumili na po sila ng bahay niyan?
Pwede.
Tama
Mr.
po
Chair,
ba?
hindi po allowed ang purchase ng
Ayun,
safe house.
hindi allowed yung purchase.
Since kailangan pong
Yes. Hindi rin
secret.
allowed yung construction. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. But that amount is equivalent to one house. 8 something million. 8.7 million. Tama po ba? Lalong-lalo na kung sa probinsya. And we have 30... Ilan to? We have 32 ba to? 32 safe houses. 34 acknowledgement receipt. Total amount of 16 million in 11 days.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi po ba kayo nagtaka doon? Sa amount?
Since safe house naman po siya, Mr. Chair.
Kasi
we do
allowed.
Hindi naman po rin namin alam kung ilan ang sine-safe house, ilang...
Kasi kanina
tao.
sinabi po ninyo, one receipt is equivalent to one safe
One
house.
safe house.
Tama po ba?
Tama po. Pero kung ilan yung taong ilalagay doon, or kung sino mga yon, wala po kami.
Ayan, pupunta po tayo
information.
dyan sa taong binabanggit po ninyo. Balik po tayo dun sa accomplishment report. Doon po sa provision of medical and food aid. Pwede po bang yan, provision of medical and food aid amounting to 42 million.
40 million, Mr.
Ay,
Chair.
40 million. At sa akin dito, 42. Okay. Amounting to 40 million. So that, dito po sa, ayan po, ayan. Dito po, sa February 6 to March 29, 2023, provision of medical and food aid in the amount of 42 million. Ito pong 42 million, ilang araw po ang covered nito? 53 days. Tama po ba?
February 6 to March 29.
From February 6 to March 29. Ilang days po to? 53?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, 53. So lumalabas po, that is equivalent to 840,000 per day, more or less. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sa isang araw po, gumagastos sila ng 840,000 para po sa pagkain at sa medicine. Ang tanong ko po, ilang informant po ba yung kanilang binibigyan ng gamot at pagkain para makakonsume ka ng 840,000 sa isang araw? Kasi pagpalagay na po natin na 2,000 po ang isang sako, that is equivalent to 420 sacks of rice a day.
Mr. Chair, based sa documentary evidence of payment,
Pakilakas
there
po.
were 119 recipients po.
119
na acknowledgement receipts po.
na acknowledgement receipt. So, ibig sabihin nito, 119 na informant?
Ang tumanggap po.
Ha? Lahat po yun may kumakain, syempre.
119 po na acknowledgement receipts siya, pero wala pong details indicated kung ilang
Informants ang kanilang...
tao ang nabigyan po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kasi nakakagulat lang. Kasi sa 840,000 po, parang grabe namang, sa dami naman pong pinakain nito in a day. At ang dami rin pong nagkasakit. Nagkaroon po ba ng peste dito sa lugar na to para ganun po gumastos ng medicine? So again, dito po sa food and medicine, same DEPS. Ibig sabihin, same din po yung evidence na kanilang inilabas, which is yung acknowledgement receipt. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr.
To
Chair.
justify ito pong purchase of medicine and food. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr.
And
Chair.
same format.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Same format. Same format for the rentals and same format for the medicine and food.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so pare-parehas po. Now, I will show you the Now, Attorney Camora, since kayo po ang official na COA ng Intelligence and Confidential Fund of Audit Office, kabisado nyo po more or less yung mga expenses items na kasama sa accomplishment report ng OVP. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, to refresh your memory, I am showing the relevant portion of the accomplishment report indicating the expense items covered by the 125 million confidential fund. Pwede po ba paki-flash yung actual outcome ng accomplishment? Okay. Bilang parte po ng COA, ICFAU, Familiar po ba kayo sa DILG Memorandum Circular number 99-65? Revised guidelines relative to the utilization of funds for intelligence or confidential purposes.
Mr. Chair, isa po siya sa yung dating guideline.
Yan po yung dating guidelines.
Opo, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So kung mapapansin po natin, maliban na lang sa mga purchase of ammunition, pareho po at nagmamasyang item sa DILG Memorandum Circular at sa accomplishment report na ginawa ng OVP. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Bali yung template at copy-paste ang expense items. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, alam niyo po ba na yung tinatawag na DEPS, ito po yung documentary evidence of payment or document evidencing payment. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So, ito pong DEP na ito ay makikita sa Joint Circular number 2015-01. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ang DPE ay nagsisilbing requirement o supporting documents para sa utilization ng confidential fund. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Now, I am showing to you Section 4.12 of the Joint Circular. So nakalagay po dito, disbursement from confidential fund shall be supported with documentary evidence of payment, among others, which shall be submitted to the ICFAU in a sealed envelope signed by SDO. So ito pong DEP ay hindi kasama sa requirement na nakasaad sa DILG Memorandum Circular. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Paki-confirm nga po, under sa DILG Memorandum Circular, documentary evidence of payment or DEPS are not required for liquidation of confidential fund?
Under the DILG
Yes, Memorandum
MC po.
Circular.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So dun sa DILG, yung documentary evidence ng payment eh hindi nire-require sa liquidation.
Nung time na to po na ito ang
Yun ang sinusunod.
sinusunod. And
Okay.
this is for LGUs po, since DILG.
LGUs, tama po ba?
Since
Okay.
DILG po ang
Now,
nag-issue.
please also confirm that DEPS only became a requirement under the Joint Circular number 2015-01.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. In fact, ito pong DEP ay kasama sa mga items na nakapaloob sa certifications na ini-issue ni Special Disbursement Officer Gina Acosta para sa liquidation reports per quarter. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Pakikita ko po sa inyo yung certification dated January 10, 2022. Yan po. Ayan, o. Ayan. Tama po ba yan?
Mr. Chair, hindi po ito yung template ng...
Yan po yung dating January 10, 2020. Ibig sabihin, hindi pa po siya yung OBP. Tama po ba?
Opo. Yes, Mr. Chair.
So parang mayor pa po siya nito. Tama po ba? Ito sa LGU. Tama po ba?
Sa
Vice President na pala siya. Tama?
yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Now, Office of the Vice President, First Quarter Confidential Fund Accomplishment Report dated March 30, 2023. Pakikita rin po namin sa inyo. Yung March 30, 2023. Yan. Template po itong certification na to, di ba?
Yes,
Ito
Mr.
po yung
Chair.
template.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
na kinuha mismo sa joint circular.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, dumako po tayo dun sa audit observation memo for the 2023 first, second, and third quarter confidential fund. Common deficiency po na tinatawag sa AOM na to ay lack of DEPS as proof that the confidential fund was disbursed.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Tama po? Tama.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Ang rason po kaya kung bakit walang DEPS na inattach ang OBP ay ang ginagamit nilang batayan o standard sa pag-liquidate ng Confi Fund ay yung lumang DILG Memorandum Circular. Ano po sa tingin ninyo? Pwede.
Pwede, Mr. Chair, since dati hindi pa po required ang DEPs.
So marahil, ito na yung nakasanayan na guidelines ng staff ng OBP sa pag-liquidate po ng Confi Fund na galing po sa Davao. Tama po ba?
Pwede,
Pwede.
sir.
Pwede po, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, ibig sabihin, kaya po nagkaroon po ng ganyan dahil parang yung nakakagawian po nila dati, yung pa rin ang ina-apply nila sa ngayon. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yun lang po. So, the next to interpolate, Congressman Ernix.
Wala. Mr. Chair, pwede ba akong magtanong in relation to your
Yes,
question? And,
Congressman, since wala po si Congressman Ernix, we will recognize the Senior Vice Chairman, Congressman Benny Abante.
Attorney Camora, alam ko naman na hindi kayo ang gumastos niyan eh. Kayo lang ang nag-audit niyan. Kayo medyo nasisisi, di ba? Pero ang tanong ko nagkaroon pa kayo ng parang ocular inspection doon sa mga ni-rent ng mga safe houses? Wala.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Wala kayong ocular inspection report? Wala.
Wala, Mr. Chair.
Bakit? Wala ba yun sa rules
Wala
na
po siya
dapat
sa...
yung gawin yun?
Wala po siya sa joint circular, Mr.
Wala
Chair.
yun?
Wala
Oo.
po.
O baka naman ginagawa nyo lang yan in respect to the position of the Vice President.
Mr. Chair, hindi po. Kung ano po yung nasa joint circular, yun lang po sinusunod namin.
Kung ano yung nasa joint circular at kung ano yung sinubmit sa inyong proud doon, accomplishment report or pakita nga uli yung yung mga rentals diyan. Yun lamang ang pinagbabasehan nyo na panggastos. At yan, acknowledgement receipt, nakalagay 500,000. Kung sinapit nyo sa inyo yan, wala na kayong ginagawang iba, kundi paniwalaan na lamang itong acknowledgement receipt na ito. Ganun po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Lahat naman po ng NGAs, ganun ang treatment po sa safe house. Considering yung nature nga po ng safe house, hindi rin po nila di-disclose sa amin, Mr. Chair.
Ang pinagtatakahan lang namin dito sa committee, Tony Camora, is how 500,000, for example, can be used for 11 days. At anong klaseng safe house ang nirent, no? For 11 days na nagkakahalaga ng at least 45,000 pesos a day. Di ba? Parang yun, Attorney Camora, sa yung palagay, di ba? Parang malaki. Parang napakalaki. Kung iisipin natin talaga.
Malaki po siya, Mr. Chair, considering malaki po yung confidential fund nitong agency po na ito.
Oh, yung yung confidential fund ang tinitingnan nyo, pero hindi nyo tiningnan kung paano ginamit ang confidential fund na ito. Tinatanggap nyo lang kung ano nakalagay sa acknowledgement receipt. Ganun po ba yun?
Basically, opo.
So there's no way for you to be able to really verify. Kapag kasi meron kayong verification eh.
Sa regular audit po.
Ha?
Sa regular audit po meron, pero sa Intel and Confidential Fund audit, wala po.
So there is no way for you to verify.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So kinakailangan siguro, Mr. Chair, i-revisit natin tong batas tungkol sa confidential fund. And we ought to review and amend. Kasi nakikita ko naaabuso eh. Talagay nyo, Atty. Cumora. Kasi kung halimbawa nakakawala yan sa audit ninyo, at tinatanggap na lang natin kung paano ginagastos yan, nang hindi mo alam kung paano, we do not even know what happened to it, we do not even know how it is being used, we do not even know how big the property is, we do not even know how many square meters,
Yes.
we do not even know who other people are using it. And just imagine, kung 1 million po yan in a day, 11 days ginamit yan, that's 90,000 pesos a day. Or just imagine, 90,000 pesos a day. Mukhang talo pa yata yung bahay na uupahan natin sa Forbes Park when you speak of 90,000 pesos a day. Atty. Cumora, hindi nyo naisip yung ganung bagay. Basta, sabi nga ni Congressman ako, hook, like, and sinker. Tinanggap nyo yan. Walang question.
Nag-base lang po talaga kami sa requirements ng joint circular. And also, hindi naman po kasi lahat ng agencies may confidential funds.
Yun lang po talaga.
Base lang po talaga sa joint circular. And hindi lang naman po COA, since joint nga po siya, it's an effort po ng COA, TND, DBM, GCG, and DILG po, yung joint circular.
Wala talaga tayo masyadong makukuha pa ganyan, di ba? Dahil sa merong joint circular na yun lamang ang nakalagay. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to divert my interpellation to Major General Nolasco Mempin. Okay, so we will give way muna sa OVP or tapusin muna yung OVP. So later on, we'll go to the Department of Education. Major Pin, mamaya na. Mamaya tayo mag-usap.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Last to interpolate sa issue ng OVP is Congressman Ernix Junicio. And then we will now proceed to the DepEd. First to interpolate is Congressman Johnny Pimentel. The Chair would like to recognize Congressman Ernix Junicio for your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Ma'am Kamora, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask some questions lang sa ating COA representative, si Attorney Carmora. I remember, Attorney, nung ilang beses na rin ako nakapagtanong sa iyo, you have always been cordial, respectful, and to the committee, and I believe that you're always prepared, at napakabait po ng demeanor nyo. Thank you for giving respect and answering the questions to the committee. I hope you can answer some of the observations of these humble representations, ma'am. Ma'am, na-notice ko lang po kasi, habang nag-check po ako ng documents, Meron po tayo do sa rental ng safe house. Naririnig ko po kanina sa tanong ni Congressman Acop at ni Congressman Chairman Joel Chua na, ma'am, tama po ba na mga acknowledgement receipts ang basis po ng COA sa pagsusuri nitong mga to? Yung sa rentals, ma'am?
Dito po sa OVP, Mr. Chair, yes, acknowledgement receipts po.
Oh, kasi nung naririnig ko yung line of questioning ni Congressman Acop earlier, which nakikita ko maganda yung line of questioning, trying to find answers, trying to dig deeper, medyo nahihinto tayo because tama po ba dahil acknowledgement receipts lang ang basihan po natin?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sa inyo po ba, ma'am, wag na po bilang COA representative, wag po muna bilang abogado. On a personal note, kayo po, matagal na rin kayo sa COA, alam ko po lagi tayong may pinagbabasihan ng mga bagay-bagay. Pero as a person, as an individual, with your years of experience, gano'n po ba kayo katagal sa COA?
8 years po, Mr. Chair.
8 years is substantial time, ma'am. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Siguro nakapag-develop na rin tayo ng, how do I say this, innate gut feel natin if there is something wrong or if things are regular in nature. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, ngayon
Ma'am,
lang-
just ano lang to we're speaking candidly. Don't just tell me yung personal lang natin, ma'am. Kasi tayo in every endeavor natin sa career natin, sometimes we develop yung personal nating pag-aaral, 'di ba? Hindi naman lahat nakabase lang sa dokumento. Kayo po ba sa personal nyo, nakadevelop kayo ng somewhat, say natin, na yung innate panunuri nyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Although as an auditor, parang less than 2 years pa lang po ako as an auditor sa COA. Mas leaning
Yes, ma'am.
towards the legal
Opo,
po ako.
para lang mapabilis tayo, ma'am. Kasi ako, itong documents na nakita ko, ilang oras pa lang po na habang pinapakinggan ko lang base kay Congressman Acop and Congressman Joel Chua, ang ating chairman ng committee na to, meron na po akong na-observe na parang sa tingin ko, nakakapagtaka. For example, ma'am, if I may continue, Mr. Chair, tama,
Please continue.
Nung fourth quarter po noong 2022, ilan po ba yung ginamit para sa rental expenses?
For 2022 po, 16,000 po.
16,000, ma'am?
16 million, sorry. 16 million po.
And it was spent for how many days po, ma'am?
For 11 days po.
For 11 days. Some would say that it might be too much, but it's really hard to assess since it's just acknowledgement receipts that we have. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So, going to the line of questioning po, sa first quarter ng 2023 naman po, ma'am, magkano po ang nagastos for rental expenses?
For the first quarter, 16 million din po, Mr. Chair.
Pareho po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sa ano pong duration naman siya ginamit?
It's February 6 to March 29 po ang nasa accomplishment report nila.
Suma total po, ilang araw po yun?
56 days po.
56? Or more or less, no? Nasa
More or
mga
less. 53.
50-something days. As to
53.
compared to 11 days back in the fourth quarter. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun kasi parang, actually ma'am, yun lang po yung na-notice ko, na parang with the same amount, but with a different number of days. So, I understand na parang, yun po ba hindi suspicious sa inyo or regular naman po kaya yun sa tingin nyo?
Well, personally, I find it medyo steep po siya, considering na 11 days lang po. But,
Hindi, yes ma'am, pero nung sumunod na quarter, parang mas humaba na. Napagkasya naman yung same amount na sinasabi nyo po, di ba?
yes, Mr. Chair.
So do we both agree na parang mas mura yata yung pagkakagastos ng sumunod na quarter?
Yes, Mr. Chair, considering mas
Mo-
mahaba.
Mathematics lang eh, no? 11 days versus 53 days. Eh nung kayo po kayang second quarter naman nung 2023, ma'am, magkakano po ang nagamit?
16 million din po, Mr. Chair.
So it's the same amount every quarter. Tama po, ma'am? At least for the fourth quarter of 2022, for the first quarter of 2023, and for the quarter 2 of 2023, it's all the same amount po, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And may you repeat again the amount po?
16 million po, Mr. Chair.
Dito naman po sa second quarter ng 2023, gaano po naman katagal ginamit?
66 days, Mr. Chair.
66, ma'am.
Yes, Mr.
So mas humaba.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ma'am, if you may repeat
67
nga,
days.
medyo nalilito ako, maraming numero. Yung yung quarter 4 ng 2022, for 16 million, ilang pong araw ginamit?
For 2022, 11 days po.
11 days. So, nung quarter 1 naman ng 2023, makikita dito, ilang araw po ulit, ma'am?
53 days. Mr.
53
Chair.
days.
Opo.
So, with the same amount, mas marami ng araw ang paggamit.
Yes, Mr.
Nung
Chair.
sa quarter 2 of 2023, with the same amount of 16 million, ilang araw naman po ginamit? 66 ang sabi niyo po?
67 po, based on computation ng...
67 days.
Opo, Mr.
So
Chair.
having said that, ma'am, sa personal po ninyong opinion, being an attorney and 2 years in the audit department of the Commission on Audit, hindi po, regular po ba yung ganon na same amount but different number of days?
Well, personally po, medyo steep nga po yung lalo na po yung sa 2022 since 11 days lang po siya.
Na 16 million for 11
Yes.
days.
Compared po dun sa 2023 na almost parang...
Ma'am, ano po bang basihan nyo dito sa lahat ito? Bukod po sa acknowledgement receipt, meron po ba kayong breakdown na itong mga paggamit ng pondo na to?
Yung nasa accomplishment report po, Mr. Chair. Yung accomplishment report, yung report nila.
But did it say
kano-
po, ma'am, kung saan ginamit? Anong klaseng facility ba ito?
no information,
Wala pong
Mr.
information.
Chair. Opo.
So, very bare po.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Based on the observation of this humble representation, Mr. Chair, parang I agree with you and Congressman Acop that there has to be a new law that we have to make, to be able to check so that we can protect better the funds of the people. Your Honor, ito po, if I may, meron pa po akong konting oras. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ang quarter 3 naman po, ma'am, ng 2023, magkakano po ang nagamit para sa rental?
Mr.
If
Chair.
I may repeat, Mr. Chair, it's quarter 3 of 2023.
It was 5 million po.
Ma'am, pakilakas po. Ano po yun?
5 million po, Mr. Chair.
5 million.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Parang malayo po doon sa mga nakaraang quarter.
Mr. Chair, yes.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Mama, 16 million fourth quarter of 2022, 16 million quarter 1 of 2023, another 16 million of quarter 2 of 2023, tapos ng quarter 3 of the same year, biglang nag-drop po ng 5 million. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Para sa ilang araw naman po nagamit yung 5 million na yon? Yung durations po,
79
ma'am.
days po.
Sorry po?
79 days.
79?
Yes po.
So, mahigit 2 buwan.
Yes po.
Hindi po ba na parang nakakapagtaka na 5 million na pagkasya sa 79 days, tapos medyo extreme kumpara sa quarter 4 ng 2022 na 16 million for 11 days?
Pwede pong ganun, sir, na extremely malaki yung gastos nung 2022.
Parang malaki yung discrepancy.
Yes,
So,
Mr. Chair.
I think any person could simply or easily deduce a question na kung napagkasya yung 5 million for 79 days ng quarter 3 in the year 2023, bakit kailangan gumastos ng 16 million for 11 days sa quarter 4 ng 2022? Yun yung tinatanong ko kanina, ma'am, na bilang parte ng Commission on Audit at isang attorney, abogado, na 8 years na rin po kayo sa commission, yung para bang hindi tayo dapat maging ministerial lang. I do understand that we base everything based on documents. Being a lawyer, I'm sure that that's how you process everything. Pero gaya ng sinabi ni Congressman Acop na bilang tagapagbantay ng pondo ng taong bayan, siyempre naroon din naman yung pagkakataon na may gut feel tayo. Na siguro apart from each document na nakikita natin, if we see something out of the ordinary, like what we are mentioning now, maybe we can, I don't know if you can do something about it. Or siguro it is imperative nga, that's the reason why importante itong committee ng Blue Ribbon is to, in aid of legislation, so we can craft laws, Your Honor, so that things like this that won't happen again, that at least a COA will be able to dig deeper apart from just acknowledgement receipts. No, kasi medyo your hands are tied, just you're basing it on documents. Tama po, ma'am, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero pasensya na po, if I may ask, on a personal level, medyo meron ba kayong nafe-feel na irregularity?
Siguro, sir, medyo steep, lalo na po yung 11
You do agree
days
na medyo meron
sa
parang ano?
2022 po.
Oh, Your Honor, just if I may have one last minute, na nagtataka lang po kasi ako based on documents. Meron kasi ditong quarter 4, 2022, quarter 1 to quarter 3 ng 2023. Parang wala po ako nakikitang quarter 4, fourth quarter ng 2024. Ilan po ba ang nagamit naman dun sa period na yun, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, wala po silang liquidation for the fourth quarter ng 2023.
Fourth quarter ng 2023, wala na
Wala
po.
po, Mr. Chair.
Bakit po kaya?
Based sa sa ATL po, wala po yata silang cash advance nung fourth quarter.
So in short, ma'am, would it be accurate to say na wala pong ginamit na rental nung fourth quarter of the year 2023?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And lahat po nung remaining na confidential fund nila, hindi na nila nagamit.
Hindi na nagamit.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So another question can be raised na ano po kaya yung programa na pinaggamitan kung bakit bigla na lang ng fourth quarter hindi na kailangan ng funding doon. Yun yung parang pwedeng maisip ng simpleng tao na bakit biglang nawala na lang yung funding na hindi na lang biglang kinailangan. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Tama naman po, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Again, Mr. Chair, thank you po, ma'am, for always being cordial and putting a smile in this committee. Mr. Chair, yun lamang po, if I may reiterate, pasensya na po that I took a little bit of time of this committee. Yun lang po talagang na-notice ko na medyo malaki yung discrepancy na nung fourth quarter of 2022, 16 million for 11 days. Tapos nung third quarter, naging 5 million for 79 days. We cannot dig deeper. That's why in aid of legislation, we really have to craft laws for us to be able to dig deeper na hindi na po maulit. At least may kasagutan na po sa susunod ang COA sa atin. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chair, and marami pong salamat sa inyo.
Thank you, Congressman Ernix Dionisio.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Acop.
before we leave the budget of the OVP, can I ask a few clarificatory questions?
Yes, with the indulgence of Congressman Johnny Pimentel, Congressman Acop is recognized by the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Camora, binasa ko po lahat yung 34 na acknowledgement receipts. There's no duration. Hindi po sinasabi na ito dito sa acknowledgement receipts na ito na yung, for example, December 21, 2022, 500,000, walang duration. So, how do you interpret this? Is this for 1 day or for 11 days?
It could be interpreted po na for
Tinatanong ko po siya, how did you interpret this?
since meron naman pong sinubmit, hindi na po namin, as long as it is within the period po of the cash advance.
Paano po yung 500,000, ang date is 31 December 2022. At saka may undated acknowledgement receipt, 250,000. Paano nyo in-interpret itong mga ganito, Madam Kowa?
Usually po, Mr. Chair, tinitignan lang namin as long as it is within the period nung cash advance.
Yes, but
Opo.
how do you interpret, for example, last December 21, 2022, 3 acknowledgement receipts were given, right? In the amount, totaling the amount of 1.1 million. I can interpret it that it's payment for the safe house for 1 day, not for 11 days. Why? Kasi paano yung date na check acknowledgement receipt na December 31, 2022? Is it for 11 days also or for 1 day?
It is possible that it's for 1 day only.
1 day.
It is possible,
Tapos
Mr.
ang
Chair.
safe house is worth 500,000 pesos per day.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano kayang klaseng safe house yun? Kaya yun po yung sinasabi namin dito na hindi po kapanipaniwala yung mga documentary evidence of payment submitted. Di po ba? Talaga bang sa acknowledgement receipt, for example, for the payment of rentals, hindi nakalagay doon yung duration? Wala po?
Wala po, Mr. Chair. Based dun sa itsura niya kanina, Mr. Chair, wala pong duration yung...
Ilan po kayong
this-
taga-COA na nandito? Ilan po kayong mga taga-COA? So, may I ask those members of COA, nakita nyo na po yung pagtatanong ko, pagtatanong ni Chairman, pagtatanong ni Congressman Junicio, don't you find anything wrong with that joint circular? Pwede ko bang makuha yung kasagutan nyo? Wala po kayong nakikitang mali o hindi tama doon sa joint circular na yon?
Sino po yung pinaka-head ng COA? Yung pinakamataas po na nandirito? May we... Could you please introduce yourself, ma'am?
Your Honor, good afternoon, everyone. May I be recognized? I am Director Sofia Himora of Cluster 1.
Director?
4.
Okay. Ma'am, nakapag-oath na po ba kayo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The last time we were here, the last preceding
During the last
to
hearing.
this. Yes,
Apa.
yes, Your Honor.
Sige. You may continue, ma'am.
Tanong ko po, Madam, I would like to repeat it. Sa pagtatanong namin dito sa hearing na ito, pwede ko po bang malaman kung wala po kayong nakikitang diferensya doon po sa joint circular insofar as the liquidation of confidential funds is concerned?
Your Honor, I would say that the fact that my jurisdiction is on a regular audit, so of course you know that there are so many rules on those auditing rules when it comes to our regular audit, and for that the confidential funds, we are bound by the joint circular.
Hindi naman,
So,
Madam, let me cut you
yes.
there. Kasi ito na po yung last na, ako na po yung last na magtatanong tungkol sa confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President. Ang tanong ko po ay, after hearing, narinig nyo na po lahat ng katanungan at kasagutan ni Atty. Camora sa aming mga katanungan. Don't you find anything wrong with that joint circular insofar as the liquidation of confidential funds is concerned? Walang
Well,
mali? Walang diferensya? Ang tanong ko lang po naman is answerable by yes or no. Bakit hirap na hirap po kayong sumagot sa amin ng yes or no?
Your Honor, with due respect, of course, with all your inputs here, even during the last hearing, so it would appear that when we should have looked into the details, which it is we do it in a regular, on a regular audit. The fact that you have said that how many the reasonableness of the payment for the safe houses provided by the Office of the President with regards to the confidential fund. So if we may relate that to looking into the details on to substantiate these expenses charged to the confidential fund, of course, in my opinion, as an auditor for the regular audit and all of your questioning earlier and even in the last hearing, I would say, of course, that the joint circular should be revisited and all the inputs here should be reflected in the joint circular, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. You have satisfied my question. Marami pong salamat.
Maraming salamat din po
Thank you,
for
Mr.
this
Chair.
opportunity.
Ma'am, I understand that you are not the only one who crafted the joint circular. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. The
So-
fact that it's a joint circular, it's crafted together with the DILG, the Governance Commission for GOCCs, the National Defense, the DBM, and of course the Commission on Audit.
So maybe you could also give inputs to the other departments who are together with your commission to revisit the joint circular. Tama po
Yes,
ba?
Your Honor.
Thank you po. Yes. We will now proceed to the interpellation to the Department of Education. But before we proceed, the Chair would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Rolando Valeriano of the 2nd District of Manila, the Honorable Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez of One Rider Party List. Okay, we will now proceed. The first to interpolate, the Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Johnny Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My interpellation would focus on the implementation of infrastructure projects in DepEd. I would like to direct my questions to Mr. Ipimako Dinsing. Mr. Dinsing, are you still connected with DepEd?
Your Honor, may I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Epimako
I left
Dinsing,
DepEd
you are
effective
recognized.
September 30, Your Honor,
September 30, 2024.
2024.
Bakit po kayo umalis sa DepEd, Mr. Dinsing?
With the intention of running for public office, Your Honor.
Hindi ba kayo tinanggal sa DepEd?
Hindi po.
Because from what I gathered, you were made to submit a courtesy resignation.
Opo, ahead.
Yes,
Opo.
you did.
Opo.
And your courtesy resignation was accepted.
Tama po yan.
It was short of saying, a courteous way of saying that you are out of DepEd. Actually, from the information that I got, nakiusap ka pa na ma-retain dun sa DepEd.
No,
but
hindi
the
po.
administration did not allow it. But anyway,
Yusek
The-
Densing, may I remind you to please address the chair?
I apologize, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
anyway, that is another matter. Kailan po kayo na appoint sa DepEd, Mr. Dinsing?
Effective, yung document is July 18, 2022, and I acted as Chief of Staff until December 31, 2022.
July 18, 2022 to September 30, 2024.
Apa.
So yung first appointment mo, pagpasok mo sa DepEd, anong binigay na position sa iyo?
Until December 31, Chief of Staff muna po ako. Dahil ina-arrange
Staff.
pa yung mga, ina-arrange pa yung mga bagong appointees at the time. I was the first appointee at the time, Your Honor.
No, when you entered July 18, were you appointed as Chief of Staff, Undersecretary?
At Undersecretary, Chief of Staff, yes.
Undersecretary.
Chief of Staff, yes.
Undersecretary for what?
Chief of Staff.
So concurrent yun, Undersecretary and Chief of Staff.
Tama po. That was the first position
You
at the
served
time.
then as Chief of Staff of Vice President Sara.
Tama po yan, as of December 31.
So sabay kayong pumasok.
Ahead lang ba siya? By, July 1 po siya. Ako July 18 officially.
Aside from the DepEd portfolio, ano pang government service na napasukan mo na?
Prior to DepEd, I was DILG Undersecretary.
From what year?
From 2018 to 2022, and I entered DILG as Assistant Secretary for Plans and Programs from 2016 to 2018.
Prior to the ILG appointment.
I was from the private sector, Your Honor.
So in short, as a government public servant, you only served as DILG Assistant Secretary and DepEd Undersecretary.
Tama po yan. 8 years in total, Your Honor.
Aside from being a Chief of Staff, ano pa bang ang designation sa inyo?
Nung first 6 months po in office, yun lang po. Then when the matatag agenda was formulated, the four reform areas included infrastructure. So by January 31, during the basic education report, I was announced to take care of the infrastructure strand, newly created, Your Honor.
So what does that cover? You were in charge of the school infrastructure and facilities.
Tama po yun.
Is this a division or the department? Or a program? Ano bang ibig sabihin nitong
It's
school?
a strand, Your Honor, like the curriculum and teaching strand, like the administration strand. So it's a policy level position, Your Honor.
So what covers, anong mandato mo dito sa school infrastructure and facilities?
It's to create policy on how infrastructure should be made, creating the long-term strategic direction. Nagkaroon kami ng comprehensive school infrastructure development plan for 2030. Then, coordination with DPWH because the implementer of the new construction of DepEd is DPWH, not DepEd.
Were you involved in the procurement of the school buildings?
No, Your Honor.
But you were in charge of the allocation of the budget of the school buildings.
The identification, Your Honor. We have a committee to do that.
And ikaw ang in charge doon sa identification.
Ako po ang in charge, pero sabihin, I had a committee created for the identification.
Okay, ano ba ang mga programs doon sa school infrastructure and facilities?
So it includes, Your Honor, new construction implemented by the DPWH. Then we have the school furnitures implemented by the regional offices. And we have the last mile school, electrification, water systems, and implemented by the division offices.
So if you started in 2022, in short, you handled the budget for 2023 and also for 2024, hindi po ba? For the school buildings.
For the 2023 po, hindi po. The school buildings was under the administration strand. So I only took over 2023.
What was the budget? What was the budget of the 2023 school building program?
The original budget was 5.9 billion. Yun po ang nasa NEP. And it
That
was
was for 2023.
23 po. I-explain ko yung original po. 5.9 billion sa NEP. It was only limited to 5th and 6th class municipality. Then pagdating po paglabas po ng JA, nadagdagan po ng 9.7 billion. So a total of 15.6 billion, 2023 JA.
For 2024,
2024, sa NEP po is 19.7. When the JA came out, it became 24.7 billion for 2024.
so i-cover din ng SIF yung Basic Education Facilities Fund programs, hindi po ba?
Opo, tama po yun.
So under din sa iyo yun,
Ang alin po yung?
yung BEFF, the
Opo.
Basic Education
When you say
Facilities
BFF,
and
that's the
Programs.
total infrastructure program.
But there is a discrepancy. And sabi mo kanina, 19.7 billion ang
NEP.
allocated.
NEP.
But it states here that in the 2023 GAA, the amount of 23,417,897 pesos was appropriated in the GAA for 2023.
Your Honor, that's BFF. So that includes new construction, which is 15.6 billion, my electrification, my water system, my repairs around 4.9 billion, and I think last mile school. So a total of 23 billion, Your Honor.
So you were the one in charge for the identification.
Tama po yun.
Aside from the identification, ano pa ba ang mandato mo as a undersecretary? What exactly is your designation? Undersecretary for what? For operations, for administration?
Starting 2023, Undersecretary for School Infrastructure and Facilities, starting 2023.
So, sakop mo nga lahat ng mga school buildings.
Tama po,
Mr.
tama
Chair.
po.
Okay. So, you were the ones who decided sinong bibigyan ng school buildings kasi sabi mo kanina, ikaw ang nag-identify. So, you were the ones, kasi ang proseso po niyan, nagpapadala yung mga school superintendent division or rather the schools division in each district or in each province, they have proposals for the repair, for the construction, and it goes to your office. And then, ikaw ang nag-identify sinong popondohan. Dahil hindi naman pwedeng pondohan lahat, hindi po ba?
Tama po, tama po.
Correct.
Pero for this purpose, Your Honor, I made sure that it is equitably allocated. That's why in August 4, 2023, we created a National Technical Working Group composed of 4 area managers, members of Education Facilities Division, merong operations strand na outsider sa SIF strand para ho fair ang allocation and based on needs. And there's a criteria. The criteria is 70% should be allocated to those which are in makeshifts, yung talagang walang classroom from the very beginning, and 30% allocated dun sa may shortage, kagaya ng 2 shifts, 3 shifts, yung po shortage po yun. So nakafocus
Mr.
po
Chair,
dun.
merong committee na nagde-decide
Tama po yun.
kung sinong bibigyan ng allocation.
Opo.
Based on the proposed list of the divisions. Hindi
Tama po.
ba?
We assume na validated na rin siya.
So in short, ikaw talaga ang nagde-decide kung sinong binibigyan.
Once na nagawa na listahan ng yung komite, I just accept it at is because I assume that they follow the criteria that we set.
But I think you're the one who is really deciding because if I recall, during the budget hearing, Mr. Chair, for 2023, ang pinadala po ni Mr. Dinsing during the party consultations, pinadala ng DepEd during the party consultations, if you remember, for every budget hearings, before the pre-plenary budget hearings, may pinapadala po ng mga representative, in most cases it's the secretary. I recall in 2023, during the budget deliberations, kayo ang pinadala na regarding sa mga school buildings.
Tama po yun. I remember that was, I think, 3rd week of August 21 or 22. Tapos at that time, tapos na po yung listahan na ginawa ng National Technical Working Group. I think the list was supposed to be around 15.1 billion. Yun po ang pinresent namin sa consultation.
So in short, you really have a big role. You have the big role in identifying and allocating funds for the different divisions with regards to school buildings. Hindi po ba?
Tama po, tama po.
Ngayon, ang tanong ko, in the 2024 budget, or the National Expenditure Program, there was an allocation for Surigao del Sur, in fact, 2 districts. One in the amount of 103 million pesos for, if I'm not mistaken, Tagbina National High School, and another 70 million pesos for Barubon National High School. But unfortunately, in fact, there was already a notice from DepEd to DPWH to conduct the biddings already. However, all of a sudden, the biddings were stopped because accordingly, the funds are not available. Paano po nangyari yun, Mr. Chair? Na nakalagay na nga doon sa National Expenditure Programs, pagdating doon sa 2024, nawala yung budget.
Ang nangyari po noon, Mr. Chair, sabi ko nga, meron na identify na 15.1 billion yung National Technical Working Group, which we adopted as is. Yun po ang present namin sa mga ating congressman.
But Mr. Chair, it was already included in the NEP. Paano mawawala yun?
Ang nangyari po, Mr. Chair, ganito, nung paglabas po ng General Appropriations Bill, yung 19.7 naging 24.7 billion, pero yung 14.7 billion nagkaroon po ng Annex A. In other words, these are the projects identified by the various congressmen. So, yung aming 15.1 nawala. So, since nawala siya, ang una namin ginawa, yung lahat ng may malalaking allocation na 100 million pataas, yun ang una namin kinat para ma-allocate sa mga maliliit. So, yung aming 15.1 at the time naging 5.8 billion na lamang, lumiit po ng husto.
So, Mr. Chair, in short, you took it upon yourself to cut the budget without notifying the congressmen. Sabi mo kanina, may mga identification mga congressmen. You took it upon yourself, being the head of the SIF, to cut the budgets of the different proposed school buildings. Ganun ba?
That was because there's no more budget in the General Appropriations Bill. We had to cut for that everybody will also be allocated.
So how did you decide, Mr. Chair, kung anong kapuputuloy, anong tatanggalin doon, anong bibigyan?
Well, ang decision lang muna is tanggalin yung mga malalaki, which is yung mga 100 million pataas, 80 million taas. Because, Mr. Chair, as I already mentioned, the policy was really to go multi-story kasi wala na pong buildable space. Kaya medyo malalaki po yung ating building ngayon to maximize buildable space. So, yun po ang nauna. Yung mga 100 million pataas, 80 million pataas. So, yung natira mga 50, 40 million, two-story, three-story.
Tinanggal ninyo yung multi-story, tinanggal ninyo dun sa district ko, Mr. Chair. Yun ang tinanggal ninyo.
Well,
And not only that, there was also a 200 million peso project in District 1 na tinanggal din ninyo.
Hindi ako familiar in detail, pero I don't remember there's a 200 million school building in any school for that matter.
You know what, Mr. Chair? I'll give you an explanation bakit ninyo tinanggal. Do you know a certain Mr. Greg Murillo?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Sabi ko kanina, Mr. Chair, the 180 million pesos was already included in the National Expenditure Program. But upon bidding, it was recalled. But prior to the bidding, this Mr. Greg Murillo, who's a close friend of Mr. Dinsing, called me. At itong sinabi niya, kamusta po kayo, Congressman? Sabi ko, mabuti naman. Congressman, meron po lang kayong budget na 170 million pesos para sa district mo. O sabi ko, yun nga, naka-schedule na for bidding. In fact, binibidding na yata. Sir, pwede daw muna, mag-usap daw muna kayo ni Mr. Dinsing. Those exactly the words of him, pwede tayo magharap-harap tayo, baka naman pwede makipagkita ka kay Mr. Dinsing. And sabi ko, para saan? Alam mo na, may pag-uusapan kayo. Right there and then, I already knew anong pag-uusapan. Si Mr. Dinsing hihingi ng komisyon. So, I told Mr. Greg Murillo, whom you admitted is your good friend, sinabi ko doon kay Mr. Murillo, why will I give money to Mr. Dinsing when this has already been allocated in the National Expenditure Program? So I did not entertain that anymore. And Mr. Chair, lo and behold, the funds did not come through. Kinancel yung bidding and then nawala na nga because I did not come across to the request of Mr. Dinsing na humingi siya ng komisyon. And not only that, Mr. Dinsing, hindi lang akong biktima niyan. Marami pong mga congressmen, and for the record, I want to put it in record, maraming mga congressmen na nagsabi din sa akin that you approach them. In fact, there is one congressman in Visayas that you were asking for 18% commission of the school buildings. Kasi ikaw nga ang nagdidesisyon kung sinong bibigyan, sino ang tatanggalan. In fact, it is on record. You just said kanina na ikaw ang nagdesisyon kung sinong tatanggalan, sinong bibigyan. Not only that, sometime last year or probably within this year, you met with some of the congressmen in Manila. I already talked to them. Humarap ka doon, may kasama ka pang contractor. Do you know a certain architect, Ralph Texon?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes. Yung po ang kasama mo nung humarap ka sa congressman sa Manila. And just the same, you were implying, you were asking for a commission, hindi lang yun, sinabi mo pa na yung contractor mong gagawa, itong si Mr. Architect Ralph Texon. And that is the reason why, Mr. Chair, tinanggal si Mr. Dinsing sa DepEd. He did not resign. I knew from the very beginning that he will be taken out because there were already anomalies in the distribution and the allocation of school buildings program. In fact, Mr. Chair, nung pag-alis niya sa DepEd, may isa pang inipit na 34 million pesos sa Bislig Central Elementary School, which is in my district. Now, I will not mention anymore the name. One official of the new administration sa DepEd called me. Ano ang sabi sa akin, Mr. Dinsing? Kung meron ka bang project na 34 million sa Bislig Central Elementary? Sabi ko, meron. Ano, nakabidding na? Hindi, ini-stop nga eh. Sir, ito, ilalabas na ho namin. Inipit ho ni Mr. Dinsing. And that is the reason why, Mr. Chair, this person was taken out of DepEd because of his anomalous practices in DepEd. Yun po ang katotohanan niyan. Nakiusap ka pa na ma-retain ka pero hindi na tinanggap ni Senator Sani Angara, and that's good for DepEd because you have been doing the rounds para ka nagbebenta ng isda. Inaalok mo sa lahat ng congressmen ang allocation ng school buildings asking for a commission.
Mr. Chair, may I now respond?
Yes, please.
Well, first of all,
respond.
it's a blatant lie asking for commission. And that's the very reason I'm process-oriented.
Sasabihin mo, Mr. Chair,
Process-oriented po ako, Mr.
ang mga
Chair.
congressmen, gusto mo mag-executive session tayo, ipapakita ko sa iyo mga congressmen
Sige, wala akong nakausap. Yung sa Manila nyo,
You
I
are
was never with
You are lying,
Architect
Mr. Dinsing.
Texon.
Order,
I
please.
can cite you for
1 minute
Mr. Chair.
suspension is
Mr. Chair.
declared by the chair. Hearing resumes.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Johnny Pimentel.
it would be useless for this representation to ask further questions to the resource person because he's a pathological liar. What I will do, Mr. Chair, is gather more evidences to prove that what I am saying is true, that Mr. Ipimako Densing is a very corrupt person. He is a kalawag in the public service. He has been asking commissions for the release of funds for the school buildings. Papatunayan ko po yan sa next hearing. I'll gather more informations. Ito pa lang sasabihin ko sa iyo, Mr. Dinsing. Dapat wag ka nang bumalik sa gobyerno. The government does not need your kind. You are a very corrupt person making your position to your advantage. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the next interpellator. The Honorable Senior Deputy Speaker, Congressman Dong Gonzales.
Inom muna tayong tubig, medyo... Anyway, magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. Nakita ko lang po itong mga dokumento. Nandito po ba si Yusek Sevilla? Hi, ma'am. Good morning po. Good afternoon po. So, pangilang secretary na po sa DepEd ito? At ilang taon na po kayo sa DepEd?
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, I have been with the Department of Education for more than 8 years, and I have served for 3 secretaries already.
So, who are those 3 secretaries, ma'am?
Your Honor, the first one is Secretary Liling Briones. The second one is BP Sara Duterte, and recent po ngayon si Secretary Sani Angara.
So, are you the USEC for Finance, if I'm not mistaken, ma'am?
Yes, that's true po, Your Honor.
So, bilang Undersecretary for Finance, so sir, you're one of the crafting of the budget of the Department of Education at tumutulong po kayo sa fiscal year na dumarating. So, tama ho yun, USEC?
Yes, Your Honor, that's true.
Well, nakita ko lang po dito, Madam Yusek, kung maari po, kanino po kayo nakikipag-coordinate pag piniprepare niyo yung budget?
Your Honor, for the budget proposal, ang una po nating iintayin is the budget call of the Department of Budget and Management. So mag-i-issue po sila ng priorities, programs ng ating national government. Kasama na po doon yung mga templates, forms, conditions, criteria. And then, yun po ay gagawin natin internally sa DepEd para ma-orient po lahat ng opisina natin na ito yung magiging trust or ito yung direction ng national government. So, within DepEd, nakipag-coordinate po kami sa colleagues or undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, regional directors para po pag nagawa tayo ng budget proposal, ito po ay talagang galing doon sa pangangailangan ng opisina.
And proposing amount per line item, of course, you have the basis, the expenditure of the preceding fiscal year. Yun po ang palakad ng ating departamento. Tama ho ba yun?
Kasama po sa budget call ng Department of Budget and Management yung tinatawag na Tier 1. Tier 1, ibig sabihin, i-continue nyo yung operation ng na lagi pong kailangan ng ahensya. So Tier 1 po yung mga regular programs. Tama po, Your Honor.
Madam Yusek, during the preparation of your budget, like for example, so to speak, this fiscal year 2023, did you propose a line item on confidential funds, ma'am?
For 2023, we submitted in 2022 Ang submission po natin officially is May of 2022. So, wala po doon sa proposal namin yung confidential fund.
So kailan po nyo naipasok yung confidential funds?
Your Honor, technically, submitted na po yung proposal ng 2023 by May. And then, pagdating ng July, August, may bagong administration. So, ang DBM po ay sumulat sa atin to confirm yung proposal na sinabmit nung May. Now, nung pong sinabmit namin yung proposal for 2023 in August, wala naman pong nakalagay na linya na confidential fund sa proposal, pero nung lumabas po yung NEP, National Expenditure Program, meron na pong nakalagay doon na confidential expense at 150 million.
So Yusek, do you confirm that was the first time that DepEd proposed an item of confidential funds, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. First time po sa Department of Education na magkaroon ng confidential.
So kailan po yun naipasok? That was 2023?
National Expenditure Program, NEP 2023 po.
So how the amount determined? Paano yung dinidetermine? At paano nyo nilalagay sa line item? Did you enter in the budget of DepEd? And then what's the cost of this insertion, ma'am? Ano ang formula to put it as a line item of DCF?
Respectfully, Your Honor, I would like to defer to DBM, to the Department of Budget and Management, kasi sila na po yung nagpasok nung line item na confidential fund sa NEP. If I may, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Asan si Chairman? Mr. Chair, I know that this point has been repeated over and over again, but I invite everyone to another angle here. The amount of confidential funds that the DepEd would have appears to have been arbitrarily set, and would appear that it was arbitrarily set by the former Secretary and now Vice President. Ma'am, as a USEC for Finance, what was your involvement with respect to the confidential funds of Department of Education?
When it was already, Your Honor, when it was already included in the GAA of 2023, our role will be to process and release the fund in compliance with the joint circular on the confidential fund.
So in your recollection, ma'am, in the year 2023, how many checks did you sign for the confidential fund?
Per the provision of the joint circular, allowed po kami na mag-issue ng cash advance for 3 months. So per quarter. At 3 po yung cheque na na-issue po namin for the first, second, and third quarters of 2023, Your
So
Honor.
meaning to say 12 months divided by 4, that is equivalent to 3 months.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tatlong tig 37.5 yung in-issue niyo po.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, ilang signatories po sa cheque ang pumipirma? Pag yung cheque for the CF, Madam Yusek.
The same with regular funds po, ang template ng ating cheque ay 2 ang magsasign. Sa Department of Education, meron po tayong signing authority. Kapag po 10 million and below, ako po at saka yung aming accountant or the finance director. Pag 10 million and up po, ako po or any other undersecretary can sign the check po.
Tama po ba na kasama si Yusek Mercado sa pagpirma ng cheque?
Yes, Your Honor. Siya po yung co-signatory doon sa 3 cheque po for the confidential fund.
Thank you po. Isa-isayin lang po natin itong mga cheque. Ito yung cheque na pinirmahan po ni Yusek Mercado para sa first quarter ng 2023. Tama ba ito yung unang 37.5 million ng confidential funds, at ito ay na-issue sa pangalan ni Mr. Edward Paharda. Tama po ba? Nasa screen po yata. Tama po ba, Madam Yusek? Pakitingnan
February
po yung-
20, 2023, opo, sa pangalan po ng Special Disbursing Officer Edward Fajarda.
So that was February 20, 2023.
Opo.
Ang cheque na ito ay may corresponding disbursement voucher, tama?
Meron po, Your Honor.
At ikaw rin ang signatory ng disbursement voucher na ito. Tama ho ba, ma'am?
Sa disbursement voucher po, marami pong nakasign. Yung pong nagre-request, ang una. Susunod po yung accountant para sabihin na kumpleto yung supporting documents sa hinihingi na babayaran or i-disburse. At pangatlo po ako, yung approval po, dahil sa level ko po itong 37.5 million, Your Honor.
So meaning talagang dadaan po yan sa accounting.
Yes po.
Ang check na ito ay corresponding disbursement voucher at ito rin ang mga signatory sa disbursement voucher at ito'y nagkakalaman ng presyo ng 37.5 million. Tama ho ba, Madam Chair?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Yusek, I am a little confused. I do not see where it is disbursement voucher. It states na para sa confidential fund, ang nakalagay po dito ay MOOE, which means maintenance and other operating expenses, na para po ba sa kaalaman ng ating mga kababayan ay category of expenditures relating to operations of government agencies such as expenses for supplies and materials, transportation and travel, utilities. Related po ito sa regular funds at hindi sa confidential funds. Tama ho ba?
Your Honor, yung pong disbursement voucher ay ginagawa ng mga end user or ang ibig sabihin kung sino po yung magre-request ng magpa-issue ng cheque. So yung pong particulars dito would be supplied by the end user. But nakita naman po namin when it went to the accounting, kahit hindi po nakalagay na confidential fund, nakalagay naman po doon yung reference ng kung nasaan yung confidential fund. For example, Your Honor, makikita po dito sa third line, under page 376 of RA 11936, yun po yung JA 2023. Saka yung section 85 ng general provision, pag tinignan po yun, nakalagay po doon, confidential fund.
Can you please define the Fund 101, Fund 102, and Fund 105, ma'am?
Fund 101 are funds for the regular operation of the department po. So, ibig sabihin, ito po yung pondo na pwede nating gamitin para sa regular operation at programa ng agency. Yung Fund 102 po ay pang foreign assisted projects. So, pag meron po mga loans or proceeds na nanggagaling sa mga bilateral or multilateral sources, yun po yung 102. Meron din pong trust receipts at ito po yung 151 or 152. Yun po yung classification ng mga pondo.
So meaning to say, yung ginawa nating voucher is under Fund 101.
Yes, sir. Opo, this is Fund 101.
Yusek, ito kung nakabase sa Fund 101 at this is a confidential fund, paano process ito? May magsasabi ba sa'yo, Yusek Sevilla, please prepare the voucher and lagay mo ang i-payable natin kay Mr. Paharda, Edward Paharda. Paano nyo ba nag-emanate itong voucher? How did it start? May nagbibigay ng instruction from other USEC or sa secretary mismo?
Opo po. For the confidential fund, talaga po ang sinusunod namin yung joint circular. Nakalagay din po sa joint circular yung steps kung paano ilalabas yung pera or i-disburse yung pera. So magsisimula po, Your Honor, on the identification of the SDO or the Special Disbursing Officer. So meron po dapat na pirmado, authorized by the head of the agency na siya yung ina-identify na Special Disbursing Officer. So we were informed of that through a memo. Second is, kailangan po naka-banded or mag-apply ng fidelity bond yung ating Special Disbursing Officer. So meron din pong application, yung SDO, at approved din po ito ng Bureau of Treasury. Yung po yung susunod na hahanapin namin. And then susunod po would be the obligation request. Ibig sabihin magpapa-obligate siya, magpapa-release. And then ito pong disbursement voucher. So lahat po yun would be signed by the head of the agency as indicated po dito sa ating joint circular.
So tama ho. I agree that pag gagawin nyo yan, si Mr. Edward Fajarda nakapangalan sa pay, pero kayo ang magpapa-approve and of course signed by the Secretary, and of course the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Sara Duterte, Vice President Sara Duterte. So, pagkatapos po dito ma-approve, si Mr. Edward Paharda ho ba ang nagkiklaim sa cashier to get the check?
I think, Your Honor, kung babalik po natin doon sa disbursement voucher, if I may request, Your Honor, you can see that at the bottom, sa bottom po niyan, meron pong receipt of payment. Ayun po, sige pa po. Receipt of
Sino ang nakatanggap?
Ayun.
Kasi signature lang po yan, walang
kay
pangalan.
Sir Edward Paharda po yan, kailangan niyang i-sign na natanggap na po niya yung cheque.
So, siya ang nakatanggap ng cheque.
Opo.
And then si Mr. Paharda, pagkatanggap ng cheque, hindi siya mag-issue ng resibo?
Hindi na po, Your Honor, kasi ito na po yung proof na natanggap niya yung cheque as cash advance. Tapos hawak niya ang cheque, siya na po ang magpapa-encash po nito.
Mr. Paharda, siya ang SDO natin. Siya ang Special Disbursing Officer po natin. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, siya po ang authorized SDO po natin.
Okay. And then, Mr. Paharda, pagkakuha ng cheque, dadali niya yung cheque sa Land Bank. Land Bank check po yan, di ba?
Opo, but ang finance po kasi magtatapos na po sa disbursement voucher pag nakuha na po yung cheque, pupunta na po ito sa cash.
Kaya nga, ang tinatanong ko po yung cashier, kung anong checking gagamitin niya. Kung gagamitin DBP, Land Bank, dalawa po yan, di ba? Land Bank po siguro yan. Anong checking po ginamit?
Opo, land bank check po kami, yun po ang bank account ng DepEd.
So meaning to say, Land Bank po yung ginamit, worth 37.5. At yung 37.5 na yun, dadali ni Mr. Paharda sa Land Bank. So paano pa niya ho pinapa-ingkas ito? Binibigay siyempre, cash yan, papa-ingkas po yung cheque sa counter ng Land Bank, ibibigay niya yan, cash, di ba? Madam Chair?
Yes, Your
Madam
Honor.
Yusek, sorry. Yeah.
Opo, yes, Honor. The records will show under the cash division na ito rin po ay na-encash.
So, na-encash.
Opo.
So, andyan ho ba si Mr. Paharda? Si Mr. Paharda? Si Mr. Edward Paharda, nandito ba? Not present. Not present. Hindi ba tayo nagpadala ng invitation po kay Mr. Paharda?
Your Honor, invitation was sent. Committee also issued a subpoena ad testificandum to compel his appearance in the next hearing, Your Honor.
Kasi siya makakasagot sa tanong ko eh. Pag halimbawang pina-encash niya yung cheque, siyempre tatanggapin niya yung 37.5, papapirma ng bangko. Medyo mabigat-bigat po to, 37.5 million, kailangan may kasama siya. At I went in DepEd building already, how many times, wala naman pong elevator yung DepEd office nyo, di ba? Agdan lang po, di ba? Wala namang elevator. So, paano nyo kinakarga yung 37.5 million? Saan niya dinadala? May office ba sa DepEd si Mr. Paharda?
Opo, may opisina po siya, executive assistant po siya under the office of the secretary, but I wouldn't know po the circumstances after po ng issuance ng check ng finance. So, hindi ko po, apologies po, hindi ko ba ko-confirm or masasagot kung paano po to na-encash or nadadala.
So, medyo mabigat-bigat po to kung 3 beses kayo nag-issue ng 37.5 na 3 cheque, 3 beses niya kinargaan yung 37.5 million from Land Bank, from his office in DepEd, dumadaan siya ng hagdan. Tama po ba, Madam Yusek?
Your Honor, hindi
Hindi
ko
nyo ma-confirm kasi
hindi ko
wala
ma-confirm,
si-
Your Honor po. Pasensya na po.
Well, anyway, at least po, itong 3 cheque, 3 voucher, signed by the Secretary, signed by the 2 USECs, yung voucher at pinirmahan po itong cheque, ay katunayan po at natanggap po itong 37.5 times 3, that is equivalent to 112.5 million total ang natanggap na 3 cheque ni Mr. Paharda. So, Madam Sibilia, sa pagkaintindi ko, sa sort of programs being done in confidential funds came in, and the difference, the difference before was that the military that was administering the program, am I correct? Ang military po ang binibigay ni Mr. Paharda sa mga military para sa mga programa ng ating ibang programa ng DepEd?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, I have no knowledge on the utilization of the fund kasi hindi po talaga kasama na ang finance sa pag-utilize. In fact, pati po yung liquidation at saka reporting, hindi po yan pupunta sa DepEd. Wala pong record na makikita sa accounting or budget on the utilization or liquidation. Ang bibigay po sa amin para makuha yung susunod na tranche ng cheque is the proof na nasubmit ang report sa Commission on Audit na ICFAO, yung pong sa opisina nila. Ang ibibigay po sa amin would be the cover letter na na-receive ng ICFAO, yung utilization report and the liquidation. Pag po nabigyan kami ng kopya na yon, pwede nang i-process yung susunod na tranches po, Your Honor.
So if there is a specific department under the Department of Education that is in charge with expenditure confidential funds, how about the operations department? May alam po ba kayo doon? Sa confidential funds? Kung kanino nila, sino ang USEC of operations ng fiscal year 2023 para doon sa confidential funds at kanino nila binibigay?
I honestly do not know how to answer that, Your Honor. Kung USEC for operation ng regular mandate ng DepEd, may USEC po for operation. Pero kung who is in charge of the operations for the confidential fund, hindi po yan, hindi kami aware or hindi yan dinidiscuss sa amin sa regular meetings ng mga undersecretaries.
Ma'am, are you familiar with the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict or the NTF-LCAC? Party po ba ng NTF-LCAC ang DepEd? Tama po ba, Madam Yusek? And this NTF-LCAC has been existing since 2018? Tama po ba, Madam Yusek?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm aware of the NTF-LCAC because may kasama pong pondo yan sa GAA. Doon ko po siya na-encounter. I am also aware during the time of Secretary Liling Briones, I member po siya ng NTF-LCAC. And I remember, including our former VP Secretary, I am just confirming from our Chief of Staff before, yes po, kasama daw po ang DepEd sa NTF-LCAC din.
Sa pagkakaalam nyo, Yusek, ano ang role ng NTF-LCAC? Hindi po ba ito ang related doon sa 4 na programa ng kung saan ginagamit ang confidential fund ng DepEd? Madam Chair? Madam Yusek, sorry.
Your Honor, as far as yung pong budget ng DepEd na regular is concerned, wala po kaming ginagastos for NTF-LCAC. Yun po ang pwede kong masagot. Pero kung ano po yung role ng DepEd Secretary sa NTF-LCAC, hindi po kasi ako involved. I was never called or present in any meeting na dinidiscuss po ang NTF-LCAC matters.
Kung alam niyo po yung programa sa DepEd, and it was organizing and coordinating the execution of the project, what department under Department Ed po itong nag-execute nito?
Okay. This is how I understand the question, Your Honor. NTF-LCAC, participation of DepEd in the NTF-LCAC is through the Office of the Secretary only. So baka po mas relevant po na magbigay ng inputs yung ating former Chief of Staff kasi sila po ang uma-attend ng NTF-LCAC, Your Honor.
Madam Yusek, the matter of confidential funds has garnered a lot of attention these days, especially the unprecedented inclusion of confidential funds sa DepEd. Ayon sa impormasyon po na nakalap namin, itong mga confidential funds ay ginamit po for 4 programs. Number 1, the abuse, prevention, and control within schools. Number 2, the anti-extremism, terrorism program. Number 3, the anti-illegal activities operations. And number 4, the counter-insurgency programs. And party po ito ang mga programa na binibigyan ng training ang mga teacher at estudyante para i-combat ang recruitment ng extremist or terrorist group of recruitment. Tama ba, Madam Chair?
SDS.
Yes.
Mr. Po would like to, I think, answer that question.
Mr. Chair, thank you, if I may be recognized. As far I was the Chief of Staff, Undersecretary and Chief of Staff of the Vice President that time, but I only started kasi April 1 po, 2023. So on the question on NTF-LCAC, kasi kahit po ako, or I'm not involved in the operations mismo of the confidential funds, so I have no details on that. But on the NTF-LCAC, I would remember that one project, at least that of my personal knowledge, is we had a joint press conference with NTF-LCAC po sa DepEd regarding yung mga programa nila against anti-extremism, insurgency. At least, to the best of my knowledge, yun po yung isang naging proyekto with NTF-LCAC. Nag-joint press con po kami. At that time, I was still spokesperson. Opo. Just to add to the ano po. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poa. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I just continue. So, Madam Yusek, Mr. Chairman, so ibig sabihin, yung 37.5, pag gumagawa ko kayo ng cheque, ng voucher, meron pong particulars na nakatouch yan. Yan ba, puro voucher lang po yan and you will type it na pay Mr. Paharda? Wala akong attachment ho yan?
Yes, Your Honor. We are compliant with the joint circular. Sa amin po, ang naka-attach lang would be the authority, kung sino po yung Special Disbursing Officer. Second is the obligation request. Third is the disbursement voucher. At yung pong certification na nasubmit na yung report sa COA, yun lang po.
Ano po yung
ang kailangan
circular na sinasabi nyo? Hindi ko po masyadong alam.
Yun po yung joint circular on the release, utilization, monitoring, liquidation, reporting, accountability of the confidential and intelligence fund. The Civil Commission on Audit, DBM, DILG, GCC, GCG, Department of National Defense, Joint Circular Number 2015-01, Your Honor.
So yun po. So, ang mga payables po nyo, ginagamit nyo talaga cheque. Paano nyo ginagamit yung mga cheque nyo? Sa MOOE lang? Sa accounts payables? Paano nyo ginagamit yung mga check for paying other suppliers or paano mga payroll? Paano nyo ginagamit yung mga check?
Yes. Tama po, Your Honor. The checks are used for all programs and projects and activities. So pwede pong MOE, pwede rin pong payroll sa sweldo, pwede po sa supplier, pwede sa contractor. In this case, kasi po nakalagay sa joint circular na ang confidential fund should be in the form of cash advance.
Yeah.
So pag cash advance, cheque po talaga ang dapat na ilabas under the name of the authorized special disbursing officer. So yun po yung procedure na sinusunod namin based on the COA policy.
Sinabi nyo na po ba yung mga attachment ng 37.5 kung saan ginamit yun?
Wala po kaming copy noon, Your Honor. Ang magre-report po kung saan siya ginamit would be the Special Disbursing Officer and the Head of Agency. At ito po ay sinasubmit sa COA chairman through the ICPAO. Yun po yung opisina.
So, ang talagang makakasagot dito is Mr. Paharda.
Yes, Your
Kasi
Honor.
siyang disbursement officer. Tama ho ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Well, di ba, pag nagbabayad tayo sa gobyerno, meron tayong tinatawag na ADA, meron tayong tinatawag na LDAP, LDDAP, meaning to say, List of Due and Demandable Accounts Payable, or the Advice to Debt Account. Hindi po pwedeng i-apply yan na i-deposit mo na lang as ADA yung 37.5 million, bakit cheque pa ginagamit natin?
Your Honor, that will not be compliant with the joint circular because the joint circular specifically provided under Section 6 of Joint Circular 2015-01, the grant of the confidential fund is only through cash advance. So hindi po pwede ang ADA Hindi rin po pwede yung list of due and demandable accounts payable. Only through check po, Your
So
Honor.
talagang cash po talaga yan kasi cash advance.
Cash po talaga, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's all. And the summary of my interpellation, USEC Sevilla prepare a check, prepare the voucher, and sign the check by USEC Sevilla and USEC Mercado, and received by a certain the SDO, Mr. Paharda. And Mr. Paharda is the one who encashed the check from Land Bank and kinuha niya yung pera. At Mr. Chairman, yung 37.5, ewan ko, ikaw, kung kaya bang buhatin yun, from the Land Bank, alam ko may Land Bank office sa baba ng DepEd, bubuhatin mo yun sa opisina ni Mr. Paharda. So, I don't know, kaya gusto ko hong invite Mr. Chairman, si Mr. Paharda, kung paano niya binuhat itong 37.5 million ng 3 beses na na-issue ni Miss Annalyn Sevilla, ang ating Undersecretary, at ang ating former Undersecretary na si Miss Mercado. So on that note, Mr. Chair, malinaw po na ginawa po yung 3 voucher at saka 3 cheque ni USEC Sevilla at USEC Mercado and then encashed by Mr. Paharda. So yun lang po. Maraming salamat po.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you, SDS. Yes,
I
with
would
the
like
indulgence of
to make a
Congressman Benny
motion
Abante.
that we invite on the next hearing Mr. Edward Paharda.
We already
So moved.
issued a subpoena at testificandum. Yes. Yeah. It was subject of motion a while ago. So we have already issued the subpoena at testificandum to Mr. Fajarda
To appear before this committee.
to appear. If in the event na hindi po siya umattend, we will be constrained to issue a contempt order to Mr. Fajarda. Next to interpolate, Congressman Luistro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are for Major General Nolasco A. Mempin. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Your Honor.
You are the former Undersecretary for Administration of the Department of Education. That was during the stint of former Secretary, Vice President Sara Duterte. Do you confirm?
Major General,
Major General, former Major General Nolasco,
Nolasco, you're recognized by
Mempin.
the chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
You-
Chair?
Please answer the question of Congresswoman Luistro.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you confirm having been appointed as Undersecretary for Administration of DepEd. That was during the time of former Secretary, Vice President Sara Duterte. Let us go back to your career in the AFP, General Mempin.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Back in 2017, nasan po ba kayo, General Mempin?
In 2017, ma'am, initially I was assigned in 10th Infantry Division as the Chief of the Governance and Strategy Management Office, effective January 2017. Then by August of same year, I was designated as the commander of Task Force Davao in Davao City, Mr. Chair.
So the first appointment in 2017 was at the 10th Infantry Division.
Correct, Your Honor.
Pag sinabi po ba natin General Mempin, 10th Infantry Division, what areas are covered?
The 10th Infantry Aguila Division covers whole of Region 11 and part of Region 12, part of Region 10, and part of Region 13, Caraga, Your Honor.
And can you please cite some of the big provinces which are under these regions, General Mempin?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, for Region 11, it covers Davao City, Davao del Norte, Davao del Sur, Davao Occidental, and Davao Oriental. It also includes parts of Bukidnon, but greater part of Bukidnon is under 4th Infantry Division and part of North Cotabato, ma'am.
And for Region 12, General Mempin?
Region 12 is a part of Cotabato, ma'am.
And Region 13?
Region 13 is part of Agusan Sur and a part of Surigao del Sur, ma'am.
Can you please be specific about the inclusive period when you were the commander of the 10th Infantry Division, which covers Regions 11, 12, and 13?
I was designated as commander of the 10th Infantry Division in February of 2022 until my retirement in January 28, 2023, ma'am. Your Honor and
Earlier,
Mr. Chair.
you mentioned about 2017, and you were likewise at the 10th Infantry Division. What specific assignment do you have during that time?
From 2017, ma'am, I was assigned as the commander of Task Force Davao, in charge of covering, actually it only covers the downtown Davao, in charge of the anti-terrorism unit of the armed forces because of the series of bombing. Because Task Force Davao was established in 2003. Then after that, in 2019, I was, after my stint at the Task Force Davao, I was designated as the commander of the 1003rd Infantry Brigade, covering parts of Davao region, specifically Davao del Norte, parts of Davao Oriental, parts of the northern or the mountainous area of Davao City, and then some parts of Bukidnon and some parts of North Cotabato, ma'am.
So would it be correct to say 2017, General Mempin, you were heading the Task Force Davao, primarily in charge with Davao City and the major parts of the Davao region. Do you confirm that?
Ma'am, for clarification, Mr. Chair, during my stint as Task Force Davao, it only covers the downtown because Davao City is divided into 3 areas. It has the downtown, midtown, and the uptown. The midtown is the downtown is the central district. Then midtown and uptown are those areas.
So which part are you in charge with?
For 2017, ma'am, 2017 until
Midtown?
2019 in
Uptown or downtown?
Downtown during task
You
force.
are in charge of downtown in 2017
Until
as the head of Task Force Davao.
Correct, ma'am.
And then
Your Honor.
sometime in 2019, you became in charge of the 10th Infantry Brigade covering most parts of the Davao region.
Not yet, ma'am. 2019, I was designated as the brigade commander. Brigade commander is under the 10th Infantry Division still, covering Davao, some parts of Davao region, specifically Davao del Norte, Davao Oriental, and not Davao Oriental, Davao del Norte.
Yes,
part
General,
of Davao
you have
City.
stated that
Yes, ma'am.
already. And then for 2022, this is the time that you were in charge of the 10th Infantry Division covering the regions 11, 12, and 13.
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And of course, I just wish to manifest that during this time, 2017 to 2022, the president was former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And for Davao City, the mayor during that time was our Vice President Sara Duterte.
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And considering that you are taking care of the regions, the provinces, and the city, which are considered the hometown of the President, may I know, was there any marching order coming from the President having assigned to those places?
Actually, because as member of the armed forces, our main objective is to ensure to protect the people and secure the territory for our sovereignty. So basically for the Army or the 10th Infantry Aguila Division, our focus is on insurgency problem. While in Davao City, during my stint as Task Force Davao Commander, is for the extreme terrorism, like bombing of the extreme
With all due
terrorists.
respect, General Mempin, I hope you will be responsive to the question because Davao, of course, is the place of the former president. So this representation is interested whether in your assignment in 2017, 2019, and 2022, all pertaining to the Davao region, mayroon po bang specific na marching order ang presidente, considering that these places are his home places?
I have not received any specific instructions, but
Thank you, General Mempin. I think you have answered the question already.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How
Mr.
about
Chair.
any marching order from the Vice President during your stint as Task Force Davao head?
The only instruction that I received during our assumption or during my assumption as Task Force Davao Commander is to have zero bombing incident, because he said if there's a bombing incident in Davao City, then you failed your mission as Commander of Task Force Davao. So zero bombing, that's the specific instructions of former Mayor Sara Duterte.
I wish to remind you of the article which was published in Sunstar. Ang sabi po ng ating Vice Presidente noon ay City Mayor, kayo po ang head ng Task Force Davao. Don't sleep, don't breathe, don't embarrass me. Do you confirm that?
That's correct. I still have the newspaper on that, ma'am.
Now, please enlighten us, walk us through. During the time that you were assigned in Davao City and the rest of the other areas of Davao region, how will you describe the peace and order situation in Davao?
In Davao City, ma'am, actually, when I first arrived, because I was also assigned in Davao region for a short stint in 2008, the first thing that I noticed in Davao...
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, let us remind our resource speaker to be responsive to the question. We are asking General Mempin about the status of Davao with respect to the peace and order situation during your time as the head of Task Force Davao. I think that is 2017 until 2019.
For the Davao, downtown Davao, ma'am, it is very peaceful, but still the threat of terrorism is there. So the existence of Task Force Davao is still
In the scale
needed.
of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest, how peaceful is Davao?
10, ma'am, because up to now, no
10.
incident of terrorism.
So that confirms the description of Colonel Garma in one of our hearings that Davao is one of the most livable city in the Philippines. You agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And of course, you're one of the reasons why you are able to maintain, or you were able to maintain, such level of peace and order in Davao City because you were the one in charge, the partner of the LGU. May we ask, General Mempin, ano po ba ang mga programang ginawa ninyo sa Davao City to be able to achieve the level 10, the highest score in terms of peace and order that you just gave to Davao City?
To be candid about it, ma'am, actually, I just continue what my predecessors have done, because when I assumed in 2017,
General Mempin, kindly focus on the programs. Ano po yung programs na inyong in-implement?
number one, ma'am, is continued collaboration with various stakeholders, particularly with the Muslim communities in Davao City, to ensure that there will no slippage of probable or would-be bombing incident in Davao City, ma'am.
Any other programs, General Mempin?
Of course, continue information awareness to all the residents, or not only residents, but people visiting Davao. Because right now, the term right now is culture of security, where security is everybody's concern, and not only of the security units like the AAP and the Philippine National Police, ma'am.
I assume, General Mempin, that you were able to implement a lot of programs for you to be able to achieve that level 10 peace and order situation. So aside from the collaboration with Muslim communities and the information awareness dissemination, can you please cite more programs which you recall were very significant in your achievement of the level 10 peace and order in Davao City?
Yes, ma'am. Number one is collaboration, information awareness, then continued meetings with or exchange of information with intelligence units or security units in Davao. Continued collaboration with the business sector, because they are the one who needs to be convinced that Davao is safe for the investment to stay in Davao or increase of it. Then, of course, you continued presence, because actually the word do not sleep. We continue patrols in Davao City, mobile, fixed checkpoint in Davao Airport, and even business establishment when there are major engagement. Task Force Davao is always present. And of course, we continue to make our personnel professional, because whatever programs you have, if the people, meaning our soldiers, is not professional in handling, like for example, we always conduct checkpoint operations, and we always ask indulgence of the inconvenience that we have caused to the passenger and into the drivers entering Davao City. So that's all part of our programs to ensure that everybody is cooperating to ensure that no bombing incident will occur in Davao City.
I wish to make a recap of what you said, General Mempin. You mentioned collaboration with Muslim communities, information, awareness, and dissemination to all residents, meetings with other intelligence units, collaboration with business and other sectors, presence of patrols, and presence with all other professionals to make sure that no bombing incident will happen in Davao City. You confirm that?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And these
Mr.
are
Chair.
the reasons why you were able to achieve the level 10, the highest score for the peace and order situation in Davao City. You confirm?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And I must say, Mr. Chair, General Mempin, na ito rin ang dahilan why I wish to conclude pinagtiwalaan ka ng noon ay City Mayor and now our Vice President Sara Duterte.
Yes, Your Honor.
Level 10 score is something that I am sure you will be able to gain the trust and confidence of whoever is the local chief executive of the area to which you are assigned. You agree with me?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Let's
Chair.
move forward, General Mempin. Kailan po kayo nag-retire sa AFP?
I retired last January 28, 2023, Your Honor.
January 28, 2023. And I understand you entered the Department of Education during the time of VP Sara Duterte. You confirm that?
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr.
Can you
Chair.
please enlighten us? Ano pong appointment ang nabigay sa inyo during your time in DepEd?
First, ma'am, I was appointed as or recruited as consultant of Department of Education from April.
Can you please expound? Consultant on what matter?
I was a highly technical consultant because I came from the armed forces, and our former secretary and vice president consider me as an asset in collaboration or engaging the security sector.
And you believe, General Mempin, that it was your career in the AFP, which was considered by then Secretary of DepEd why you were hired as the highly technical consultant.
That's correct, Your Honor.
If you
Mr.
can
Chair.
still recall, General Mempin, ano po ba ang trabaho ng isang highly technical consultant as you were made to understand during that stint in the Department of Education?
When you become a highly consultant, meaning the unit or the agency could not have it on its own personnel. That's why they could engage or hire the services of a consultant, ma'am.
For the information of the Filipino people, General Mempin, please allow me to share the functions which were under your position as highly technical consultant. 1, provide high-level policy advice on topics agenda that are confidential in nature. 2, provide guidance, technical oversight, and expert advice to DepEd in the development of various programs in all levels of governance on safety and security. 3, engage and collaborate with other departments and security-related services. 4, submit monthly status to OSEC. And 5, perform other duties related thereto. Would you agree with me, General Mempin, that as highly technical consultant, your mandate is to make sure that the need to promote and ensure safety and security is well addressed?
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
You confirm that.
Yes.
And having confirmed that, tama po bang isipin, you are the one in charge also of the confidential funds of the Department of Education?
That's not correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Then, General Mempin, if you're not the one in charge of this confidential fund, then who is or who was?
I was not aware of, because I only more on, because after April, May, when USEC for administration is open, I was again asked if I could, but I'm not part of the utilization or how the confidential part.
But you agree with me, General Mempin, lahat ng trabaho na ibinigay sa inyo, hindi nyo ito kayang isagawa without the necessary funding. And the funding that is allowed for these purposes is, of course, the confidential fund. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, but I have not received any instructions, and also funds, for that matter, on in the performance or in the accomplishment of task given or mandate to me as the consultant. Your
In other
Honor.
words, General Memphine, while your job description as highly technical consultant pertains to safety and security, you have no access to confidential fund and you did not give any instruction from the head of the agency. That is your statement. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor. I am not part of
Thank
the
you.
utilization.
Let us
of
move
confidential.
forward, General Memphine. Kanina may na-mention po kayo. After some time, you were appointed as the USEC for administration. Did you apply for this position?
No, ma'am. I was recruited by the former Secretary and Vice President.
Balikan ko po yung highly technical consultant. Of course, you expressed your desire because a notice of award was given to you to be the highly technical consultant. Aside from you, General Memphine, meron pa po bang iba na nag-express ng desire to be engaged as the highly technical consultant?
I'm not particularly aware of other consultant that express their willingness, but I do believe there are other consultant that the Office of the Secretary has tapped.
I understand. How about with respect to your appointment as USEC for administration? You said you were chosen. You confirm that?
I was recruited, yes, ma'am.
You were recruited. Who recruited you to become the Undersecretary for Administration?
The former Secretary and Vice President Sara, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And would you know why? Bakit ikaw ang napusuan, nabigyan at pagkalooban nitong pagiging Undersecretary for Administration ng Department of Education?
As to the reason, the actual reason behind it, I was not aware, but I can surmise the trust and confidence that she has on me.
That is
maybe
correct.
the reason, ma'am.
The trust and confidence that you were able to establish as head of Task Force Davao in 2017 and being the one in charge of the 10th Infantry Division in Regions 11, 12, and 13 were very significant, not only in your engagement as highly technical consultant, but in your appointment as well as Undersecretary for Administration of DepEd. We agree on that, General Memphine.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
As a matter of fact, to illustrate how the former secretary trusted you, may I ask, are you aware of Department Order number 78, General Memphine?
Yes, ma'am.
What is Department Order number 78?
It's about the procurement, ma'am.
With all due respect, dito po sa Department number 78, ibinibigay po ang mandato na pamunuan ang Department Computerization Program sa Program Director. You confirm this?
Yes, I stand corrected, ma'am. It's about.
In other
DOC.
words, since 2010, General Memphine, ang Department Computerization Program ay pinamumunuan ng Program Director. Ito po ang nakasaad sa Department Order number 78. But because the former secretary trusted you so much on this position of being the Undersecretary for Administration, the DepEd issued DO number 16, series of 2023. Would you like to enlighten us kung ano po itong DO 16, series of 2023?
Actually, it's the revision of the Department Order 78, ma'am, Series 2010. It's actually revising the compositions of those for the procurement.
To be specific, General Memphine, with all due respect, ano ho ang pinaka-significant na naging pagbabago in terms of the DepEd computerization program from DO78 to DO16?
It's not only the director who decides for the computer procurement of department computerization program. Ma'am.
For the information of the committee, General Memphine, it is clear that from DO number 16, the management of the department's computerization program was transferred from the program director to the undersecretary for administration, and that is you, General Memphine. That is how the former secretary trusted you. A policy which has long been existing for 13 long years, 2010, was suddenly changed, transferring the management of DepEd computerization program from the program director to the office of the undersecretary for administration. Do you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can I elaborate, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Please continue.
Actually, before the computerization program is, because actually we notice some issues in the DCP procurement, particularly in terms of the members. So, because there's a huge amount of money involved in the DepEd computerization program, so it was agreed through the executive committee as a collegial body to elevate the authority of deciding the DepEd computerization program from program director to, but basically the program director is actively involved in the decision making.
I understand, General Mempi. Now let us go to the DepEd computerization program. Per fiscal year 2023, mayroon po kayong report. Ang sabi nyo, the delay and underperformance in procuring the ICT packages for 2023 were mainly due to the reconfiguration of the original specification and modifications of the package contents. You agree with this?
Yes.
Because this is in your report. But I wish to ask General Mempin, how come in your physical target versus accomplishment, kindly show on the screen, ito pong fiscal year 2023, this is your time, as the one heading the DepEd computerization program, simultaneous with you being the Undersecretary for Administration. 0% po ang accomplishment ng DepEd computerization program. Can you please enlighten us on this?
Actually, ma'am, nandito po yung director ng ICTS, but to give you insight on the performance, because ma'am, when we arrived in DepEd 2023, actually, it's still the 2022 DCP programs being processed because of the delay during the 2022 because of the change of the administration. So actually, ma'am, late 2023 na po na process completely yung
May we know why,
DCP.
General Memphine? Of course, we understand from the records na yung 2023 budget, hindi nyo po na-utilize, and that is the reason kung bakit naka 0% ang accomplishment rate. May we know the reason why?
Because of the partly of the procurement process, because it has to go to the Bids and Awards Committee, and the members of the Bids and Awards Committee is still hands in full in terms of the DCP 2020.
But of course, you realize, General Memphine, the value of this DepEd computerization program with respect to the learning of the students who are supposedly relying on this. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr.
And to
Chair.
complete the picture, General Memphine, I wish to share to the committee, mayroon po kayong na-procure 44,638 ICT packages and DepEd packages sa taong 2022 and 2023. Ngunit ayon sa annual audit report ng COA, ang na-deliver nyo lang is 16,580. This is not even one half of what is supposed to be delivered. So to make it clear, General Memphine, na kapag procure po kayo ng 44,638 ICT packages, but per report of COA, ang delivered pa lang is 16,580, equivalent to 37% of the supposed accomplishment. Can you please explain this?
Ma'am, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, if I may request the Director of ICTS, because I was not already out of DepEd since July, so I'm not aware of the updates in terms of deliveries with regards, so that maybe
General
we
Memphine,
could have
with
a
all due
good picture.
respect, the procurement happened in 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Ibig sabihin, nabili na po ito. 44,638 ICT packages. You were still with DepEd.
Yes,
You
ma'am, but
resigned only last July 2024. Tama
Yes,
po
ma'am.
ba? From your perspective as Undersecretary for Administration and the one heading the DepEd computerization program, ano po ba naging appreciation nyo dito? Anong naging dahilan why you were way below the supposed accomplishment when in fact, ang dami nyo naman palang nabili? Or, if I may rephrase the question, nasan po yung nawawalang ICT packages?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, during the 2023, only the DCP 2022 was processed, procured, and only started delivering in late 2023. And actually, only the first three.
In both dates that you mentioned, General Memphine, you're very much connected still with the Department of Education.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm explaining that during the 2023, ma'am, the DCP 2022 is prioritized, so it's only being deliberated or processed in the procurement. And late of October, there were only 3 lots of DCP which were successfully bidded out, and 13
General
was
Memphine,
processed in 20.
If I may interrupt, let's simplify the question. The 44,638 ICT packages were procured during that time. Only 16,000 were delivered. Nasan po yung iba?
Ma'am, because the 3 lots supposedly delivered during December and early January of 2024 were subject to request for extension of some of the supplier, which we were not
Mr. Chair,
convinced.
I lament that General Memphine could not give a clear and complete account of this 44,638. And I still have a lot of questions to raise. So may I just request General Memphine to please submit a written accounting of this 44,638 ICT packages with respect to their current whereabouts. Simple lang po ang question, General Memphine. Nasaan yung 44,000 minus 16,000 na ICT packages? Moving forward, Mr. Chair. General Memphine, I wish to raise questions about the DepEd confidential funds. There is such an AOM number 2024-15. This is dated February 1, 2024. Out of the 150 million confidential funds that were given to DepEd, only 3 quarters were utilized. That is equivalent to 112.5 million. Are you aware of this, General Memphine?
I just made aware during the hearing about the confidential fund because I was not directly involved in the.
Okay, but at least you can confirm that in the General Appropriation Act of 2023, DepEd has 150 million budget for confidential fund. You're aware of that?
Yes, ma'am, as member of the EXICO.
And out of 150 million budget for confidential fund, only the first, the second, and the third quarter were utilized. That is equivalent to 112.5 million confidential fund. You're aware of that?
I was made aware of that, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And sometime in February 2024, nag-issue po si COA ng audit observation memo. Ang sabi po dito, there is such a 75 million disallowance na na-justify po nila later on. And out of this 75 million, however, mayroong 15.54 million pertaining to rewards to informers na hindi pa rin po na-clear because of lack of the necessary supporting documents. Can you please enlighten us on this?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I was not part of how the confidential fund is being utilized, so I was not aware of the discrepancy, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
I understand. Nevertheless, General Memphine, having spent a long years of career in the military, of course you are aware about what confidential fund is.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Can you please enlighten us? What do you understand about confidential fund?
Confidential funds are funds allocated for the certain units or organizations for its security, maybe and other in the furtherance of its mandate, particularly those who cannot be gathered through the regular means of acquiring, for example, information.
And how will you differentiate confidential fund from intelligence fund?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, in my opinion, intelligence fund are specifically have program being, although it's not being elaborated, but it has go to the programs of organization, for example, the law enforcement unit, the armed forces, and even the LGUs, while confidential fund has more on flexibility, but as we discussed, there is certain protocol SOPs being followed under the JMC 2015-01, ma'am.
To recap what you said, General Memphine, and please agree with me if I am correct, no? Both have a purpose of addressing the safety and security of the nation. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
However, confidential fund is given to civilian offices. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
While intelligence fund is given to military offices. Tama po ba?
Military and other law enforcement
Yes.
units, ma'am.
In other words, they have the same purpose, confidential and intelligence fund. That is to take care of the national safety and security. However, magkaibang opisina ang gumagamit. Kapag confidential fund, it is given to civilian offices, at kapag intelligence fund, military, and like what you said, law enforcement offices. Tama, General Mempin?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
But we have to share also that under Republic Act 7160, the Local Government Code, the LGUs are given confidential fund as well. They're authorized to have and utilize confidential fund. You must be aware of this because for the longest period of time, nandun po kayo sa Davao, and I understand like any other LGUs, nag-utilize din sila ng kanilang confidential fund. You agree with me?
I don't have the exact information, but I do believe they have. They are using confidential funds in furtherance of their mandate in respective LGUs, ma'am.
Remind lang po natin, Mr. Chair, because this was flashed already in the previous hearings. Ito po yung, should I say, escalation of confidential fund of the City of Davao starting from 2016, 144 million. 2017, you were already the head of the Task Force Davao, 294 million. And then 2010, nandun na po kayo sa 10th Infantry Division. They have 420 million confidential fund in Davao City. And then that's 2018. And then 2019 to 2022, consistent na 460 million confidential fund. Napakalaki po nito, General Memphin. Puntahan ko po yung 2017, 294 million. You were the head of Task Force Davao. Pwede po bang malaman how you appreciate the utilization of the 294 million confidential fund?
Again, ma'am, in my to be candid about it, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I was not aware of how the confidential fund is being utilized or implemented. But I just wanted to report to the body that the LGU of Davao, even before and after my term, is being supported in terms of logistics, meaning our vehicles, the maintenance of vehicles are coming from the LGU. And if there are major activities like gathering, like Kadayawan, Araw ng Davao, all the security elements involved in the securing Davao City and its major events, the LGU is providing support in terms of meals and logistics, meaning fuel to our vehicles, ma'am.
In other words, General Memphin, all the activities that you raised earlier, collaboration with the Muslim communities, information dissemination, meetings with other intelligence units, collaboration with different sectors, presence of patrols, and coordination with other professionals. These are the activities which were supported by that 294 million in 2017.
I have no idea, but because aside from Task Force Davao, there are also members of the Joint Task Force Haribon.
At least, those activities were part of the expenditures of the 294 million in 2017. Do you agree?
I believe so, ma'am, but I'm not 100% sure.
Thank you. Now let us go to AOM 2024-15. Ito po yung na-mention ko kanina, General Memphin, na merong disallowance na 75 million. Out of 75 million, the basis of the disallowance of 15.54 million is the lack of supporting documents for payment of rewards. Reward to informers. And in response To the AOM, nakatanggap po ang COA ng certification galing sa 4 na AFP officers. 1 is Colonel Moransing, 2 is Lieutenant Colonel Sangdaan, 3 is Colonel Panopio, and 4 is Major General Bahaw. Mayroon pong pinapa-explain ang COA na 15 million. This is about payment of reward to informers, and then in response, nag-submit po ang DepEd ng 4 na certification. General Memphine, can you please enlighten us? What are these certifications all about?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the certification that I was asked to coordinate with commanders on the area with regards to the conduct of the Youth Leadership Summit are present here. And I was just asked to get the feedback from these units of the Army in particular of how they conduct the Youth Leadership Summit in their respective area and how effective it in securing or ensuring that these student out of school youth and even indigenous peoples, youth of indigenous peoples are protected, no? Because that's one of the thrust of also of Department of Education, that our youth be able to be a productive citizens of our country.
Thank you. Now let us go to Colonel Boransing. Colonel Boransing, there is a certification here signed by you, I suppose. This is dated January 1, 2024. You are certifying about the 8 activities for the Youth Leadership Summit with 531 participants, as well as information education campaign with 53 activities and 9,428 participants. Do you confirm this?
Colonel Boransing, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I confirm that, Mr. Chair.
I observe that the certification is addressed to whom it may concern. And then at the end of the body, it says, for the commander. Kanino ho ba talaga naka-address itong certification na ito, Colonel?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to explain about the certification.
Please continue,
Yes,
Colonel
this,
Boransing.
Our job, the First Infantry Division covers the whole of Zamboanga Peninsula and both Lanao provinces,
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, Colonel,
Yes,
I have a limited time, so kindly give a responsive answer to the questions that are being raised. Ang tanong ko po, Colonel, kanino ho ba naka-address itong certification? Sa taas po, to whom it may concern. Sa baba, for the commander.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this was asked by the DepEd, and this is our standard format for
May
all.
we know who in particular in DepEd asked for this certification?
USEC Mempin.
USEC Mempin.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And that is the standard certification because of our multi-stakeholder activities on the ground. A lot of other agencies ask for certifications. Like for instance, during the Youth Leadership Summits, we get a lot of lecturers from other agencies, and they ask certifications. So this is our standard certifications we issued to all agencies who ask for it.
So-
Colonel, you mentioned about the Youth Leadership Summit.
Yes,
Can you
Mr.
please name some of your resource speakers during these times?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, we have on criminality, we have resource persons from the Philippine National Police.
Can you please name names?
Yes, we usually have the chief of police of the municipality,
Please be specific, Colonel.
Okay, ma'am. So the ones that conducted the Youth Leadership Summit, ma'am, are line units, infantry battalions under us. So we
Kindly
have,
give names, please.
yes, the Chief of Police. For example, Mr. Chair, if I may, the Youth Leadership Summit, August 7 to 9 August 2023, conducted in Barangay Poblacion, Madaya, Maging Lanao del Sur.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 Youth Leadership Summit, so at the very least, I'm expecting 8 names who were the resource speakers during that time.
Yes, ma'am. If I may continue to read it, ma'am, it's in the report.
Kindly limit the answer,
Please
Colonel,
continue,
to the
Colonel.
question.
So
Boransing.
we have the municipal mayor of Masio, Lanao del Sur. We have also,
Do you have the date also? Can you please cite the date also?
yes, ma'am. As I earlier said,
Date of YLS and then the resource speaker.
yes, ma'am. As I earlier said, this one is August 7 to 9, 2023. The venue was in Maging, Lanao del Sur. So we have Staff Sergeant Bacquiao, Lieutenant Colonel Miondas. We have Private De La Rosa, Lieutenant Colonel
So how
Siak.
many resource speakers do you have for every youth leadership summit?
It depends on the commanders. For instance, in local terrorist groups, where in Lanao, it can range anywhere from 5 to 10.
Is that the first, the one dated August? That's your first YSL?
YLS.
YLS.
For 2023, the first one was in May. It was in Zamboanga del Sur province.
2023, the first one was May.
Yes.
And then?
Then we have the second one is 16 June 2023. This was in Lanao del Sur, the municipality of Bubong.
And then the third?
We have July 26 for the 44th Infantry Battalion in Cabasalan, Zamboanga, Sibugay Province, Mr. Chair. Then we
fifth?
have July 29 in the Digkilaan National High School, Iligan City.
Sixth?
Then on September 29, we have in Barangay Pugan, Concepcion, Misamis Occidental. Then December 12, we had in Barangay D1, Dipolog City, Zamboanga del Norte. And as I earlier mentioned, another one in Zamboanga del Sur, this time in Dumingag municipality, ma'am. So those are 8 that were conducted in the various areas.
Mr. Chair, with the manifestation of Colonel Boransing, I respectfully move that we issue subpoena duces tecum to the head of the schools. Are they schools?
No, ma'am. Not all of them are schools. One is Digkalaan.
So what are they if they are not schools?
Like for instance, the first one last May was conducted in a barangay, in a sitio, ma'am. So we
Mr.
just
Chair, I am moving for the issuance of subpoena duces tecum either to head of the school or barangay, which became the recipient of the Youth Leadership Summit
Yes,
conducted by Colonel Boransing.
Yes, ma'am.
Now let's go to...
There's a motion by Honorable Congressman Luistro to issue a subpoena duces tecum to the head of school or barangay,
Second, Mr. Chair.
subject to the
YLS.
Youth Leadership Summit conducted by Colonel Boransing. Is there any
Second, Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded by Honorable Flores. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
May we request as well, Mr. Chair, that the documents in the possession of Colonel Buransing, which I believe pertains to the Youth Leadership Summit, be submitted to the committee?
Mr. Chair, according to the Freedom of Information Act, since these are confidential, we can share it, but if we follow the act, the Philippine Army or the General Headquarters Armed Forces would like to ask a written request from the committee, which is according to the Freedom of Information Act. Then we will provide.
COMSEC is requested to draft a letter
Thank you, Mr.
as
Chair.
requested by Colonel Buransing. Please continue, Congressman Luistro.
Mr. Chair, I wish to direct the next question to Lieutenant Sangdaan. Lieutenant, kindly occupy one of the seats.
Have you taken your oath, Lieutenant?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Sangdaan, I have here a certification which bears your signature, I suppose. This is about the 22 activities for the Youth Leadership Summit and 49 activities for the Information Education Campaign. This was held in the provinces of Ilocos Norte and Ilocos Sur, as well as La Union. Do you confirm this certification?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
And the certification, similar to the one issued by Colonel Buransing, is addressed to whom it may concern on the upper part and then on the lower part for the commander. For the record, Lieutenant Colonel Sangdaan, kanino niyo
Yes.
po ba talaga ina-address itong certification?
Lieutenant
Yes, ma'am,
Sandaan,
to the
please.
DepEd, ma'am.
And can you be particular? Sino po sa DepEd?
Ma'am, can I just give the background, ma'am? That was the instruction of my commander, and according to my commander, it was Major General Mempin who
Okay,
requested.
you
it.
answered the question already.
Yes, ma'am.
And similar to the questions which I raised to Colonel Buransing, do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have also some documents with you which can provide details about the recipient of this 22 Youth Leadership Summit?
Ma'am, right now, ma'am, I don't have the documents because I am no longer with the 5th Infantry Division, ma'am. I'm already reassigned to GHQ. But I assure you, ma'am, that
You can
there are
produce.
documents in
You can
the 5th
produce.
Infantry. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I just state for the record, Mr. Chair, that Lieutenant Colonel Sangdaan manifested his commitment to submit the document about the 22 activities for Youth Leadership Summit.
Yes, ma'am. Just like what Colonel Buransing have said a while ago, ma'am. I think it's much better for the
Yes, we
Secretary.
will.
Yes,
We will,
ma'am.
Lieutenant Colonel.
Yes,
What is important,
The manifestation
Lieutenant
of
Colonel?
Colonel Sangdahan for the committee to write a letter. Yun po ba yung gusto ninyo?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
The
Mr. Chair.
COMSEC is directed to please write a letter requesting for the documents as requested by Congresswoman Luistro.
Noted, Your Honor.
Please continue, Congresswoman Luistro.
But at least, Lieutenant Colonel Sangdaan, can you name some of those 22 activities? Yung naaalala nyo lang po, because this is quite a lot compared to the one which Colonel Buransing had. He had only 8. You had 22.
Ma'am, actually, these YLS were conducted by the line units of the 5th Infantry Division, sir. Ma'am, just like the 5 Officers Brigade, the 5th CMO Battalion, and other infantry battalions in the area, ma'am. As to the specific of which, ma'am, hindi ko na ma-remember, ma'am.
You mentioned which infantry division conducted this?
5th Infantry Division.
Saan po ba kayo kasama? Sa 5th po ba?
5th Infantry Division, ma'am, as a staff of the 5th Infantry Division, ma'am.
As one of the staff of the 5th
Yes.
Infantry Division. But I suppose that since you were the one who certified, you're supposed to have a personal knowledge of what happened.
We base it on our records, ma'am, on our tabulated records.
Do you intend to tell us, Lieutenant Colonel, that you were not the one who actually conducted this Youth Leadership Summit?
Yes, ma'am. The line units, ma'am, were the one who conducted those activities.
If it is not you, then who?
The different battalions, ma'am. For example, ma'am, the 77th IB, the 5th CMO Battalion,
Bakit po kayo ang nag-issue ng certification?
we have the tabulated data, ma'am.
Yes, I understand. But for one to be able to issue a certification, dapat alam nyo. Dapat may knowledge kayo.
Yes, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, this is an inquiry in aid of legislation. You were sworn in before we started the hearing, and this will elevate the status of being a sworn certification already.
Yes, ma'am.
Bakit po kayo nag-issue ng certification kung wala kayong personal knowledge? Nag-certify kayo, may 22 Youth Leadership Summit, tapos hindi nyo po ito personally nalalaman. Is that what you wanted to say?
We have personal knowledge, ma'am, because we have it in our data, ma'am, that the different line units...
You are aware of the data only,
Oh, sir, that are
but
different...
not of the occurrence. Magkaiba po yun.
Ganon din, ma'am, sa occurrence, ma'am.
You are
That
aware of the occurrence as well.
Yes, ma'am, that it was really conducted.
Okay, balikan po ulit natin yung question ko. Name some of the Youth Leadership Summit that you conducted, if you are aware of the occurrence.
Just like in San Mariano, Isabela, ma'am, we have conducted the YLS there,
Barangay po iyan,
municipal, ma'am.
municipal. Ang recipient po natin, sino? Sino pong audience nyo doon? Sino pong participants?
The youth from the municipality of San Mariano, there were participants from the students in San Mariano, and even out of school youth.
Okay. Any
Yes, ma'am.
other? Any other YLS that you can recall?
As reported by line units, ma'am, also in Baguio City,
You are basing your testimony, Lieutenant Colonel, on the report. Tama po ba?
Yes,
That's what
ma'am.
you said.
yes, ma'am.
And this will only mean that you are not aware of the occurrence. If the statement that you're giving to us is based on the report and not on the personal knowledge of the occurrence, then you have no personal knowledge of how it happened.
I'm aware, ma'am, that it
You
was
are
really
aware of the
conducted.
data, you
Yes,
are
ma'am.
aware that it happened, but you were not personally there.
Yes, yes,
You
ma'am.
did not participate.
Yes, ma'am. We only provided some speakers as requested by the concerned unit.
How about this 22 that you mentioned in your certification? Ito ba na-attendan mo lahat?
No, ma'am. Honestly, ma'am, no.
Ilan out of 22 ang na-attendan mo, Lieutenant Colonel?
I think only in San Mariano, ma'am.
Only in San Mariano?
Ma'am, can I give a background on...
Kawa, may I just make a manifestation? How can you validate an accomplishment report with a certification? The signatory has no personal knowledge of what happened. Lieutenant Colonel was able to attend only 1 out of 22 Youth Leadership Summit. And this is okay with COA? I'm sorry, but I do not understand. Colonel Buransing, if I may call you again, yun pong 8, ilan ang na-attendan nyo doon?
Colonel Boransing.
Out of 8 Youth Leadership Summit, ilan po yung na-attendan nyo?
Colonel Boransing, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was only able to attend one.
So that means that you have no personal knowledge as well
I have
of all the 8 Youth Leadership Summit that happened.
I have personal knowledge of this, ma'am. Mr. Chair, if I may explain lang po, the structure of my position is I am the G7 of the Infantry Division. So the Infantry Division has 3 infantry brigades. They control 3, one has 4 provinces, the other has 1 province, and the other brigade has 1 province. So I am in charge of supervising. I am the Civil Military Operations Officer, Mr. Chair. So I closely monitor, we all closely monitor the program of the Youth Leadership Summit to ensure that it is multi-stakeholder and it fits the objectives of the program. So we have personal knowledge. We can't go around in each barangay, but they have, since we used budget from the Philippine Army, we have after-activity reports, fund utilization reports, pictures, and documentations. And we have to ensure this because we have a yearly inspection from higher headquarters. So we may not have been there, but we have personal knowledge. We are the program managers of this book.
You mentioned a while ago, Colonel Boransing,
Yes.
you were using the fund of the Philippine Army. You confirm that?
Yes, Mr.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair.
For the 8 YLS
Yes,
that
Mr.
were
Chair.
conducted, you used the fund of the Philippine Army.
For our participants, we used the Philippine Army. For the students, they used the local government unit funds, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that is clear. Mr. Chair, I just wish to manifest the statement of Colonel Boransing that during the Youth Leadership Summit, for the military, they are using their military fund, and for the children or the youth, they are using the LGU fund.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please continue.
Yes. They use some use the provincial local government funds, and the municipalities. Some delegates also are using the municipal LGU funds. And for the participants from the other stakeholders, from DepEd, from BIDEA, from the police, of course, they use their own funds. So it's really a multi-stakeholder.
In other
youth
words,
fund.
Mr. Chair, a lot of offices and agencies are using their respective funds for intelligence in conducting the Youth Leadership Summit. This is your statement, Colonel Boransing.
I didn't say intelligence funds, ma'am. What I said was, like for instance, for their billeting, for the hotel, they have to pay from their own agency funds. For their food, they have to pay po.
What is clear, there are different offices
Involved.
who
in this.
shoulder their respective expenses
Yes, Mr.
for the
Chair.
purpose of Youth Leadership Summit.
Yes,
Tama?
Mr. Chair, yes.
In other words, it is not only the DepEd
Yes, Mr. Chair.
who spends its confidential fund.
I have no knowledge of what their source of funding is.
But in as far as you are concerned, kanya-kanyang gastos ang
KKB.
iba't ibang opisina.
KKP po.
And for the children, the youth, you said it is being shouldered by the LGU. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Colonel. May we request Lieutenant Colonel Panopio?
Colonel Panopio, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Colonel, I have with me another certification bearing the signature of Magtanggol Panopio. Is this your signature?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
On this certification, you certified 205 youth students from different schools. 3 youth leadership summits held in the provinces of Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, and Zambales. You confirm this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
And similar to my question to Colonel Buransing and the other Lieutenant Colonel, nakalagay po sa certification nyo, to whom it may concern, to sa taas, sa baba, for the commander. Kanino po ba talaga naka-address itong certification nyo?
This is addressed to DepEd, ma'am. May I explain for the commander, ma'am?
And can you please kindly be particular, who in DepEd? Ang dami po nila sa DepEd. Sino po sa DepEd ang kausap nyo when you submitted this certification?
Yusek Nolasco Bempin, ma'am.
That's Yusek Mempin. Okay. And can you please substantiate as well the 3 youth leadership summit that you conducted in your province? Ikaw ba nakaparticipate dito?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, hindi po kami nag-participate specifically because as a staff, we are just supervising and monitoring the activities of the Youth Leadership Summit.
So
because-
similar to Colonel Buransing, you are just aware of the occurrence, but you were not part of the event.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
And with respect to the expenditures for similar programs, would you confirm the statement of Colonel Buransing na
Yes,
ang
Your Honor.
mga opisinang participants ay kanya-kanya ng gastos?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
And with respect to the participating children and students thereat, tama po ba yung sinabi ni Colonel Buransing, LGU ang sumusuporta sa expenses nila?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Are you sure?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Can we recall Lieutenant Colonel Sangdaan?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant Colonel, tanungin ko lang po yung pagdating sa expenditure. Do you confirm the statement of Colonel Buransing? Kanya-kanya ng gastos lahat ng opisina.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the children and the youth, it is the LGU
The
who support the expenses.
Yes, ma'am, through their POPs plan, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I am done with Lieutenant Colonel Panopio. I wish to proceed to Major Dombrigue. Major Dombrigue.
Major Dombriding, you are recognized. Have you taken your oath, Major? Nakapag-take na po kayo ng oath? Okay po.
Major, meron po kayo ditong submission prepared by you, certified by Lieutenant Colonel Panopio. This is about the Joint 7th Infantry Division DepEd Anti-Insurgency Campaign from January 1, 2023 to December 31, 2023. Do you confirm, Major, na ang sinertify niyo po dito ay 313 insurgency awareness and 166 posted social media products?
Good afternoon po. Yes, ma'am, Mr. Chair. Through that data was based on the reports of our line units.
Ang kasama po dito, Brigada Eskwela, insurgency awareness, environmental protection, shared and posted social media products. And then you also have number of health-related activities. Ang dami po nito, Major. Tanong, saan po nang gagaling yung pondong ginagamit nyo for all of this?
Ma'am, most of that funds was under the PAPs on the APB of our line units.
Ano po yung PAPS? Please enlighten us.
Projects, activities, and programs po.
And can you please tell us which agency is this?
In particular, ma'am, is the Philippine Army in collaborations with our partner stakeholders on the ground.
In other words, similar to the statement of the 3 prior officers, yung mga activities nyo, ang gumagastos is the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
And as far as your counterpart is concerned, tama po?
Opo, ma'am.
At paano nyo po ba ginagawa itong anti-insurgency awareness?
Ma'am, Your Honor, in partnership with the different schools and local government units, our line units is conducting intensified information awareness drives on security awareness, ma'am.
How about the social media posts? Paano nyo po ba ginagawa to?
Utilizing the social media platforms of our infantry divisions and our line units, ma'am, we cross-post social media products of the AFP units and to include, ma'am, the other agency social media products.
Rough estimate lang po, Major. Sa tingin nyo po itong mga reported activities nyo na to, total of 9,712, the activities I mentioned earlier. If you're aware, mga magkano po ang nagastos na pondo ng AFP dito?
Ma'am, with that figure, the number of anti-insurgency flyers distributed, a very minimal expenses lang po dahil printed flyers lang po ito dun with the bond paper po.
You're saying
our awareness
minimal.
drive.
You're saying minimal. Minimal expense. You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
And it will no way reach 15 million. Tama?
Hindi po, ma'am.
Hindi.
Hindi po.
No way.
No way.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, gusto ko pong balikan si General Mempin.
General Mempin, you are
I'm about to
recognized.
wrap up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
General, kanina po sabi nyo, hindi nyo alam yung confidential fund. You
That's
still
correct.
confirm that?
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr.
But I
Chair.
hope you understand that the certifications which I confirm from the AFP officers, the 4 of them, pertains to the expenditure of 15 million taken from the confidential fund. And according to them, those certifications were required by you.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, actually I was asked by the Officer of the Secretary to ask for certification coming from these units. But it is clear to them or even to me that no funds are involved, meaning no funds released to these units. What the Office of the Secretary is wanted to know is the product or the result of the collaboration of various stakeholders, including DepEd, with regards to our youth. So it is clear, ma'am, that DepEd has not released any single centavo to the conduct of wireless to the units mentioned, ma'am, Your Honor, and Mr. Chair.
If you are saying, General Mempin, na walang nirelease na pondo ang DepEd dito po sa Youth Leadership Summits, saan po ginastos yung 15 million?
That's, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, that was I was not aware of it because the task given to me is just to coordinate because to be candid about it, the commanders of Colonel Boransing, Colonel Panopio, and Lieutenant Colonel Sangdaan are my former colleagues or classmates in the Philippine Military Academy.
Mr. Chair, I wish to ask the COA, Attorney Camora, tama ba ang understanding ko? Sa AOM, may disallowance na 75 million. Out of 75 million, you are asking for supporting documents of the 15 million which were paid as rewards to informers.
Attorney Camora, you are recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And in response to that supporting documents, the DepEd submitted these certifications about the Youth Leadership Summit. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In other words, these certifications submitted by the AFP officers are being used as justification for the 15 million utilization paid as reward to informers. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
General Mempin, your statement is completely contradictory to the stand and position of COA.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as I previously mentioned, the only task given to me is to coordinate to my colleagues in the active service of the Philippine Army to have a report on the conduct of Youth Leadership Summit. But as to the utilization or disbursement of 15 million payment to informers, I was not made aware of it, and I have no knowledge that this certification is for the payment of informers. Your Honor and Mr. Chair.
General Mempin, I understand we also have Major General Bahaw. You have a letter here, General Bahaw. This is about the 9 Youth Leadership Summits. Kanino nyo po ito in-address?
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. Chair. May I be recognized?
Major General Bahaw, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ma'am, I addressed the letter to Yusek Nolasco Mempin po, updating him of the YLS conducted in my division then.
And similar to the questions that were propounded to the 3 other AFP officers, kapag ho ba nagwa-YLS kayo, sinong gumagastos?
Ma'am, sari-sariling agency po na nagpa-participate dito ang gumagastos. Sa amin po, more on facilitation and security, kami po ang gumagastos sa sarili naming mga tropa.
And with respect to the children and the youth who are the participants, do you confirm what they said already? LGU ang gumagastos?
Yes, ma'am.
At kanina po sinabi din ni General Mempin, balikan ko si General Mempin, sabi niyo po, General, wala talagang gastos ang DepEd dito?
To be clear,
that kanina.
because as I was asked if the confidential funds is used for the conduct of YLS, so it's clear that no funds is downloaded or given to the Philippine Army for the use of the conduct of YLS, but if confidential fund is given
General,
to informers
that
of
is
DepEd.
tantamount to saying na walang gastos ang DepEd sa inyo. When you said that they did not or DepEd did not download any fund to the military. Tama?
That's correct, Your
So,
Honor. and
what you wanted to say, walang ginastos ang DepEd sa taga-military when it comes to the Youth Leadership Summit. Do you confirm that?
That's I confirm that's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I am very much surprised, but let me wrap up and make this manifestation before I yield to the other members of the committee. While we believe that these certifications were submitted to justify the 15 million that were allegedly paid as reward to informers. Now, all the officers from the AFP, that includes General Memphine, the USEC for Administration, are stating that the DepEd did not utilize any of its confidential fund in support of the Youth Leadership Summit. These statements, Mr. Chair, are completely contradictory to what DepEd has made the COA believe in the submission of all these certifications. Mr. Chair, to proceed, let us all be reminded, ito pong confidential fund na ito, pera ng taong bayan. We, all of us, are accountable to the Filipino citizens. Public office is a public trust. We should be accountable to the people at all times. And I do not understand why these people who are supposed to explain the 15 million is totally unaware of the same, because they are saying that they never use the DepEd fund and what they use is the fund of the AFP. While we understand, Mr. Chair, that confidential fund by its nature is not encouraged to be scrutinized, there is nothing under the law that prohibits the same as well. There are important observations, Mr. Chair. Number one, among all civilian agencies, DepEd is one of the very few with confidential fund. Two, DepEd had this confidential fund only in 2023 and never in prior time. Three, I hope we can show also that while the DND, which has a mandate to address the national security, has 37 million confidential fund only, the Department of National Defense has 37 million. The DepEd, which mandate does not include national security, has 150 million confidential fund. Mr. Chair, to continue, while the police, the AFP officers already denied this YLS, having been supported by DepEd, 15.54 million po ang amount that the DepEd is trying to justify in making use of the certifications that were submitted by the AFP. Number 5, Mr. Chair, prior to 2016, pag ang pinag-usapan po natin ay Youth Leadership Summit, it is the AFP who leads and they just coordinate with DepEd. But on the report that was given by COA, it seems to appear that the one leading the Youth Leadership Summit is the DepEd in coordination with AFP. Paligtad po ito. Number 6, Mr. Chair, I do not want to preempt any conclusion. However, Mr. Chair, General Memphine spent 2017 to 2023 of his AFP career in Davao City and Davao region. During this time, the former president is the president and our vice president is the mayor. During those time, Mr. Chair, Davao City, while it is authorized to have and to utilize confidential fund, I believe has one of the highest confidential fund among the LGUs in the entire country. I hope the Secretariat can produce the data. I wish to ask, Mr. Chair, ito bang lahat ng ito ay coincidences? Given this observation, let us all be reminded that the leeway that is being given to confidential fund is to be able to address a very important concern, and that is national security of the country. No more, no less. The procurement and the liquidation were made liberal in recognition of the significance of the purpose of the confidential fund. However, Mr. Chair, if there are glaring indications of irregularity already, as those that we have mentioned, plus the admission of the AFP, is it not that COA should address its mandate of making sure that all receipts and all expenditures are duly accounted for the Filipino people? Question number 1, since when has irregularity in confidential fund been happening? 2, what has COA done so far with respect to its accounting rules in order to address the irregularity? And 3, will COA simply brush aside these irregularities, especially with the admission of the AFP that they were the one who spent for the 15 million Youth Leadership Summit and not the Department of Education? Let us remember, regardless of which office in the government we belong, public trust always carries accountability. To tone down the mood of our investigation at para mas maintindihan po ako ng mga tao, mayroon hong prominent na line sa pelikulang Star Wars. Ang sabi, comes with great power is great responsibility. If you translate this to constitutional language, let us all be reminded, public office is a public trust. The trust that is given to us by the people carries with it due accountability. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Luistro. The chair,
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
with the indulgence of Congressman Flores, Congressman Acop, the chair recognizes Congressman Acop.
I would just like to ask some clarificatory questions regarding the interpellation of the Honorable Luistro. May I know who can answer me? Sino ang makakasagot? Kanino bang program itong sinasabi natin na Youth Leadership Summit? Is it a program of the DepEd, the Armed Forces of the Philippines? Kanino? Sino makapagsasabi sa akin?
Major General Bajau.
Bahaw, sir.
Bahaw.
May I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
You are recognized.
Your Honor, it's a Philippine Army-wide program, a 3-day activity po.
It's an activity included in the budget of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's one of the PPAs insofar as your budget is concerned.
Yes, sir.
So in other words, when you conduct these events, you do not need the help of other agencies or the funding of other agencies.
I would disagree to that, Your Honor, because we can only spend for our own troops, but the need of other participants and the subject matter experts have to be carried by participating agencies po.
What is the legal basis why the program of the Armed Forces of the Philippines is participated on by other agencies of government? What is the legal basis?
Your Honor, we just operate in the context of the Peace and Order Councils po. Our participation in the POC would also reflect on the participation of other agencies when we conduct this activity, sir.
Oh, direct question na lang, General. Did you receive any funds from the confidential funds of the OVP in the conduct of these events?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
There's no funds coming from. There are no funds coming from the Office of the Vice President.
Yes, sir. No funds
regarding
coming
this.
from them.
Thank you. May I ask Yusek Memphine.
Yes, sir.
Yusek Mempin, you are recognized.
Why would,
Yes.
yes, why
Yes,
would
Your Honor.
certifications be addressed to you?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as I mentioned a while ago, I was asked by the Office of the Secretary to
By
get
the-
report from the
You were asked by the, please
Office of
repeat.
the Secretary.
By the,
Office of the Secretary.
and who in the office of the secretary asked you that? Hindi naman pwedeng magsalita yung office of the secretary, di po ba? So
It's a-
there must be somebody from the office of the secretary who asked you to do that.
It's
And may I know who that is?
it's our former Chief of Staff.
And who might that be? And who might that be?
Former USEC Attorney Mike Poe po, sir. Your
The
Honor.
USEC POA. Would you agree to the answer of the USEC of USEC Mempin?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Congressman Acop, yes, I confirm that.
That you asked him to ask for the certifications from the different unit commanders of the Philippine Army?
If I may explain, Your Honor, the
Hindi,
answer is
sagutin
yes.
mo muna yung tanong ko bago ka mag-explain.
Yes
Di ba?
po. Yes po.
So, tama yung sagot sa akin ni Yusek Memphine.
Yes po.
Na kayo po ang humingi sa kanya na humingi siya ng certification doon sa mga units ng Philippine Army na nag-conduct ng YLS.
Your Honor, if I may qualify, hindi po specifically on YLS. What I asked for was for any accomplishment. Kasi po yung ayon doon sa AOM na natanggap namin, pag nagbigay daw po ng rewards, you needed evidence of success of the information you received from the rewards. I mean, you received through the giving out of rewards. So because of this, I coordinated with USEC Mempin to see to provide any proof of accomplishment para po doon sa rewards na na-disburse ng confidential funds.
Thank you. And may I ask, you have been in the Army, Yusek Memphine, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ano po ang part ng programang YLS na may kasamang rewards? Could you please tell me which part of that program would require the giving or the awarding of rewards? Which part of the program would require the gathering of information? Kasi yun po yung purpose ng confidential fund ng DepEd. 4 po yun. Now, which part of this?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, for the conduct of YLF per se, there's no in that particular any areas of that for the
Yes.
rewards, giving of rewards, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Basahin ko man ng ilang beses yung programa na yon, walang nagsasabi doon na pwedeng gamitin yung confidential fund ng isang agency. Would you agree with me?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So, Yusek po, mali po yun. Kasi kitang-kita naman na natin that you ask for these documents to support your liquidation insofar as the confidential fund of the Department of Education is concerned. Kasi hindi naman kaya basically primordial na kasama doon po sa mga events na yun. And yet, you are submitting or you submitted to COA documents to support your liquidation of the confidential fund of the Department of Education. Wala Kahit na anong basa ko. Kasi, for your information, Yusek Powa, naging controller ako ng pulis kaya alam ko kung ano ang sinasabi nitong mga membro ng Philippine Army ngayon Alam ko rin na ginagamit nyo lang yun para i-justify yung expenditure nyo ng confidential fund ng Department of Education. Di ba? You just use that to justify your liquidation of the fund. Di po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
If I may also just, if Your Honor would allow me, Mr. Chair.
Sir Michael Powa, you're recognized.
Basically, just to expound and just so I can inform the committee factually what happened. We received an AOM back in February asking for certain documents, one of which are the DEPs, which are the document evidence of payments. Another one would be for dung pag may rewards daw, kailangan daw po merong evidence of success. Because I am not aware on how the confidential funds are operationalized, I went to Yusek Mempin, who is our former security consultant, to ask if there would be any document that we would be able to show the COA na meron namang success, on the premise that whatever activity was conducted on the ground by the military was targeted because of information received from DepEd due to those rewards given out. Yun po yung pinanggagalingan ko. And when I received the certifications, I submitted them as such in response lang po to the AOM.
Mr. Chair, just a clarification. No?
Apo.
I think
Yes, Congressman Abante, you're
I
recognized.
heard him mention that he is not aware of the nature of the confidential fund. Is that right?
Not the nature, if I may clarify, Mr. Chair, not the nature, I understand the nature of confidential funds, but on how it is actually operationalized or used on the ground, under oath, I would like to state for the record that I'm really not aware. Hindi ko po nakita yung fund, hindi ko po alam kung paano siya ino-operationalize on the ground. Ang participation ko po ay naganap nung ako po ay OIC for finance kasi at that time, nung na-receive namin yung AOM. And we had to respond to the AOM. And so because we had to respond to the AOM, I had to get all the documentation that COA was asking for po through that AOM.
So ibig sabihin po, hinihingi nyo lamang po itong mga documentation na to para lang ma-justify kung paano ginamit. Pero in actual, hindi talaga doon ginamit. Tama po ba? Parang gano'n ang pagkakaintindi ko eh. Parang hinihingi nyo lang po yung certification nung nilabasan na kayo ng AOM.
Tama po.
Tama po?
Tama po. Nung lumabas po yung AOM,
saka kayo humihingi nito.
kailangan daw po ng evidence of success.
Yes. So kahit na hindi doon ginamit, gumawa kayo ng mga documentation na parang doon ginamit. Parang ganun. Kung tama po yung pagkakaintindi ko.
Hindi naman po, Mr.
Kasi
Chair,
lumalabas po, hindi naman po doon ginamit yung confidential fund. Pero itong documentation na in-issue po nila Yusek Mempin, yun ang sinabit natin sa COA just to justify yung AOM.
Mr. Chair, again, this is just under my impression nung nakuha ko yung certification. No po. The certification po kasi, when I read it, stated that they conducted yung mga YLS based on the information received from LGUs, DepEd, etc. So ang impression ko po, and again, this is just my impression, is that because of the information they received from DepEd, sinagawa nila, targeted kung saang areas yung YLS. Again, that is just my interpretation of the certification, Your Honor. And now, whether or not that is indeed the case, I really do not have personal knowledge to
Yes, but
confirm.
you have no idea if the fund coming from confidential fund was utilized from LYS. Wala po kayo idea.
I cannot confirm or deny that, Your
tama
Honor.
po. Yes, the chair would like to recognize. Yes, please continue, Congressman Acop.
Thank you. So, Yusek Mempin, wala pong ibinaba na pondo sa Armed Forces of the Philippines or sa Philippine Army units. Wala.
As para sa akin, sir, wala ba daw po, sir?
Yung mga units ng Philippine Army which conducted the summits, wala rin po kayong pondong natanggap galing sa DepEd. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. Correct, sir.
That's correct. Now, may I ask, bakit kayo nag-issue ng certification? Hindi. That's not you kasi hindi naman ikaw nag-certify. Why did you issue certification?
Sino pong sasagot?
Mr. Chair,
Colonel
Colonel
Boransing,
Boransing, yes,
you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, sir, as I earlier mentioned, sir, because almost all of our activities on the ground are multi-stakeholder. When we appear in activities of one or many agencies ask for certifications of attendance, as I have asked the Secretariat to issue us with a certificate of attendance that we attended this activity. We assumed that that certification was also for for that purpose. So a lot of other national government agencies and local government units ask for certifications in that manner also.
So you're trying to tell us that it was USEC Memphis which required the submission of those certification. Siya po ba ang nag-require sa inyo?
Yes, he asked, Mr. Chair. Yes, sir.
Was it through a written document or what?
He called our commander, sir.
Ganun na po ba ngayon sa our forces of the Philippines?
Well, sir, the other agencies also, like for instance, the Department of, the regional offices of the Department of Agriculture, TESDA, they also text me during our activities. So I think it's an accepted mode of unofficial communication, sir.
For your information, yun pong purpose ng confidential fund ng DepEd in its accomplishment report ay 4 po. For your information. Number 1, counterinsurgency programs. Number 2 is abuse prevention and control within schools. Number 3, anti-illegal activities operations. And anti-extremism and terrorism programs. Di po ba? Nowhere could I find dito po sa accomplishment report na sinabmit ng Office of the Department of Education, would I see na yung activity ng Armed Forces of the Philippines is enumerated. Wala eh. Wala akong makita. And yet, yung mga ginawa niyong activities, nandun na yun, dun sa liquidation ng contingency fund ng DepEd. Bakit ganun? Yusek Mempin, did you not ask why? When you were asked to get certifications or to secure certifications from those units of the Armed Forces of the Philippines which conducted the YLS, hindi mo tinanong bakit?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as former USEC po mentioned, I was also informed that the Office of the Secretary needs some impact or outcome of the efforts of the Department of Education in terms of protecting the youth, including the out-of-school youth and some IPs. So I was not aware of that is the purely justification for the confidential fund. So I coordinated with the Philippine Army commanders, my former colleagues, to give feedback or in terms of certification that they have conducted YLS in coordination with various stakeholders to include Department of Education. So yun po yung parang pinaka-basis ng coordination ko po sa mga Philippine Army units na nandito po ngayon.
Kasi maski sa certification, USEC, wala rin akong nakitang na amount na nakalagay doon sa mga certifications ng mga unit commanders ng Philippine Army. Wala. So, may ibang purpose lang yung pagkuha nyo ng certification na yun. And as I've said, it is used to justify yung expenditure ng or pag-spend ng confidential fund ng Department of Education. Now, COA, would it be true na nagbigay po kayo ng CN o credit notice doon sa first 2 quarters ng use ng confidential fund ng DepEd?
Attorney Camora, you are recognized.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
May I know the basis why nagbigay po kayo ng credit notice? Kasi what I know is if you give credit notice, everything is proper.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, bakit po kayo nagbigay ng credit notice doon sa first 2 quarters?
Since nag-submit po sila ng documents that we required in the AOM, we deem them okay na po for the compliance.
Parang sa joint circular din,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, yun nga po, yung certifications is
And-
one of the requirements po.
When I say
mean-
parang sa joint circular, you do not do anything to find out whether the data or the certifications given you would be reasonable or true. Hindi nyo tinitignan, di po ba?
Mr. Chair, since dun sa certifications, nilagay po nila na due to the collaboration between the DepEd and the Philippine Army, wala pong mga batang recruited. Okay na po yun sa amin.
Okay na sa inyo. Pursuant to your, shall we say, circulars.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ganon.
Yes,
Ganon po
Mr.
yan.
Chair.
Ay, paano nga natin mababantayan yung kung pag ganyan ang inyong pag-iisip? Di po ba? Now, Mr. Chair, please allow me to come up with my parochial concern. Because I heard a while ago that USEC Densing was in charge of the allocation of the BEFF or Basic Educational Facilities. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yusek Densing, you are
That's correct, sir.
recognized.
Correct. Pwede ko bang malaman bakit walang napunta sa Antipolo na school building
Sir,
during your term or the term of VP Sara?
ang nahawakan ko po actually is 24.
Hindi, tinatanong
Opo.
ko. Sagutin
Pero-
mo muna ako.
Pero sir, ang sa Antipolo kasi, Antipolo, Taytay, tinanong ko rin kasi yan dun sa technical working group, wala na pong buildable space. Yung pang binanggit sa akin.
Walang buildable space.
Opo.
There's a fund with the DepEd na pambili ng spaces. Di po ba?
Wala po. Yun po ang nilabi namin nung nakaraang
That
budget.
is for GA 2022?
24 po, 24.
Hindi, tinatanong ko nga eh.
Sa 22 po, wala.
Congressman ako noong 2022.
Opo.
My
I-
wife was a congresswoman
I wasn't there yet, but there
since
was no fund, sir.
2019.
I was not there
Pero
yet.
wala kaming natatanggap.
Opo.
Your records will bear me out.
Opo. I
As a matter of
recognize.
fact, the first time, 2022, nag-usap po tayo. Kasi kinausap po ninyo yung mga yung mga members ng parties. Di po ba? And we talk. Sinabi ko yung concern ko na yun.
Opo. We did. In fact, nung ginawa nga nila, may mga districts nga, legislative districts na wala.
Now, may I ask you, Yusek Densing, is that following the mandate of the Constitution that you are supposed to equitably distribute government resources?
That's the part of the criteria that I mentioned to the National Technical
Yeah.
Working Group.
Tinatanong nga kita eh.
Opo.
When you do not allocate school buildings doon sa isang lugar, is that equitable distribution?
Again, sir, the problem was there are no buildable spaces in the area.
Sino po ang nagsabi?
Yung National Technical Working Group po.
Itong 2024, humingi ako.
Opo.
2024, humingi ako. There are buildable spaces, pero wala pa rin. And you cannot explain that to me.
Well, sir, I could not answer because the fund was really small at the time. Originally at 9.7 NEP.
So what you're trying to tell me, Yusek, is that hindi po priority doon yung distrito ko po.
No, sir. Priority po inyo dahil mataas po ang shortage sa Antipolo.
Kasi meron pa kami 3 shifts eh.
Opo. Kaya po, priority kayo, Taytay.
Pero wala pa rin kami. Kung priority kami sa mata ninyo, bakit hindi kami nabibigyan?
Yun
Baka tama yung sinasabi ni Johnny Pimentel.
Hindi po tama yun. Hindi po tama yun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Jonathan Kate Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yusek Mempin.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Sir,
Chair.
is there any other person, is there any other Yusek who has been given the same designation to oversee the YLS programs? O ikaw lang, from DepEd?
Actually, I was not the one in charge of the wireless. I was just tasked to coordinate with the Philippine Army with regards to the report of their conduct of wireless. But in Department of Education, the Operation Strand is the one who has the mandate of under po sa kanya yung program ng wireless, but hindi po sa administration.
So are you saying na as far as these certifications are concerned, ang only parang role mo or designation mo was to collect them?
Yes po, yung
to collect them?
To coordinate po.
To coordinate with them?
Yes.
Okay, and the
Yes,
collection was for the purpose of liquidating the expenses, or hindi mo alam for what purpose?
I was not exactly aware, but I'm made aware of they need some to see the impact of the collaborations of the Department of Education with the Philippine Army and other stakeholders that resulted through the wireless, that resulted to the prevention of recruitment through violent extremism and other
Sir,
threats po, sir.
You said impact, no? Impact of the YLS conducted by the AFP? Ang ibig mo sabihin?
Yes, sir, which is the prevention of recruitment.
Yes. So what then is the role of DepEd when it was a purely AFP event?
Because if not all, majority of the participants are also
Students.
coming from the
Yes,
schools.
but other than them being students, it's as if DepEd is claiming an activity that was not theirs in the first place. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir, with just purpose of coordination.
What coordination? You just ask for the certifications. What coordination are you talking about? Tapos na yung activity eh. You just ask for a certification. What coordination are you talking about, Yusek Mempin?
Coordination for the certification because...
For the certification, but not for the activity itself. Tama ba?
Yes, sir, because
Yes,
that my
but then you are claiming that the impact was because of the DepEd activities. You're asking for certifications, claiming that this was the impact of the activities of DepEd by spending their confidential funds on this and that, etc., etc.
Your Honor, that be correct. It's not DepEd initiating, but the activity of, because the conduct of wireless is primarily the activity
Kaya
or
nga,
program of...
you're
the
asking
Philippine
for a certification that they conducted this and they included this number of young persons, and the only contribution actually DepEd has was that most of the students there were enrolled in DepEd. But actually, wala kayong actual participation in the YLS. Tama po ba? That's correct, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And all you did was collect the certifications from the different units of the military that they conducted these activities and that they had this number of participants. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, now Mr. Poa, who directed you to secure the certifications?
Mr. Powa, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, no one directed me.
No one
I was
directed
the
you.
one who coordinated.
So initiative mo lang na mag-secure ako ng certifications kasi may kailangan akong justify na expense. Tama po ba?
Opo, but yes, sir. but not necessarily for YLS. Because if I may be very candid and honest, hindi naman po ako familiar sa YLS to begin
So
with.
why did you ask Mempin to secure the certifications?
Your Honor, because we needed to secure not certifications but evidence of success for any purchase of information gathered or rewards given in exchange for information.
Okay, now
So-
what information was purchased in the conduct of the YLS by the AFP?
Your
Tell
Honor,
me.
I honestly wouldn't know exactly.
So why would you ask for certification like that?
I asked Yusek Mempin, being our former security consultant and the
Yes.
one that has coordination with AFP, to see if due to the information given by DepEd, they were able to have targeted programs wherein we can respond to the AOM and show that there was in fact success in
Now you just heard Yusek Mempin say that his only participation was in securing the certification.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, why would you ask him for certifications? Ang sabi mo nga, that this is the impact of the rewards that you've been giving. This is the impact of the information that you have been rewarding. Di ba, what is the impact there? Tell me, Mr. Poa.
In my my impression, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, is that if the AFP were able to target, kumbaga, hold not just YLS but hold programs, targeted groups because of the information provided by DepEd, then that would show that it was successful.
Okay, what information was provided by DepEd? And to whom was this information provided?
Your Honor, I really,
Yes.
I am under oath.
Yeah.
Hindi ko talaga alam.
Okay
kung
nga,
ano
hindi mo
ang
alam,
operation.
hindi niya rin alam, yet you're just using these certifications to justify something.
Your Honor,
Hindi mo, hindi mo alam ano ang rewards, ano ang i-reward mo. Hindi niya alam ano ang information na binili ninyo, di ba? Yet you ask Yusek Mempin to secure certifications. Si Mempin naman, secured certifications from activities conducted by the Philippine Army using their own funds. So saan dyan ang ano? Tell me, explain to me, Mr. Poa, where is the connection of the justification for this expense with the certifications issued by them and in relation to supposedly the rewards for the information that you gathered by using confidential funds?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, under my theory, Your Honor, if we were able, because may mga anti-insurgency, yun yung nakita ko sa accomplishment report, no? Anti-insurgency campaigns. Hindi po ba? So, anti-extremist campaigns. So, that's why I approached Yusek Mempin and said, meron ba tayong makukuhaan ng any report or any certification, kasi yun ang nasa JMC, showing that because of the information that DepEd was probably able to give the AFP, na target nila kung sino yung mga susceptible to insurgency and were able to at least prevent them from being recruited. And in this case, ang nabigay po nila would be seminars. And that is why yun po ang sinubmit ko sa AOM, sa response namin sa AOM.
Okay, now parang for me, forgive me
Yes,
po,
I understand.
ang labo kasi na you saying na ito yung information that we gathered using this reward money, supposedly, and that in effect, the AFP conducted these seminars. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
But from the testimonies that you've heard, walang connection whatsoever ang activities nila sa yung activities na sinasabi mo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Your Honor. Although at that time, hindi ko naman po alam na ganun yung sinasabi nila. No?
Yet you're using the certifications to justify an expense of your office? Parang
Your Honor,
mali po ata yan, di ba? You just testified now na hindi mo nga alam anong connection nito whatsoever, yet you used these certifications issued by them to justify an expense with COA.
Mr. Chair.
Please continue.
Respectfully, Your Honor. Ang confidential funds, hindi naman talaga sa pagkakaalam ko, no? Theoretically, hindi naman pwede ibigay ng isang ahensya sa kabilang ahensya yan. That is something that you can only use as per the JMC for purchase of information so that you can have
Can I
programs,
stop you
etc.
there for sorry, Mr. Poa. Pero yun na, paulit-ulit tayo na it all boils down to the fact that you are using a certification of an activity of a different agency who never spent any single peso coming from your office to justify your expense. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, again, respectfully, the justification is not that they spent the money of DepEd. The justification that, under my
You
impression-
attached it to justify your expenses nga, di ba?
Yes,
So tell me where's the connection there?
Mr. Chair,
Please continue.
respectfully, the connection, Your Honor, is if they were able to hold yung seminars nga, which in the beginning, hindi ko man lang alam na seminars yung ibibigay na certification po, just to be clear. If they were able to hold the seminars in certain locations because of information given by DepEd to them that these locations have vulnerable learners that wherein seminars have to be held, for example, yun po yung justification namin na nasubmit sa COA on the success of the expenditure. But not success meaning binayaran po namin ang AFP. That was never the impression, Your Honor.
So ang sinasabi mo is that AFP conducted these seminars because you gave them the information that this sector is vulnerable.
Not me per se, but that is the theory, Your Honor. Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
AFP. Colonel Buransing, sir.
Colonel Boransing, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
When the YLS was conducted in your area by your division, you conducted it because it was a regular program of your division. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, how about you, Colonel Panopio? Did you conduct a YLS in your area with your division or with your battalion because it is a regular program of your battalion or of the FP?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
See? Mr. Poa? Do you want me to ask the others?
Oh,
They will still be giving me the same answers po.
yes, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, I am not in a position to really tell you kung talaga
Then
ba
who is
ako
in
na
position to
information.
tell me that?
Your Honor,
Sino?
it would probably be the Secretary, Your Honor, or the ones that are responsible for the confidential funds. Kasi wala naman po talaga, and again, I'm under oath, wala po
So
talaga
kaya,
akong...
who is responsible for the confidential funds?
Your Honor, the Secretary and the SDO are the only ones
Well, then
that
they,
are privy.
you know, if only
Opo.
they would have been here to answer these questions para mas maklaro po. Kasi right now, everyone is really confused, no? Una, why will you be using a certification for an activity of another unit? Tama ba? It's confusing, right? If it's just between us nga, it's confusing eh. Now, if you hear the answers of the AFP, silang lahat had nothing to do with DepEd. When they conducted the YLS, it had nothing to do with DepEd. It was their own programs that they were pursuing. Now, here comes Yusef Mempin collecting the certifications from the activities conducted by AFP, submitting it to you, and you submitting it to COA to justify your expense.
Yes, Your Honor. That is.
It's
that's
wrong, di ba?
Yes, but
From no matter how you look at it, it's so wrong.
Mr. Chair, yes.
Please proceed.
But yes, factually, that's really what happened, Your Honor. I got the certifications, I got the documents evidencing payment, the DEPs, which are the acknowledgement receipts. I attached them because that's what COA was looking for, and I submitted to COA, Your Honor.
Kaya nga. Anyway, I've already asked my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Briefly, you are a lawyer, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Ang tanong ko lang, hindi po ba ninyo binasa muna yung justification bago ninyo sinubmit sa COA? Kasi po, ang hinahanap po ninyong justification sa AOM is insurgency. Tama po ba?
Opo.
Tapos ang sinasubmit ninyo seminar. Hindi po ba medyo... Siyempre tayo, abogado tayo eh. Mabusisi tayo sa mga dokumento eh.
Yes.
So, hindi ba parang... Well, ako, napapanood ko po kayo. Napakagaling po ninyong sumagot. Very articulate po kayo. Very sharp po kayo as a lawyer. Pero dito po, parang hindi ako makapaniwala na nag-submit kayo ng isang dokumento na iba yung intention. So, yun lang po yung comment ko. Yes, Congressman, with the indulgence of Congressman Valeriano? Yes. With the indulgence, okay po ba na may tatanong lang daw po siya?
Sige po, Mr.
Sige po.
Chair.
Yes, Congressman
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dong
Thank you, Mr.
Gonzales.
Chairman. May tanong lang ako sa DepEd. Did DepEd coordinate with the Philippine Army during the entire year? Hindi po yata sila gumastos ng fourth quarter ng 2023. DepEd? Nag-coordinate po ba yung DepEd sa Philippine Army?
Sino po sa DepEd ang po pwedeng
Mr.
sumagot?
Poa?
Ako, Your
Yes,
Honor,
Attorney Poa.
Ako, Your Honor, I wouldn't have any personal knowledge on coordination except I cannot tell you the date. I don't remember now, but there was at least a parang MOA sign, dapat MOA na fina-formulate ang operations team namin with the PNP during my time as Chief of Staff. Pero hindi na-conclude yun while I was still there, Your Honor.
May I know if
Maybe
Yusek Escobedo, who is the Undersecretary for Operations, may I know if babae ba ito? Rebsi. May I know if she is present? Wala po. Wala po.
Well, I will just continue, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please continue.
Maybe I will ask the commander if the program lasted up to the end of the year. Meron po kayong programa sa mga commanders from DepEd from this fourth quarter of this CF?
Sino pong sasagot? Sino sasagot?
Sa commander po ng Philippine Army or
Colonel Panopio?
Sige po.
Or Colonel Panopio?
May I again ask the question, Your Honor?
Well, yung programa po ng Philippine Army at saka ng DepEd, meron po kayong MOA na sign. Ang alam ko po si Mr. Attorney Poa signed response to the AOM po. Totoo ba po ito, Mr. Poa?
Yes po, na ako po yung nag-sign ng response to the AOM po.
That's why kailangan po ang sagot regarding these certifications, Mr. Poa.
Apo, yung certifications naman po, sir, if
Yes,
Mr. Chair,
please proceed.
the reason why at that time I thought that it was, at least yan kasi yung natanggap ko and I thought appropriate na rin to isubmit, is because based on the wording of the certifications, nakasulat naman po doon that these YLS seminars were conducted in coordination and from information gathered from DepEd amongst one of the agencies. So, since yun po yung certification at yung wording, at least at that time, I thought it was appropriate na po. Now, whether or not it is appropriate for COA or for this committee, at that time po, I just submitted what was available.
Okay, thank you. So yun po, is Commander, if the program lasted until the end of fourth quarter.
Yes, Your Honor. We have the last report dated 30 December 2023, Your Honor.
So meaning to say may disconnection na yung paggastos ng confidential fund ng DepEd up to the fourth quarter. Tama ho ba?
I am not aware of that confidential fund, Your Honor.
But from day one po, wala kayong ginastos.
Yes, Your Honor. We spend our own resources from the Philippine Army and respective participants from the PNP, LGUs, and other stakeholders, sir.
Is this the infantry division commanders po? Ito po yung sinasabi nyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
And this is the YLS also, the Youth Leader
Yes,
Summit?
sir. The
Yeah.
Youth Leadership Summit is a multi-stakeholder engagements under the EO70, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ang tanong po kanina ni Senior Deputy Speaker, kung meron daw po bang MOA o Memorandum of Agreement between DepEd and the Philippine Army with respect to this program. Yun po yung tinatanong kanina ni Senior Deputy Speaker. MOA.
None that I'm aware of
Wala
po
po
na may
kayong,
MOA.
okay.
Wala po akong
So kayo
alam
po,
na MOA.
aware, meron po ba kayong ano?
None that we are aware, Your Honor.
So, okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
just want a clarification.
Congressman
here,
Abante.
Yusek Mempin,
Yes, Your
why were
Honor,
you
Mr. Chair.
appointed as Undersecretary when you are in the armed forces?
I was already retired by January.
Yes, you're retired already, but why were you appointed?
I was
Being in the armed forces, why were you appointed? Are you an expert in education when you were in the armed forces?
no, sir.
Oh, why were you appointed?
I was recruited by the former secretary and vice president, and I'm not aware of the reason why I was recruited, except maybe for the trust and confidence, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, would you think that because the secretary has a confidential fund that it should be used with the agreement of the members of the armed forces? Ang pinag-uusapan kanina yung MOA, ano? Hindi ba dapat yung MOA yan ng agency, for example? Dapat kung magmo-MOA ang Department of Education, dapat ang MOA niyan would be between the DepEd and DND. Am I right?
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr.
Meron ba?
None that I'm aware of, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin, hindi nyo ginawa ang dapat yung gawin.
Your Honor, I was not the one in charge of wireless.
I'm not referring if you're in charge. What I'm saying is this. That is between departments in the executive branch of government. The MOA should have been between the DepEd and DND. The question is, why was not it done?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as mentioned by Yusek Powa, our operation strand is on the process of the engagement with Department of National Defense with regard to wireless, but I think it's not yet been consummated. Or,
Yes, but there should be a MOA. Am I right?
That's correct.
And that
Your
was not done. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Therefore, it is improper. Am I right? It is improper. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, SDS, Dong
Well,
Gonzales.
yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, the point is useless because gumastos ang DepEd even from the first and to third quarter, but no impact on the YLS, other military operation. Yun po yung point ko. Parang useless ang ginawa ng DepEd na hindi naman nag-serve yung purpose ng YLS division. Tama ho ba, Mr. Chair? Gumastos ang DepEd na walang kasaysayan sa paggastos nila sa CF from first, second, and third quarter.
Actually, lumalabas, wala pong nilabas, wala pong ginastos dahil as we speak, lahat po ng mga ahensya, yung sa Army, wala po silang natanggap. And they spent their own money.
So, meaning to say, justified pala not giving DepEd confidential funds in 2024. The same goes for 2025 then. Di ba, Mr. Chairman?
Tama po kayo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, the Chair would like to recognize the next interpellator, the Honorable Congressman Rolando Valeriano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yung tanong ko po kung pwede kay Attorney Resty Osias. Tama po ba, Osias?
Yes, sir. Good
Attorney
afternoon po.
Osias,
Your
you are
Honor,
recognized.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you po. This is in regards to Yusek Gloria Mercado regarding po do sa statement niya last hearing. According to her, nag-lunch kayo sometimes in October 2023 sa Linden Suites. Do you confirm that?
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair. Yes, sir, I confirm that. There was an activity. I think it was a training on procurement. And I'm just not quite sure about the date, but there was such an activity.
October.
And,
Yeah.
October, sir. October, yes.
4 yata kayo. The 2 is in DepEd consultant, tama po?
Initially, sir, we were not just 4. We were a group, including our staff. And then, but we were in one long table. And yes, with 2 others, me, Yusek Law, and some other staff, sir.
And during that meeting, according to Yusek Gloria Mercado, nung last hearing po, nilapitan daw siya ni Asek Munsayak at nagsabing mag-usap-usap na lang kayo tungkol sa bidding para sa DepEd Computerization Program for 2022. According to her, that statement was made to her in your presence. Totoo po ba to?
I recall in that meeting that then ASEC Reynolds
Please
Munsaya.
answer.
Yes, sorry.
Please
Totoo
be
po ba?
responsive to the question.
Yes, yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, totoo po. Sa pagkakaalala niyo po, ano ang sinabi talaga, yung talagang salita ni Asik Musayat? Ano po ang naintindihan niyo ron?
ASEC, we were discussing, I think it was about the utilization of the funds for the procurement, sir. And it was a discussion like there was something like there is a need to be able to utilize the funds immediately. And there was some kind of a remark that, you know, something like maybe pwede naman na lang pag-usapan ng kung paano maayos, basta importante ma-utilize yung fund because the fund for the procurement was about to lapse in December of 2023. I understand this fund was 2022, sir. By the way, sir, just for purposes of background, no, I was quite new in the department. I just joined the department sometime in January of that
So,
year.
bago lang po kayo lang.
Yes, sir.
At that time, you were already familiar with Mr. Munsayak. Kilala niyo na po siya as Assistant Secretary?
If I recall it right, I was former HR director, sir.
Yeah.
So, if I recall it right, Asek Munsayak was the appointment of Asek Munsayak was, I think, October 1st of 2023. So, he was presented as one of the new officers of the DepEd. I think in that flag ceremony of that week. So that was the first time I saw him. And I think the very first interaction with him was on that
So,
lunch.
nung marinig niyo po yung statement niya ni Asek Munsayak, what is your reaction?
Well, I was a bit surprised, but at the same time, I was also amused, sir, because as a lawyer, I thought it was just a joke, no? The offhand remark on something like talking about it. I thought it was some kind of a joke. It was just nothing. I didn't really mind it that much.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Chair, mukhang totoo nga na may naging pahayag si Mr. Munsayak kung saan sinabi niya kay Yusek Gloria na noong panahon na yon as head of procuring entity na siyang nagre-review ng dokumento ng mga bidders, pinagsabihan niya nga na ituloy na lang. At kung saan hindi tinanggap ni Yusek Gloria yung mungkahi na yon at dapat masunod yung tamang proseso. Nakakapagtaka lang, Mr. Chair, na si ASEC ay head ng procurement at malapit na kaibigan ni VP Duterte na siya pang nagpahayag o nagpahiwatig sa isang head ng procuring entity at pati na rin sa harap ng isang back chairperson. Mr. Oseas, noong huling hearing, sinabi din po ni Yusek Mercado na kayo'y isang direktor sa DepEd. Totoo po ba ito?
Yes, sir. I was the former, at that time, I was the direct report of Yusek Law. I was under her strand as the director of HR.
Kailan po kayo na-appoint?
I was appointed January 12, I think, and then, but I reported January 17 of 2023, Your Honor.
2023.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Ano po yung posisyon nyo talaga?
Director 4 ho.
Hanggang
Sa-
ilang director po pa daw? Director 6, 7?
Hindi ho. Ang pinaka-highest
Highest
po na
director
director is Director 4 ho. Sa
Director
DepEd.
4.
Yes, sir.
Ano po yung responsibility ng Director 4?
Depende ho sa assignment, Mr. Chair, no, Your Honor.
Kayo po, Mr. Osias. Ano po
Yes, sir.
yung-
My responsibility is primarily on HR, Human Resource and Organizational Development. So, kami po yung in charge ng mga programs natin with respect to teachers, and then the non-teaching personnel, and then yung kami rin po ang in charge doon sa organizational effectiveness and the benefits that we can probably give our teachers so through our offices.
Aside from that position, meron pa ho ba kayong ibang hinawakan sa DepEd?
Well, sometime November of 2023, sir, I was designated as the chair of the BAC 6. No? BAC 6 is the Early Procurement Activity designated BAC.
BAC.
Yes, sir. Bids and Awards Committee.
Sige. Na-mention nyo po na BAC member noong panahon na yon. Sino po ang BAC chair at that time?
Sir, noong November, BAC chair ho ako. Naging BAC chair ho ako ng
Naging
BAC
BAC
6.
chair kayo?
Ng BAC 6 ho. Yung BAC 6. But, yun ho.
Sige po. Hindi ba po pagka ganyang malaking government agency, especially yung DepEd, sometimes maraming mga box assigned for the procurement of particular category. In the back that you specifically belong, ano pong mga bagay yung procurement ang kailangang dumaan sa inyo? Particular.
Yes, sir. As far as I recall, ang dumaan sa akin ho ay laptops.
Laptop?
Yes, sir. Laptops for teaching, non-teaching, and yung DCP project ho.
So, kabilang po dito yung procurement relating to DepEd Computerization Program.
Yes,
Tama
sir.
po?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 2024 ang original ko ho.
Noong back member kayo, naging party po ba kayo noong October and December 2023 bids for the DCP?
Yes, sir. I was also, before the 2024, before the November designation as BAC chair, I was also part of the DCP 2022, which was bidded in 2023. Yes, sir.
Na-mention nyo rin po na naging BAC chairperson. Kailan kayo naging chairperson po ng BAC?
I think if I'm not mistaken, around November na po ng 2023.
November ng 2023.
Or is it December? Something November or December, sir. Kasi my memory is not really at this point.
Nare-recall nyo pa po yung mga project na dumaan sa inyo as BAC chair?
Yes, sir. Originally, since I was handling the BAC 6, it is supposed to be the early procurement activity BAC, no? The BAC in charge for early procurement activity. So, kasama ho, yung nare-recall ko ho is the DCP project for 2024 ho sana. For 2024 DCP project. And laptop for teachers, laptop for non-teaching personnel. Ganun ho yung aking nare-recall na
So, up to
dadaan
now
sa
po,
akin.
are you still working with DepEd bilang director at BAC chair?
Not anymore as BAC chair, sir, but I am still working with DepEd. Yes, but I am no longer connected with the HR. I have been reassigned under the new administration. I have been reassigned to the Office of the Undersecretary for Procurement.
So, pwede kong sabihin, ranking official pa rin kayo ng DepEd?
In terms of the fact that I am an appointed director, sir, yes.
And you play an important role kasi kayo parte ng BAC before, di po ba? That oversees yung DCP, yung computerization, a flagship program of the DepEd. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, as far as I am concerned at that time, yes, sir.
Tanong lang po, would you also receive envelopes from Ms. Shine Paharda? Parang ikinuwento ni Yusek Mercado, envelope containing cash.
All right. Your Honor, Mr. Chair, no, I must be candid about this. I must say I did, but I didn't know because I was new in the department. I thought it was a practice of the department. I thought, the very first time I encountered that matter, sir, was sometime in April of 2023. I didn't know I was summoned to the office of ASEC Shine, and then I was given an envelope, and it was later on I found out that there was money in it, but it was not because I was a back member or whatever yet, because I was not at that time.
At that last hearing, sabi ni Yusek Mercado, kung natatandaan ko, 9 envelopes yung natanggap niya, amounting to 50,000 each. Sa inyo pong pagkakaalala, hanggang kailan kayo nakatanggap na envelope? Ilan?
It started April. I think it was until September of that year.
Up to September 2023?
Yes, sir, but if I recall it right, I was only summoned about 4 times to the office.
4 times?
Yes.
Up to September 2023?
Yes, sir.
So yung last quarter po, wala na kayo natanggap?
Wala na po. Wala.
So in other words, wala na kayong envelope na natanggap ng 4th quarter ng 2023. Tama po?
Yes, sir.
Mukhang sumakto Sa panahon na hindi na ginamit ng DepEd yung confidential fund for the last quarter nang pumuputok na issue ng confidential fund. Anyway, Mr. Osias, I think this was also mentioned by the BP in a press conference na magkano po pala yung laman? Magkano po laman ng envelope?
I think it was something like between 12 to 15, sir. Hindi ko na matandaan yung laman talaga.
12 to 15,000?
Very minimal amount, yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Osias, last week din po, after nung nandito si Yusek Mercado, meron din pong press conference si Vice President. According to the Vice President, nag-solicit daw po si Yusek Gloria from private companies using the name of the BP, which is supposedly the reason why she was let go. Kaya siya tinanggal. So, based po sa dokumento na inilabas, ito ay patungkol sa programang DepEd Guro. Are you familiar with that project?
Yes, sir. I am familiar with the DepEd Guru project because I am supposed to be the project owner of that program, sir.
Mr. Chair, can you explain to us briefly what this project is about?
Early on, when I joined the department, about maybe a few weeks after I joined the department, and as normally done by former Yusek Glo, she would come up with a list of things for us to do. And I recall that there were tasks given to us. I think it was after she went on a birthday trip.
By who?
There were about I'm sorry, sir. There were about 40 tasks that had to be accomplished by our strand, the HR and OD strand, including the other components of that strand, sir. So the HR strand or the HR OD strand and NAYAP and TEX, we had about 40 tasks. Out of the 40, there were about 27 that pertains to my bureau. So for HR and OD. And I recall that one of the priorities that we were informed by Yusek Law, one of the priorities that we need to deliver as a strand is some kind of a chatbot wherein the secretary can connect directly with our teachers. Meaning that the idea was for her to be able to, for the teachers to be able to connect with her directly so that she can immediately respond to this
with the
concerns.
secretary.
Yes, sir. And there were 3 assigned to me, and the other 2 were a PDIS, we call it a PDIS, an information system on all the employees of the department. And the other one was a hiring process which will minimize the engagement of the human intervention. No? So the computations were all done by the system, something like that. So there were 3. So DepEd Guru was more on the aspect of that parang immediately makakausap ni VP yung mga teachers, so they can immediately raise to her the concern. Kasi the thing there, sir, is if you use the idea there is if you use the current social media processes like Messenger, etc. No, there are about at that time there were about 888,000 plus teachers. So just imagine if a teacher comes up with a concern, and there were so many of them, matatabunan lang ho yung kanyang concern, and there is no possibility for example, the VP to be able to answer the concern. So there has to be some kind of a different approach to it, some kind of technological approach, wherein it will ensure that the VP is able to answer all these concerns because there are really many of our teachers.
Thank you.
So the DepEd Guru, sir, is for that purpose.
According to Yusek Mercado din po, at that time, nangailangan din kayo ng external partners para sa project na to. Tama po?
Yes. Actually, as far as I recall, there was an activity wherein our strands were asked, what are your projects? What are your concerns? And we were supposed to, there is an office in DepEd that is supposed to be in charge of coordinating us, the strands or whatever the concerns of the strands with an external partner, and they're the ones who actually are supposed to help us.
So merong office na in charge para sa pagpili ng external partners? Tama po?
Yes, sir.
So sinasabi niyo ba walang direktang pagpili sa mga external partner? I mean, you and Yusek Mercado, hindi kayo namili na external partners? Tama ba?
Yes, sir. I for one am not involved in the process. I just sit there when we make a presentation on what is that guru all about. I'm
So
just part of the
So
people
with that,
who sits
Mr.
there.
Chair, sino ang pumipili o nag-entertain ng mga external partners para sa mga ganyang partners, especially yung DepEd Guru?
There is an office. I think it's the External Partnership Services.
External Partnership
Service or Services. I think that's the office, or is it the ICO? It's either of the two, sir.
So parang isang department sa DepEd yun?
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir.
it is not under Yusek Mercado?
No. It's a different office.
So
sir.
malayo. Sa pagkakaalam po ninyo, ano yung mga kailangang programang ito mula sa external partners? Why you need that external partners? Ano yung kailangan nyo sa kanila?
Well, from what I understood at that time, the need for the technological thing that the VP wanted to have, we cannot do it on our own because there is no budget for it. So we need external partners to help us make it turn it into fruition, or to make it to accomplish that program, sir. So I think that is the answer to that.
When you say external partner, kailangan nyo, hindi pera ang sinulisit nyo sa external partner, or pera yun?
If I will relate it to the DepEd Guru, it was not money that we wanted to.
Hindi pera.
Yes, sir. It was like, because the DepEd Guru has components. No, it's like technology and other matters, no? Hardware, software.
So gamit.
Gamit, sir. I think that is the word. Mga components. Not really money, sir.
Mr. Chair, kung may alam po kayo, anong gamit yun kung alam nyo?
Okay, so if I recall this right, no, the DepEd Guru will involve, for example, sir, some kind of yung ano ho dun sa, for example, sa truck, meron ho sa likod na parang lalagyan ho, parang malaking tapos may wheels, parang, ano ba ang tawag dito? Yung, parang, yung sa likod doon ng truck, di ba? For example, mga trucks na mga refrigerated trucks. Di ba yung likod doon, parang may mga closed na portions sa may gulong.
Yeah.
For example, yan no, is one kasi the design is nandun sa loob nun yung mga gadgets na ilalagay because the intention was to have 3 of these kinds of equipment in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So, i-deploy siya para kung mayroong conflagration, kung mayroong nangyaring masama, hindi ho, una makakausap pa rin ni VP yung mga students or concerns or whatever, and then, independently powered ho siya, component ho siya talaga na buo, so meron siyang laptops, meron siyang solar panel, marami ho siyang components, sir, para ma-ensure lang na kahit walang kuryente dun sa lugar, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang magiging communication ng VP. Ganun ang pagkaintindi ko doon sa...
So, Mr.
guro.
Chair, with that yung equipment na yun, kanina po mapupunta yun or saan napunta yun?
Hindi ho natuloy yung project.
So,
Sir.
hindi natuloy?
Hindi natuloy ho.
So, walang nakuha na personal na pera o gamit, equipment si Yusek Mercado sa paghanap niya ng external partner para sa DepEd Guru program? Negative?
I can only speak up to the extent that I interact with USEC law, like for example in the office. If that is the basis of that, the premise, Your Honor, I don't think there was any. Kasi hindi naman ho natuloy yung project.
Sige. Sa pagkakaalam niyo po, Mr. Chair, palagay niyo ba importante itong project na to na magkaroon ng direktang komunikasyon? Yung halos 900,000, almost 1 million na teacher at si BP sa ilalim ng Guru program?
I can only speak, sir, from experience, no. I am a survivor of the Yolanda tragedy. It almost killed me and my family. As far as I'm concerned, there is really a need to have things like this during a conflagration, especially for purposes of our kids, no, continuing with their education despite everything that happens, no. So, to my mind, it is something that we really need to have. But, of course, the program did not push through, so it's not something
So, in short, ito yung naging priority project ni BP Duterte sana.
Sir, that was the information I got or we got from the USEC kasi siya naman ho ang nakakausap sa Exicom, hindi naman ho ako involved. Kung ano lang ho yung binababa sa amin, yun lang ho yung aming extent ng knowledge kung ano ang mga kailangan ho talaga.
Ano bang difference ng priority project komparado sa regular project nyo sa DepEd?
The way I understood it, sir, is that ang priority projects, these are immediate ang need. No? While the other projects, these are projects, many of the other projects have been there for the longest time pero hindi ho gumagalaw. That's why, as I was saying earlier, there were about 40 that the Strand, HROD, and NAEAP and TEX had to do. No? These were the 40 identified projects that we need to do. But out of the 40, 27 are for the BHROD, and out of the 27, there were about 3 that were priority projects of the VP, including yung chatbot nga ho, or itong naging guro ang aming pinag-usapan.
Thank you po. So, in short, talagang alam niya to at priority project to ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Tama po ba?
Well, I am not quite sure if the VP directly know about the project, but we present this project every time there is a Strand or Exicom meetings, or I think that is when it is presented. But Exicom hindi na ho kasi ako kasali doon. So,
she is aware. So in short, Mr. Chairman, ang DepEd Guru program sa katotohanan ay isang legitimate project ng DepEd na isang priority project rin ni BP Duterte, kung saan ang mga external partners ay hindi pinili ni Yusek Mercado, kundi ng ibang opisina sa ilalim ng DepEd. Dagdag pa rito, walang pondo o kagamitan na personal na makukuha si Yusek Mercado sa programang ito. Nakakabahala lang, Mr. Chair, na isang directive ng pinuno ay siya ring gagawing rason na paikot-ikutin upang sapilitang magtanggal ng isang career government official tulad ni Yusek Gloria Mercado. And that's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congressman Abante, you are recognized.
Attorney Ucias admitted that he has received envelopes. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong, no? It can be an appreciation thing or a love gift, whatever it might be. I don't think it's wrong. Pero if that is actually the habit of the secretary to give envelopes to his to her people, I wonder if only Yusek Mercado or you receive envelope. Perhaps Yusek Mempin should also say something about that, or anybody here among the DepEd family. Because as I've said, no, when you receive an envelope, there was no thinking that there's anything wrong with that. Wala kaming inaiisip na masama yan. Just, you're under oath and just tell us about it. And thank you for telling us that. Yes.
Sir, again, I must say that when I was called and received an envelope, initially I thought that it is how it is in DepEd because I did not come from DepEd. So, to be honest, I was grateful because it helps a lot. No, I am from the province, so parang nakakatulong.
Where were you before, Attorney Osia? Before you went to DepEd, where were you before?
I spent more or less 25 years in another agency, sir.
In the private?
No, government also.
Government
sir.
then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just came across the DepEd, yung posting.
So you were thinking that receiving an envelope is just something that that happens in DepEd once in a while, and you're grateful. I really appreciate that. No, as I've said, we're not thinking of anything wrong in receiving those envelopes. We're just wondering how many of a DepEd family receive envelopes too. We're just wondering if Attorney Ucias was able to say and tell us the truth about that, and perhaps Yusek Mercado, Yusek Mempin. Can you say something about that?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. For me, sir, I have not received any envelope coming from ASEC Sunshine.
Oh, you have not received any envelope?
Yes,
So,
Your Honor, for me, sir.
Ibig sabihin, only some special people receive envelopes like that. And you're not too special, am I? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not aware of it, sir.
Can you say something about that? You're the spokesperson.
Yes, sir. When I was Hope, sir, I became Hope. No, I can categorically say I was not able to receive a single envelope at all. But I do remember sometime December 2022 or early December, I did receive an envelope, just minimal amount. And at times, pag nagsasabi, may mga times kasi, sir, na candidly, medyo napagalitan ako because nag-aabono daw ako. Because when people come to me as a spokesperson, sometimes they tell problems, I would give, at the end of the day, ang kailangan lang pala nila, 3,000, 5,000. So nagbibigay ako personally. So there were instances, occasional, although not regularly, not like monthly at all, that I would receive, but not from ASEC Shine. I would, when I would tell the VP, like nung Christmas, the VP gave it to me herself.
Well, there are times.
But yes, I did receive occasionally.
There are times, when you appreciate stuff. Ako rin, ganun eh.
Oo.
When I appreciate my staff, I would sometimes give envelopes
Yes,
to
sir.
them too.
But occasionally, yes.
Kahit na maliit ang amount. The thing is this, Attorney Monsayak, you promised that you're going to submit a rebuttal to
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, I only learned today that I was being directed to submit the documents, and I will comply, Your Honor. Before the next hearing date, I will submit the documents requested of me, Your Honor. Before the next hearing date, Your Honor, I'm just gonna compile it and submit it to the committee, Your Honor.
Okay, well, how many days will it take?
Maybe 3, Your Honor. Maybe 3.
3 days, okay. We will expect that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Committee. Mr. Chair, can I just make a manifestation?
Yes, please continue, Congressman Abante.
I have a very high regard on the armed forces. Very high. You are professional soldiers. Yusek Mempin, correct? Major General Pajao, Colonel Baransing, all of you. Very high regard ako sa armed forces of the Philippines. Okay? Like my good friend here, Congressman Ako, who used to be a general. Masyadong respect ko sa inyo. I hope that you're going to remain above politics. Because, listen, your only accountability is to the Commander-in-Chief. No one else. Not the mayor, not anyone else, but the Commander-in-Chief. And that's the President of the Republic. Of course, that includes the Secretary of the Public National Defense. So please, I'm asking you, sana ma-maintain ninyo yung high regard ko at high regard ng maraming tao sa inyo. Please be above politics. Yun lang po, manifestation ko.
Yes, Senior Deputy Speaker, Don Gonzales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Meron lang akong gusto i-clarify. Yung Youth Leadership Summit, that's under DepEd po? That's under college students, di ba pa?
Hindi po siya under DepEd as far as I know,
Yeah.
sir.
Bakit narinig ko na YLS, the Youth Leadership Summit, palaging may gastos? That's under the our college students. Di ba?
Hindi ako yung makasagot.
Attorney, sino po ang sasagot?
Kasi kanina pa natin pinag-uusapan.
Major General
Bahaw, sir.
Bahaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Well, kadalasan po, Your Honor, ang mga partisipante nito ay mga youth, high school students, and college students po. Kasama na rin po ang mga out-of-school youths and even yung mga IP youths natin. In the case of Mindanao, kasama dito yung mga Muslim youth po, Your Honor.
So meaning halo-halo po sila, not only college students.
Yes, Your Honor. Across all sectors, lalo na yung mga kabataan po, Your Honor, na walang access po talaga sa education. Ito po yung mga inuuna natin sa ganitong klaseng mga summits.
Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We will now proceed to our last interpellator, the Honorable Franz Castro. You are recognized.
Maaga pa, Mr. Chair. Hindi ako sanay maaga pa tayo. Uuwi.
Mr. Chair, wag mo namang gawing quadcom to, please.
Well,
Unless, of course, may mga gusto pang mga follow-up questions.
Okay. So, seryoso kasi. Pero seryoso po ako, Mr. Chair. So, napansin ko lang, Mr. Chair, doon sa paggamit ng confidential funds in three quarters, parang pare-parehas ang amount. 37.5 million. No? So talagang hinati, no? Inatado ng ano. In the first quarter, yung 37.5 ginamit ng 39 days. On the second quarter, 69 days. On the third quarter, 68 days. So dahil pareho yon, ano po ba yung kaibahan? Ito yung DepEd. Ay, by the way, Mr. Chair, pinatawag na po ba natin itong Edward Fajarda? Nag-motion na po ba tayo para ipatawag?
Meron po tayong inisyu kanina na subpoena at testificandum.
Okay. Kasi siya yung naglabas ng pera at by the way, sino po yung nag-prepare ng accomplishment report sa DepEd, Mr. Chair?
Attorney Powa.
Mr. Chair, I would assume it would also be the SDO at that point. Hindi po...
SDO Fajardo?
Opo, kung
Fajarda.
sino po yung nakapirma. Hindi po ako familiar kasi dun sa accomplishment report, but I think it's prepared by the SDO as per the rules.
Okay, so siya yung naglabas ng pera, siya din yung nag-report nito.
I think yun po yung requirement, Your Honor. I don't have a copy, but I can look for a copy of the accomplishment report.
Hindi, yun nga, yung accomplishment report, eto na lang, kung walang copy ang DepEd. So ang tanong ko lang po, eto ba, tatanungin ko ba kay Fajarda, bakit 39 days with the same amount? Yung other quarter, 37 million din, 37.5 in 69 and 68 days. Can you answer
Mr.
that?
Chair,
Please
Mr. Chair,
continue.
Your
Attorney
Honor,
Powa.
hindi ko po, and Representative Franz knows this, no, I'm very straightforward with you all the time, pero hindi ko po talaga alam yung sagot dyan sa pag-operationalize ng confidential funds. So, unfortunately, hindi ko talaga kayo masasagot, ma'am.
So sinasabi ba, Mr. Chair, ni Attorney Powa na it is Edward Fajarda and the Vice President Sara Duterte yung bumuo nitong accomplishment report?
I have no personal knowledge kung sino po mismo yung nagbuo, but I'm only saying that because of the signatures found in the accomplishment report, Your Honor.
Okay, napakahalaga, Mr. Chair, na mapatawag talaga si Vice President Sara Duterte together with Fajarda. Kasi katulad nung observation natin sa 125 million na OVP na misuse, parang may nakakitaan talaga natin dito, no, ng problema ng misuse. Like katulad niyan, 37.5 million. So ano ba yung kaibahan ng mga activities nitong mga to? Kasi kung titignan natin, Mr. Chair, isang set lang po yung activities, no, yung tinatawag nilang program, project, activities, counter-insurgency programs, abuse prevention and control within schools, anti-illegal activities operations, anti-extremism, terrorism programs. So dito, makikita natin yung mga accomplishment. So sa first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, Mr. Chair, pare-parehas ang sinasabi, no? Prevention of recruitment by NPA and other communist leftist group towards teachers and students. 100% daw implementation ng mga activities. So, ang tanong ko lang, Mr. Chair, sino ang niloloko nito? 'Di ba? Itong mga ganitong mga report. No, kung i-analyze natin itong mga ganitong report na parang i-accept na lang natin, ang COA, i-accept na lang natin through hook and sinker, itong isa-submit ni Sara Duterte at saka nitong si Fajarda, kung sila man talaga yung gumagawa nito, sino lolokohin natin dito sa sinasabi nila? No, nawala na daw, na-prevent na raw yung recruitment. Number 2, ito pong counter-insurgency programs na ito, Mr. Chair. Itong abuse prevention and control within schools, anti-illegal activities, anti-extremism. Ito po ba yung talagang pinaka-problema ng mga eskwelahan natin? Para kay Yusek Powa, alam ko ikaw, nung DepEd secretary ka, we talk, no?
Undersecretary.
Ay, undersecretary. Ko na agad ang pinromote. Di ba nagtotalk tayo ng mga problema sa schools? Di ba? So, tingin mo ba itong apat na to, ito yung talagang problema natin sa eskwelahan na kailangang gamitan ng confidential funds para maituloy yung programa natin sa eskwelahan?
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may respond.
Yes, please continue.
Well, sa totoo lang po, honestly, isa siya sa mga problema, pero hindi lang po siya yung problema. Napakarami po talaga nating problema, especially nung time ko sa DepEd, and I've discussed it with Congresswoman Castro several times. So, I cannot naman po say it's not one of the problems because may mga reports nga na umabot sa atin na may ganyang problema. But I would say na it's one of the many problems in basic education.
Yes, mas ano yung problema like yung grooming, ito yung binanggit ni Sara Duterte nung tinanong ko, saan mo gagamitin yung confidential fund, Mr. Chair? So tinanong ko sa noong 2022. So sabi for grooming daw, etc. Pero nakita naman natin problema ngayon, di ba? Mga bullying, no? At iba pa na related, pero mukhang hindi ito yung nakikita nating pinaka-problema, no, sa mga eskwelahan natin. Kung titignan natin ito, Mr. Chair, parang ginawa lang ito para ma-justify lang yung confidential funds na 150. Nakita naman natin, Mr. Chair, doon sa palitan kanina ng interpellation ng mga nauna. So itong mga ginagawa na ito na certification, Mr. Chair, hindi ito project ng DepEd. No? Ay hindi ito ginawa at hindi ito pinondohan ng DepEd. Hindi nga alam ni ni Attorney Powa etong mga activities na to. Hindi nyo naintindihan. Pero nakita natin, Mr. Chair, sinubmit. Ano ba to? Pinractice ba natin dito na yung parang sinasabi natin na hindi natin iniintindi? So, ito ba, Mr. Powa, Attorney Powa, sinubmit nyo na lang ng walang pagkaintindi? Hindi ba kayo nagtanong kay former USEC Memphis, ano itong mga ito?
Please answer,
Mr.
Attorney
Chair,
Powa.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, ma'am, hindi naman po sa hindi inintindi. Humingi po ako ng reports na evidencing success para as required by COA. Nung nakita ko po yung report, ang pagkakaintindi ko po is hinold yung mga seminars due to coordination and information received from DepEd. So I took the certification
Mr.
as
Chair,
is.
patuloy na kita dyan, Attorney.
Opo.
Malinaw naman kanina doon sa interpellation na wala itong relasyon dito sa activity ng DepEd. Ni wala ngang MOA, Mr. Chair. Di ba? So hindi mo pwedeng gawin ito na justification para bang Mr. Chair, sa eskwelahan, hindi ka makapag-liquidate. Ngayon kulang ka ng ilang thousands. So ang gagawin mo ba, maghahanap ka ng resibo sa kung saan na pwede mo ipamasak doon sa liquidation ng confidential funds. So parang ito kasi, yung certification na ito, Mr. Chair, this justifies yung sa hinahanap ng COA na kulang na 15 million. Pero syempre may question nga ako, no? Paano ba ina-analyze ng COA itong mga ginagastos na ito sa confidential funds? Parang tanggap na lang ito. So okay na po yung kay Attorney Powa, no? Narinig ko na yung justification kanina. So sabi natin na kanina, Mr. Chair, na sige, hindi naintindihan nyo naman po ito na isinabmit sa inyo at isinabmit nyo sa COA. Pero hindi pa kayo nag-scrutinize, hindi pa kayo nagtanong. Para saan ito? Bakit ganito yung sinabmit ni USEC Powa sa inyo? USEC Mempin sa inyo po, Attorney Powa.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please answer.
To be perfectly candid, Mr. Chair and Your Honor, ang dami ko pong trabaho nun sa DepEd. One of them was to comply with AOM. I'm not using that as an excuse. One of them was to comply with AOM. So kung ano pong documentation available at that time na nasa OSEC or binigay sa amin, binigay sa OSEC, yun na lang po talaga yung sinubmit ko sa COA. Of course, I read the documents, Your Honor. If I respect the opinion of the good Congresswoman, I maintain the fact na yun po yung impression ko na because there was already coordination and information from DepEd that I wasn't even sure if it would suffice, but at least that was a documentation that was provided to us, and so I had to submit it in compliance with COA po, Your Honor.
So sa tingin ko, Mr. Chair, hindi ito suffice to justify yung paggamit ng confidential funds. Narinig naman natin na walang relasyon ito dun sa confidential funds. So saan napunta? Ang tanong dito, saan ginamit? Saan napunta? At kanino napunta? etong tinatanong natin na 15 million na confidential funds na hindi na hindi nakita po ng COA. Mr. Chair, sino pwedeng sumagot nun?
Mr. Chair,
Please
Hindi mo rin alam.
answer, Attorney
Mr. Chair.
Powa.
with all honesty, under oath, hindi ko po masasagot kung,
Okay.
dahil wala po akong personal knowledge dyan.
Ang kanina kasi may nag-withdraw ng pera no sa Land Bank. Tama ba, Mr. Chair? Doon sa mga interpellation kanina. At sino ba sa ating colleague na nagsabi na kung paano nabuhat itong 37 million?
Ako, Mr. Chair.
Mula, si SDS. So, itong 37.5 million na ito, ibig sabihin, cold cash ito na ang nag-disburse lang. It's either si Fajarda o si Vice President Duterte. Sila lang talaga yung nakakaalam, Mr. Chair. So, sinasabi natin dito na talagang talagang significant yung presence ni Vice President dito. Well, sa COA, ngayong alam niyo na po. By the way, saan pong justification? Saang PPA po siya? Sa counterinsurgency? Tama po ba sa COA? Saang justification itong certification na to? So is this certification for the whole 3 quarters? Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Si Attorney,
COA.
you recognize Attorney Camora.
Madam Chair, for yung certification na po yun is for yung mga rewards nung buong quarter na po yun.
Anong quarter po ito? Itong certification na to. 3 quarter Nagpasa sila ng
First and second quarter po yata.
Are you sure?
Yung certification. Kung yung certification po, Mr. Chair, I think it's for the whole year. Although yung sinusupport po niya na liquidation is for the first and second quarter.
Yes. For what PPA? Is it in the counterinsurgency programs?
Hindi po na namin tinignan kung anong...
Have you read the certification? Ano yung sinasabi sa certification? Ito, sinasabi sa certification. Halimbawa na lang, itong Mr. Chair, no, basahin natin. Yung kay Boransing, kay Colonel Boransing. Kung titignan natin yung certification, may 8 activities sa YLS, 531 participants, 9,428. This was carried out from January 1 to December 1, which resulted to 0 reported CTG recruitment. In addition, this command has implemented hindi ko po alam yan kung ano yan, Complan Tinabangay. So, ang ibig sabihin po, ito ay para dito sa PPA number 1. Kasi for CTG daw to no, yung mga recruitment ng NPA. Ito kung titignan natin, Mr. Chair, yung certification po ni Lieutenant Colonel Panopio, ganun din yon for the elimination ng mga NPA tsaka recruitment, no? Okay, next. At yun din po, yung sa yung sa iba pa na ito information education campaign. So tingin ko para doon sa sa YSL o YLS. So ito para dito sa number 1 PPA po. So yung abuse prevention and control within the school, asan po yung outcome and accomplishment report? Kung ito for 1 year ng PPA 1, asan po yung accomplishment report ng number 2 PPA? Kasi nakalagay dito, reduce abuses against learners. So meron ba tayo, Mr. Chair, na base data kung ilan po yung abuses within the year? Kaya nasabi ni BP at nasabi ni Fajarda na-reduce na daw po yung abuses against learner. Asan po yung accomplishment report nito? Kasi hindi natin pwedeng tanggapin lang ito na ganito lang. Mr. Chair, where is it?
Mr. Chair, ito lang po yung na-receive namin. So, at that time po, na-deem sufficient na sa payment of rewards po.
Ito, sufficient na? Sufficient na po ito dito sa 4 na PPA, Mr. Chair? I cannot accept that. Kasi nakalagay dito, reduce abuses against learners. Ano ba yung baseline? Paano na-reduce? Ilan yung number? Payment of reward, 2 million, 2.95 million. Purchase of supply, 2.69 million. Payment of incentives and traveling, etc. Makikita nyo dyan Mr. Chair. Purchase of information, 2.2 million. May 10 million dito, reduce abuse against learners. So, paano natin masusukat yun? Mr. Chair, ako po mathematics teacher ako. Gumagamit kami ng rubrics. At kami, yung mga teacher, sinusukat sa kung ano yung nagagawa nila. Pero kung ganito, alam niyo po, hindi to papasa as teacher. Kung ganito po, hindi po ito papasa or hindi ito magkakaroon ng, ng record ng VS or S. Baka NI pa to. Kasi wala itong, wala itong justification. So sinasabi ba ng COA, ito na for the whole year, Mr. Chair, yung para sa justification ng 150 million.
Mr. Chair, dun lang po sa rewards, yung 15. Yung sa payment of rewards lang po yun. Hindi po...
Hindi, kaya nga gusto ko makita yung accomplishments. Gusto natin makita yung actual outcome. Ano yung actual outcome? Tinanggap ko na nga yung number 1 O di sige, ito meron ito. Kahit na hindi ito katanggap-tanggap, Mr. Chair, kung bubusisiin ko pa yan. So, asan po yung pag-reduce? Next, eliminate illegal activities within schools. Okay, eliminate illegal activities. Ano ba yung mga illegal activities within the school? Ano yung baseline data? Ano yung mga na-eliminate? Ano-ano tong mga illegal na ginagawa sa loob ng eskwelahan? Meron po ba accomplishment? Conducted surveillance in 119 areas. 100% implementation of activities. So what's this? Walang meaning ito, Mr. Chair, sa atin. Kung titignan natin, kung talagang bubusisiin talaga natin itong confidential funds. So kung ganito yung sinubmit, tinanggap nyo lang yan, tapos sasabihin nyo, ang kulang lang ay yung pagkapaliwanag ng rewards. Kung ako yung auditor, Mr. Chair, hindi ko tatanggapin yon. Ano-ano yung mga sinasabing outcome nito. And next, anti-extremism, terrorism programs, gather information necessary implementation of general peace and order within the department. Ano po yung outcome nito? Ano po yung patunay nito, Mr. Chair?
Yung certification din, Mr. Chair. Like yung iba po may kasamang terrorism, physical harm, criminalities, and drug abuse. It's the same po, yung certification din po.
So meron kayo ng certification?
This the same po na yung sinubmit po ng...
Well, Mr. Chair, hindi po katanggap-tanggap ito na pinayagan ng auditor natin. Etong sinabi ko na, hindi masusukat, sa kahit na tapos gagastos tayo ng 150 million na confidential funds, minus 37 million. So, hindi po katanggap-tanggap to. Ngayon, Mr. Chair, na alam mo na, ngayon alam na ng COA na ito ay para sa justification ng 1 to 4 na PPA, bagamat din natin tinatanggap, Mr. Chair. At sinasabi ng Philippine Army na hindi daw ito related sa DepEd activities nito. So anong ibig sabihin niyan, Mr. Chair?
Ito po ay support po ng success nung information
Well,
gathering.
naiintindihan niyo po ba ako, Attorney Gloria? Hindi nga ito yung support Kasi sinasabi nila, different ito na activities na separate na ginagawa ng AFP.
Opo, pero
So bakit gagamitin mo ito dito sa liquidation? At bakit tatanggapin ng COA na ito yung pang-justify doon sa million na confidential funds ni Sara Duterte as DepEd Secretary?
yun po, yung sa to prove yung success nung program.
No, this is not the success. Success siguro ng
Hindi po, success nung information gathering related to the program po of DepEd and collaboration po yata
Well,
kasi ito.
hindi ko yun matatanggap, Mr. Chair. Talagang, mayroon talaga tayong gagawing batas para mapahigpit talaga natin and even yung pag-audit ng mga confidential funds, Mr. Chair. Hindi nyo pwedeng mag-submit, kahit na teacher ka, mag-submit ng ganyan yung bata. Siyempre, babasahin mo, scrutinize mo, at i-gradean mo. Pero ito, Mr. Chair. So, yun lang, Mr. Chair, ang ano ko dyan, dahil nalaman na ng COA na hindi ito yung mag-justify noong confidential funds ng DepEd in 2023. Mr. Chair, dapat ibalik yung buong, ibalik yung buong confidential funds. Dahil hindi yan makakapag-justify nito. Kahit nasabihin pa natin sa COA yan, hindi ko matatanggap, Mr. Chair, na ito yon, na pwedeng itong pan-justify dito sa sinasabing PPA. So, yun lang, Mr. Chair, kung ito yung magko-cover ng lahat ng accomplishment nitong 150 million na confidential fund minus 37.5 million, ay hindi ko po matatanggap, Mr. Chair. So, yun lang, Mr. Chair, at meron tayong dapat na gawin kaugnay dyan.
Okay, thank you. Before we wrap up this hearing, the Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Congressman Romy Acop.
Points lang, Mr. Chair, na hindi na take up. But for the information of the Honorable Castro, tinanong ko na rin yan kanina pero ang sabi nila, yun po ay ganun talaga ang requirement lang nila in order to liquidate yung confidential fund. But Yusek po, you mentioned something about the AOM. That's why you got certifications from the Philippine Army units. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Now, may I ask ko, what was the AOM all about? Ano po yung AOM na sinasabi ni Yusek Pua na basis niya para humingi ng certification sa Philippine Army units?
Attorney Camora.
Mr. Chair, yung first na AOM po na issue sa DepEd, which is AOM number 2024-015 po.
What is it all about?
Nandito po yung mga observations namin, yung yung first time po nila
Ano po yung in
nag-liquidate.
general, yung gist ng observation po ninyo?
Yung first one, hindi po sila nag-submit ng documentary evidence of payment. Yung second one, meron po kaming, kasi hindi po, yung sa accomplishment reports nila, hindi pa po yung confidential activities or confidential expenses ang nilagay nila. Yung third one is yung sa kulang po yung supporting nila sa payment of rewards. Yung sa number 4 po, dun sa physical and financial plan po nila, hindi naka-indicate yung mga particular confidential activities. And then, sa item 5 po, hindi po properly accomplish yung DV. Ganun din po yung sa observation number 6 po.
Saan pong observation saan pong AM, first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, nakalagay yung requirement ng certification ng Philippine Army units?
It
For
would
you to be able to give a credit notice,
It pertains po to number 3, yung payment of rewards to informers. It must be supported with documents evidencing the success of the information gathering and or surveillance activities. Yun po yung...
matanong ko po kayo, sa certification pertaining to YLS, nasaan po yung information gathering at saka ano pa yung activities na nakalagay doon?
Sa certification itself, wala naman po. Ang na-pick up lang po namin is yung success nung activity nung sa YLS po.
So, even if it is not a YLS activity, pwede nyo tanggapin yung certification.
As
Basta't
long
naging
as
successful. Ganun po ba?
Successful po siya. Opo,
Basta't
sa
naging successful.
yung information gathering or surveillance activities po.
Paano nagkakaroon po ng information gathering doon po sa activity ng YLS?
Kung programs po yun ng DepEd, tapos kailangan po nilang, yun po, mag-gather ng information on...
Kaya nga, programa ng ng DepEd yun.
Opo.
Paano natin i-connect yung programa na yun doon sa YLS activities na Philippine Army?
Yun nga po, based sa certification nila, there was a collaborative effort between DepEd and yun po, yung nag-issue po ng certification.
There was a collaborative effort
Yeah po.
ng DepEd at saka Kwan.
Yes, Mr.
So
Chair.
that is enough to justify na bigyan nyo sila ng green notice, ay credit notice at mawala na yung observations ninyo sa AOM. Yun po ba yung sinasabi nyo po sa amin?
Yes, Mr. Chair po.
So, Honorable Castro, I will go with you in so far as your observation is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Benny Abante.
Just a few questions before we wrap up. No?
Yes, please continue.
Ako naman talaga taga-wrap up kaya sa kwet ko man. Anyway, sa atin pong military, no? For example, elementary and high school natin, matindi ba ang problema sa insurgency?
Major General Bahaw, Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Major General Bahaw, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, ang problema ng insurensiya po ay nandyan pa. Although sa buong Pilipinas po, and I can only speak for Bicol region na nire-represent ko bilang dating commander, ay pababa na po to.
Okay, na generally speaking, Major Bajao, alam ko Bicol lang, no? Are you a Bicolano?
No, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Sa Bicol ko lang, pero I think that even Yusik Mempin could be able to say this. Matindi ba ang problema sa insurgency, sa high school and elementary o hindi na? Sapagkat hindi na.
Pababa na po siya,
Pababa
Your
na.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Gano'n po baba, for example? Ilang percent? Gano'n po baba? Gano'n po baba?
I can only speak for the 9th Infantry Division, Your Honor. Meron kaming dating 8 guerrilla fronts. Ngayon, mag-isa na lang po ang naiwan na weekend guerrilla front. So, ganun kababa na po.
Meron pa ba tayong mga NPA na mga sundalo na mga minor de edad? Marami pa ba?
Sa pagkangayon po, Your Honor, wala po kaming na sasagupa sa aking kapanahunan po.
Wala na. So, ibig sabihin, mas mataas ang issue ng insurgency sa college. Sa college, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Therefore, hindi DepEd, dapat CHED. Tama ako, mali?
Your Honor, we categorize the youth po na 15 to 30 years old po. Kasama dito yung mga ibang high school students po.
Ganito na lang yon. If DepEd would have a subject lang kayo mga DepEd family, please listen to me. I say this. Kung meron kayong subject sa high school for example, on anti-insurgency campaign, on the evils of communism and atheism, mas maganda, di ba? Tama ako, Mr. Monsayak.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi na kailangan pa yung youth summit na binabanggit ninyo na ginagastusan ng confidential fund ng DepEd. Oo. Ngayon, sa college pwede. Sapagkat meron tayong UP, meron tayong PUP. Oo. O meron tayong pamantasan sa lungsod ng Maynila na yan, pwede pa maging breeding place ng insurgency yan eh. Di ba? So therefore, it must be CHED. It must be CHED that should connect with the DND as far as the anti-insurgency campaign should be done. Am I right? Major Bajao.
You're right, Your Honor.
Okay. Yusek Mimpin. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
O, ganun na nang gawin natin, DepEd. Magkaroon lang tayo ng subject on anti-insurgency sa ating high school, communism and atheism, no? And let us just, siguro kinakailangan na rin natin na atin nang i-promote yung talagang for the love of God and country sa DepEd, no? Ganon din sa CHED. Siguro yan ang kinakailangan gawin natin ngayon. O ito naman, sa COA naman, no? Itong inyong joint circular is a joint circular that have been written na ang kasama dito, DBM, DALG, DND, Governance Commission for GOCC, and Commission on Audit. Am I right?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Yun. Walang DepEd dito eh.
Tama po.
Walang DepEd. So, ibig sabihin, kayong mga sa audit, Commission on Audit, should realize na wala ang DepEd dito. Hindi kasama. Ibig sabihin, hindi dapat magkaroon ng confidential fund ang DepEd. In the first place. Hindi dapat magkaroon. And that should have been made improper. Oo. Di ba? O nakalagay dito, the utilization of such funds is generally confidential and classified by nature, which requires not only strong internal controls in the release and utilization thereof, but also strict accounting and auditing rules to prevent mishandling or improper application of the funds, of which COA has neglected. Attorney.
Mr. Chair.
What is your comment on that?
Attorney Camora.
Mr. Chair, actually po we are...
Binasa ko lang yung nakalagay dito.
Opo, we are currently in talks with the same agencies po na i-amend na po ang joint circular.
Oo.
So, ongoing na po yung talks about the amendment. And I think subject na rin po ito yata. Kasama siya sa court case, so hindi po...
O kayong mga nasa COA, Director, therefore, kung naniniwala tayo dito sa nakalagay sa circular na ito, then COA should strictly account and audit, yan nakalagay to prevent mishandling or improper application of the funds. We are now requesting in this committee, Mr. Chair, na gawin nyo na ito. Attorney, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gawin nyo na ito.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Di ba?
Please, gawin nyo na yung nakalagay dito.
Yes, Mr.
Para maulit natin to, ha? Malaman po ng taong bayan to. Ito, nakalagay sa Joint Circular number 2015-01, January 8, 2015 to nailabas. Ito nakalagay. The utilization of such funds is generally confidential and classified by nature, which requires not only strong internal controls. Yan. Una yan, ha? In the release and utilization thereof. Number 2, but also strict accounting and auditing rules to prevent mishandling or improper application of the funds. And this is the work of COA. Am I right?
Yes po, Mr.
So,
Chair.
Mr. Chair, we are requesting that COA should now do what they should do to implement this joint circular right now. Because you have always been telling us that you're always mentioning the joint circular. And because of that, nakakalusot yung mga tinatawag nating rentals na yan. Nakakalusot. Walang attachment, walang particulars, hindi malaman kung paano ginamit yan. Bakit yung 78 days na yan, 5 million lamang, pero bakit yung 11 days, 16 million? My goodness, kahit sinong kausapin nyo, kahit hindi marunong na mathematics, sabihin nila, aba, ang taas naman ito. Di ba? Kahit hindi marunong magbasa at magsulat niyan. Pag nakita yung mga figures na yan, ba't ganun? Bakit ganun? Listen, COA, lahat tayo rito, no, ha? Tandaan po natin na ang taong bayan pa rin ang makapangyarihan dito. And the thing is this, no? We still would like to say this, that we are not a government of men, we are a government of laws. And therefore, every law must be implemented properly. And I would like to please suggest to COA, tingnan nyo na maigi ito, and please implement the ruling in the joint circular. Nakita ko at nabasa ko you're using it, therefore, gawin nyo ang dapat mangyari dyan sapagkat strict accounting and auditing.
Yes,
Tama ho
Mr.
ba ako?
Yes po, Mr.
Gawin
Chair.
natin. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Yun lamang.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senior Deputy Speaker, Don
Chairman,
Gonzales.
based on this joint circular, can I have my manifestations? The joint circular needs improvement in terms of evidence of payments and to allow COA to check safe houses, other agreements to ensure validity of the payments. And the joint circular is already 9 years old. Tama mo ba? 9 years old na?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, it needs to update at this point in time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Before I recognize Congressman Flores, COA, may tanong lang po ako. Since hindi po kasama dito sa joint circular ang DepEd at ang OBP, does it follow na hindi sila covered netong joint circular?
Hindi naman po, Mr. Chair. Ang covered po ng kung sino ang may confidential funds ay yung binigyan po ng Kongreso po natin.
Okay.
Ito lang po yung mga nag-craft ng
Joint circular.
may kanya-kanyang role po kasi like si DBM po, sila po yung sa grant. Tapos yung utilization, I think it's more on the ND and DILG since sila po yung involved talaga. And yung audit part po is yung part ng COA.
Okay. The Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Jonathan Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm just asking about the spouses Fajarda because they've been mentioned several times during the interpellation of other members. And I was informed by the COMSEC that there was a letter executed by Sunshine Fajarda declining the invitation of this committee, Mr. Chair, on the ground that her position has nothing relevant to contribute to the current investigation. But I think, Mr. Chair, that should be for us to decide whether or not it should be relevant or not. Now, so with that letter declining our invitation, Mr. Chair, I move that we issue a show cause order, Mr. Chair, to determine subpoena ad testificandum, Mr. Chair, to compel the presence of Sunshine Farda, Mr. Chair.
Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded.
Second.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. May we request the COMSEC to issue a subpoena ad testificandum to Sunshine Fajarda, as well as lookout inclusion in the lookout bulletin order request. Tapos na kanina eh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Jervil Luistro is recognized.
Mr. Chair, it was clearly established that the certification issued by the AFP was used by DepEd to justify the payment of reward to informers. I just want to have this last question for the AFP. When you issued the certification, were you aware that this will be used to justify the 15 million payment of rewards by the DepEd? Can we hear from Major General Bahaw?
May I recognize, Mr. Chair? Thank you,
Yes,
ma'am.
Major General Bahaw.
Of all the letters or certifications issued to DepEd for use
The question, General, is whether you were aware that the certification will be used to justify the 15 million reward to informers.
We are
by the
not,
DepEd.
ma'am.
You are not aware.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we hear from Colonel Panopio?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, we are
Colonel
not aware.
Panopio, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Chairman.
Were
Your
you
Honor,
aware?
We are not aware, Your Honor.
You were not aware? Colonel Boransing.
Colonel Buransing, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were not aware, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Sandangan.
Colonel Sandangan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were not aware, ma'am.
In other words, Mr. Chair, without the knowledge of the AFP, the certification was issued to DepEd to be able to justify the 15 million that was used allegedly for the payment of reward. To this point, Mr. Chair, we're not even sure whether that money was indeed paid as reward to the informers. Mr. Chair, to call the attention of the COA, I just want to share this very enlightening jurisprudence, Jover versus Field Investigation Office. By turning a blind eye to the irregularities in the allocation and disbursement of public funds, petitioner condoned a practice that deprived many of her countrymen of funds which could have been used for projects to help improve their livelihood. It is not enough that we have submitted ourselves to the loose and relaxed requirement of the Joint Circular 2015-01. While we tolerate all these irregularities, we are causing deprivation of the basic needs of the so many Filipino citizens. I hope that COA realize that. And to close, Mr. Chair, I just want to stand corrected. What I shared earlier is not from Star Wars. It's from Spider-Man. Comes with a great power, is great responsibility. And when we have this public trust, it carries with it public accountability. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Benny Abante, Vice Chairman.
just would like to air a warning to the one that wrote a letter. No, I think it's the wife of Edward Fajarda. No, questioning the jurisdiction of this committee. No, if she will not attend the next hearing, I will have a motion to cite her in contempt. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Noted.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Flores.
Just follow up to what Congressman
Please
Chinky.
continue.
No, not Spider-Man or Star
Wars?
Wars, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Ang question ko lang po is with Colonel Buransing. Sir, if you were made aware that the certification that you were asked to issue was going to be used to justify the expenses of DepEd, would you have agreed to issue such certification?
Colonel Bulanting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, since we were not informed, I was not informed, it's very hard to speculate on what what I might have done if since it didn't happen.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll rephrase my question. Kung alam mo na hiningan ka ng certification to justify an expense which never passed your office, which you never used, hypothetically, no? By any office, not just the office of the DepEd secretary, would you issue a certification, now knowing fully well that it would be used to justify an expense which you never had a hand on?
As with all Army units and AFP units, for example, if there was a multi-stakeholder activity, Mr. Chair, and someone from another agency is asking for a certification, but he or she was not present, we would not issue the certificate of appearance or any certificate for that matter. It's a standard practice for the armed forces, sir.
Thank you. How about you, Colonel Panopio?
Colonel Panopio, you are recognized.
Would you have issued the certification na alam mong...
Same question.
Yeah.
First of all, there was no mention of certification of fund in the. There was no mention of funds in the certification, Your Honor. But if we are aware that it will be used and we did not receive the money, we will not issue the certification, Your Honor.
Okay, I think that's a similar answer, Colonel Sandangan.
You are recognized,
Yes, sir.
Colonel.
I will not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Meron pa po bang Spider-Man? Wala na po ba? So kung wala na po, do I hear a motion to suspend the hearing?
Motion to suspend, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the committee hearing of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability is hereby suspended until further notice.